shitting his pants again in this episode. So the divorce is so close you can taste it at this point. Well, yeah, definitely can. Bird's out here calling himself a beast and a savage in the bedroom, and his wife is quietly planning her exit strategy.
Turning into a much nastier person now that we're drinking.
Do you think so?
Yeah.
That's how people think so.
I start being a little nastier on texts. I know that. You can ask people like Rothschild about that.
Yeah, no, but I've heard.
Yeah. I feel like when I was drinking, people looked at me and they were like, "Oh, just don't worry about Bert. He'll do it. He's fine. Just get him a drink." You know, they're kind of like, didn't take me serious. And then when I've been sober, I've noticed that energy still permeates. Like they pat me on the head, and I was like, "Hold on, there's no patting me on the head."
Well, do you have to be nasty or just?
Well, I feel like what it is, Tom. It's pent up at years of me realizing this is the way they've always talked to me. And now I'm like, oh no. I'm like, no one talks to you like that. No one talks to you sideways ever. You hold a standard. I not emulate that, but I would like to emulate that.
Yeah, I think you also might be conflating being nasty with just having boundaries and holding around. I don't think that's nasty. People can be nasty. You don't have to be harsh. I don't consider that to be bad behavior. I think you're on the right track.
So Bert's finally growing a spine. Going sober has done something to him that the testosterone, the Manjaro, the peptides, the 15 plus meds, and the vitamin IVs never could. He's standing up to people, setting boundaries, refusing to be the pushover everyone has treated him as for years. Who knew that just not poisoning yourself every day could do all of that? Just be careful though, Bert, because the path you're on leads directly to Tom Segura, and nobody wants that. Tom's the guy who runs YMH Studios like a corporate machine, despises the pause, treats his fans like an inconvenience, and has all of the warmth of an empty fridge. Sober Bert is slowly moving into his co-host, and the funniest part is that Tom is sitting there telling him he's on the right track, because of course he is. Tom would love nothing more than a second version of himself to talk to every week. But then, as always, once the cringe wears off, you can't help but feel sad for Bert. Seriously, making these videos about Bert is such an emotional roller coaster.
I'll tell you what I relate to the most, and this is going to sound crazy. Black graduations. They graduate and then the girl does the dance. And then, like the white people are outraged. And then black people are like, that's how they are. I see both sides of the fence based on me. I am the one dancing, and then I'm the one whose kid is next who you didn't hear their name because this one's dancing.
What's crazy about you is that in these several months, all of your insights and self-reflection in sobriety are all so fucking incredible, and you still are like, no one will tell me not to drink. Every marker that is possible in your life to observe and note is 1,000 times better. And you're just like, I'm fucking drinking.
I'm sprinting back to the old me.
I know, you're so funny.
Tom's sitting there laughing like, you're so funny, dude. Nah, dude, that is not funny. That's really fucking sad. Because if we're being honest here, Bert has been improving himself this year, right? And as much shit as I give him on this channel over the years, that is awesome to see. I 100% back Bert to stay sober, keep losing weight, keep improving his marriage, keep building a better relationship with his kids. Maybe he'll even become funny at some point now that he can think clearly enough to write jokes instead of just reciting personal stories about his family. I am so here for this, and you guys know me. If Bert pulls this off, I will definitely give him credit for it. I've got no issues doing that. But he's not going to do it, right? He's been counting down to July 12th for the year, and you probably know people like this in your own lives. Once you relapse, you swing completely in the other direction. It's like those people who lose a bunch of weight. When they start putting it back on, they end up heavier than where they started. They're making up for lost time, and that is exactly what is about to happen here. His wife can see it. And think about his daughters. They've only ever known him as a drunk. For the first time in their lives, they get to see what a sober father looks like, and they can see it too. And we're all just sitting around waiting for Bert to self-destruct again. Tom thinks it's fucking hilarious, his wife is terrified, and Bert can't wait to get back to the old him. Oh man. Anyway, if you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe to the channel right here on YouTube. And don't forget to check out the link in the description to my Patreon for my long-form exclusive content. Guys, I'll catch you next time.
All at once. It's one of the first times I think I've ever done that like that continuously. You handled the pressure perfectly. Funny on your feet. Unbelievably great stand-up. Congratulations and welcome. We'll see you again real soon. That's as good as it goes, ladies and gentlemen. One more time for Aaron Helps. Almost didn't pull him, by the way. Almost went to our final regular of the night. And what a fucking way to finish. I mean, holy shit.
That was amazing.
Unbelievable.
I honestly, no joke, I got a little teary seeing him hit the golden ticket.
Yeah.
So I realized it meant he'll be selling more tickets than I do in a week. It's true, too.
I love it. All right. An episode like this, there's only one way to end it, and William Montgomery is sick. And Ari Maddie added dates to his thing, and Timmy No Breaks is saving material. It takes a long time for Timmy to be able to generate the type of material that he does perform. So, boy, do I do for you, this regular, one of the most promising ones we've our entire fucking history. Unbelievable. Make some noise. This is a brand new minute from your new favorite comedian in the world. His name is Pat O'Neill, everybody.
Hitler was born on 420, and boy, did he like smoking J's. A lot of people are on TikTok now, which just used to be what I said when I saw Muslims at the airport. Times are changing. Last year, my little brother, he was a part of the Queers for Palestine protests. Yes, gay Muslims. Better known as ghosts. Okay, that's it.
It's the Attitude Era of Kill Tony. That is the greatest Hitler joke I've ever heard in my entire life. 20 fucking years I've been doing this goddamn shit. Waiting for that. Somehow it's been right there. Mike Fenoya.
I've always wanted to see a David Lynch movie do stand-up. Holy shit, that was fantastic.
It's like terrifying, but also very nice.
Just like you.
Just like you.
Pat O'Neill, you are the real fucking deal. I mean, that joke, 40-some seconds of laughter.
I thought about just stopping after that, but it's like, I didn't want to.
Great. It was great that you just segued right into TikTok. You gotta laugh off your setup by just jumping into something, which is just fucking great. I mean, you are a joke smith. It is incredible. incredible. All the way down to the finish. Huge laughs on the opener, huge laughs with the closer. I mean, you're fucking doing it. You're living the dream, buddy. How do you feel?
Fucking fantastic.
Yeah.
The episode's coming out today. I'm a regular, so fucking
Yeah, we've taped quite a few ahead. Those of you that might not know, we take one break per year for a few weeks, and that happens late May, early June. So we tape ahead. We get a few episodes ahead so that we can actually take a once a year fucking little vacation while also putting out episodes every Monday. So what's amazing is you're witnessing Pat O'Neill here, but people are finding out about him tonight.
Yeah.
On the episode airing right now, but he's killed so many times in a row that it's incredible. And by the time they hear this, people are going to go, what the fuck? But then we're going to be back 1 week behind again. So, little fun fact, last week we were talking at Mitzi's after the show, and right, was it at Mitzi's or was it on stage about the rent? Right, you were like, you had to pay your rent. And the landlord's like, yeah, imagine you, and you're like, look, I swear, I'm about to be famous as fuck.
Stopped working my job, and then they asked for fucking pay stubs. I was like, you gotta believe me, I'm gonna be famous.
Yeah. It's funny because it's happening right now in real time on the internet. Here you are yelling again live on one of our final tapings before that big break that we're very excited about.
That was great, man, and I feel like you're living proof that, people will, older comics will bitch and go, oh, you can't do this subject anymore, you can't do that subject, Hitler jokes we've heard. No, it's like you're proof that it doesn't matter what the subject is, it matters how you write it.
Yeah.
Fucking do it.
Yeah.
And the venue that you do it in. You can also do an unbelievably great set in, say, like a political rally. It might not get the love it deserved, even if it's well written and well delivered.
It's super refreshing delivery, too, dude.
Yeah, amazing. Always fun.
I have that shirt.
Yeah, when you were at the Fish concert.
Yeah, the Sphere. My whole outfit looked like that. 8 minutes.
I love it. Pat O'Neill, I'm so excited you're part of our goddamn dance.
Yeah,
The real deal. Ooh, new nickname, the real deal. Pat O'Neill.
Great.
There you go. On to the next one, and by that I mean that's it. We fucking did it. Let's check in with the drawing from Chris Rogers over there. Ooh, it's Heidi, after she gets a lot of work done for some reason. I mean, that looks like a fucking, what is that, her in 20 years? The fuck is he doing to you, Heidi? Oh my god, Jesus, Chris, what the fuck? Patty cake. What do you hate, white women? What's going on over there? Brian J. Belt's drawing is great. Guys, see Mike Fenoya on tour. How fucking funny was Mike Fenoya's debut? MikeFenoyaComedy.com. He's going everywhere. He's all over. Check out his show on SiriusXM, the Grateful Dead channel. It's called The Saturday Night Shakedown with Mike Fenoya. Mike, you were fucking awesome. What a great first time on panel, dude. So fucking awesome, bro.
Thank you.
And how about one more time for the best Sam fan in the land? I'm kidding. One more time for Joe DeRosa, everybody. Come on. The man, the myth. Plug your stuff. I didn't get past it.
My new podcast, Violent Horrendous, is out now on YMH. Please listen to it. Get it on my YouTube at Joe DeRosa Comedy. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Redman. Thank you, Tony. Thank you guys for having me.
Joe DeRosa is the man. Not only is he one of the great stand-ups in the world, Rose Garden, plug that too.
Yeah, my new special, I Never Promised You a Rose Garden, is also on my YouTube. Check that out as well.
That's at Joe DeRosa Comedy on YouTube.
Joe DeRosa Comedy on YouTube.
You guys have to watch that special. If you haven't, go do that right now. I Never Promised You a Rose Garden at Joe DeRosa Comedy on YouTube. One of the best specials in recent time. This episode was brought to you by Shopify Tacoma's Insanely, our newest sponsor. We're very excited about Red Band.
Coming to San Diego, July 9th through 11th, AmericanComedyCo.com.
We love you guys. God bless America. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Fine, bitch.
Known simply as Ramesses in his lifetime, was born in the late 14th century. The woman known to history as Hatshepsut was born in ancient Egypt in approximately 1507 BC. Her father was Thutmose I, a pharaoh of the 18th dynasty who ruled mainly from the city of Thebes, which is now in the modern city of Luxor on the miles south of the Mediterranean Sea. Thutmose I was a renowned military leader and oversaw the vast expansion of the ancient Egyptian empire eastwards into the Levant and southwards into Nubia, now northern Sudan and southern Egypt. He was likely the son of the previous pharaoh Amenhotep I and a secondary wife, but the Egyptians did not create family trees, so identifying blood relations can be difficult. Her mother was Ahmose, the principal wife of Thutmose I, but it is not known who Ahmose's parents were, although it is highly likely that she was born into the royal family. Egyptologists have argued that she was the daughter of Pharaoh Amenhotep I, making her the sister and wife of Thutmose, something that was common within the royal family. However, she was never given the title of king's daughter. Instead, she was referred to as the king's sister, suggesting she was the sister of either Amenhotep or Thutmose. Ahmose and her husband Thutmose I had 2 daughters, the eldest of whom was Hatshepsut, and no surviving sons, which would become a problem for the dynasty. This video is brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends, the amazing fantasy role-playing game that includes my favourite bit of content, the Doom Tower. This huge tower is basically a giant prison for the Arbiter's captured foes, but it's failing, and with the return of Seroth, we need to secure the tower. The Doom Tower bosses are really tough, but with specialists, you can do it. Plus, Raid is running a 12 days of Raid adventure. Just click on the link in the description, 12daysofraid.plarium.com, to join the festive fun from the 19th of December to the 10th of January and play a different mini-game each day to win in-game and real-life prizes worth up to $1,000. Plus, Raid's got something special happening. They've released a legendary champion based on MMA and pro wrestling legend Ronda Rousey. You can get Ronda for free by logging into Raid. Just log in and play Raid for 7 days between now and the 20th of February, and Ronda's yours. To celebrate Ronda's arrival in Raid, use the special promo code RAIDRONDA, available for all users, new and old. To get a bunch of helpful stuff like a 3-day 100% XP boost, 500k silver, and 5 full energy refills, perfect for leveling your Ronda up so she's at the top of her game. And as an Amazon Prime member, you can get your exclusive rewards right now. If you want to get a huge head start in Raid, click our link in the description or scan the QR code here on the screen. You'll get unique bonuses worth $30. We're talking a free epic champion, Verge's 200k silver, 1 energy refill and 1 XP boost, and 1 ancient shard, so you can summon awesome champions as soon as you get in-game. All this treasure will be waiting for you here, along with new dungeon and new holiday champions too, available for 30 days for new players only. Hatshepsut was only the second historically confirmed woman to rule Egypt with the full titles and power of a pharaoh. She belonged to the 18th dynasty, which ran from 1507 BC to 1458 BC, and she ruled for over 2 decades, from 1478 BC to 1458 BC. Hatshepsut lived over 3,500 years ago, and to put into perspective how long the period of ancient Egyptian history is, Hatshepsut lived over 1,000 years after the building of the pyramids of Giza and 100 years before Tutankhamun, 200 years before Ramesses, and 1,400 years before the most famous female pharaoh, Cleopatra. Little is known about Hatshepsut's childhood, but her name, which means almost of noble ladies, highlighted her prominent position within the royal family. She certainly would have had important royal duties to fulfill, including being involved in religious rituals. She is known to worship the cow goddess Hathor in particular, who was the goddess of love, beauty, music, dancing, fertility, and pleasure, and was also the protector of women. There were 42 state gods and goddesses in total in the ancient Egyptian religion, the most important of which was Amun-Ra, the sun god, creator, who was later seen as king of the gods. As the eldest daughter of the pharaoh, Hatshepsut would have been expected to marry the next pharaoh, a tradition which aimed to keep the royal bloodline pure. And so, at around the age of 12, she married her half-brother Thutmose II, becoming his principal wife. As Thutmose II was younger than Hatshepsut, she perhaps took over the reins of power in her husband's name when their father, Thutmose I, died in 1493 BC. By the time Hatshepsut came to full power in around 1478 BC, Egypt, as a unified country, was already 17 centuries old, as legendary King Menes had first ruled a unified Egypt in around 3100 BC. As it is today, the land of ancient Egypt was made habitable by the river Nile, which cut through the desert and gave the names to the two regions of Egypt, Upper Egypt, which was upriver in the south, and Lower Egypt, downriver in the north, around the Nile Delta region. The king or pharaoh ruled both regions, with the title of King of Upper and Lower Egypt, Lord of the two lands. But there were distinct differences between the two areas. They had different protector goddesses, Nechbet, the vulture goddess in Upper Egypt, and Wadjet, the cobra goddess in Lower Egypt. The regions were also represented by different symbols, the lotus for the upper and the papyrus for the lower, which were often tied together to symbolize unity. In those periods when Upper and Lower Egypt were united, there was huge prosperity and astonishing cultural achievement. They were true golden ages. The first golden age occurred during the period of the Old Kingdom, 2649 BC to 2100 BC. This was the age of the pyramids. Disintegration and competing dynastic families brought this golden age to a temporary end, a period called the First Intermediate Period, from 2181 BC to 2055 BC. The Middle Kingdom, from 2030 BC to 1650 BC, was the Second Golden Age, a time when Egyptian culture and literature flourished. This period of growth had begun with the reunification of Upper and Lower Egypt by Mentuhotep II. However, the beginning of the end of the Middle Kingdom was caused by a break in the royal line. Female pharaoh Sobek-Neferu died in 1802 BC without any heirs, resulting in the collapse of the successful 12th dynasty. The next two dynasties, which overlapped, proved weak. The 13th dynasty was forced to retreat southwards towards Memphis and failed to prevent a breakaway dynasty forming. The breakaway 14 reigned separately over the Nile Delta region simultaneously. The Second Intermediate Period, from 1650 BC to 1550 BC, which followed, saw Egypt once again divided. In the north, the Hyksos dynasty arrived from Western Asia, and its 6 kings ruled as the 15th dynasty. In the south, the Kingdom of Kush, an early civilization in the region of Nubia, northern Sudan, expanded its reach. In the middle sat the Egyptian Kingdom of Thebes, or the 16th dynasty and the 17th dynasty. It was during the 17th dynasty that war was launched against Hyksos rule, who were eventually pushed out of Egypt by the Thebans of the 17th dynasty. It was at this time that Upper and Lower Egypt were reunited by Ahmose I of Thebes in 1550 BC, and the Third Golden Age began. This brought ancient Egypt full circle, as another Theban, Mentuhotep II, had united Upper and Lower Egypt at the start of the Middle Kingdom too, also triggering a golden age. In reunifying the country, Ahmose became the founder of the New Kingdom and the first king of the 18th dynasty, to which Hatshepsut also belonged. As the period of foreign rule in Egypt came to an end, Egypt began to build up its own empire. During the Second Intermediate Period, the Kushites had raided the south, prompting the Egyptians to expand further south into Nubia. The kingdom of Kush was firmly pushed back under Hatshepsut's father, Thutmose I, around 1500 BC, and the earlier defeat of the Hyksos during the Second Intermediate Period saw the new kingdom of Egypt expand into the Levant. It was during this time, just before Hatshepsut's reign, that the Egypt its greatest territorial extent. Hatshepsut was directly related to these empire-expanding pharaohs, as well as her father Thutmose I. Hatshepsut was a blood relation of Ahmose I, the unifier of Upper and Lower Egypt, and the first ruler of the New Kingdom. But although they came from the same dynasty, tracing their family connections is difficult. Ahmose I's son, Amenhotep I, was his successor, but after that, the historical record becomes unclear. Amenhotep I was succeeded by Thutmose I, but Thutmose never used the title King's Son, which puts a question mark over his connection to Amenhotep. Some Egyptologists have argued that Thutmose's wife Ahmose was Amenhotep's sister, making Thutmose his son-in-law rather than biological son. Or he might have been Amenhotep's son, born of a lesser wife, which would have restricted his use of the title King's Son. It is also possible that Thutmose was a general chosen by the heirless Amenhotep to rule. However, a violent coup can be ruled out as an explanation, as the records suggest a peaceful transition of power occurred. Dynastic problems did not come to an end after the accession of Thutmose I. A recurring issue was that sons born to secondary wives and any female children were not considered ideal heirs. Thutmose I and his principal wife Ahmose had no surviving son, only 2 daughters, of whom Hatshepsut was the oldest. Thutmose I did have a son, Thutmose II, with a secondary wife, Utnofret, and it was thought best, according to tradition, that Thutmose II be quickly married half-sister Hatshepsut. This would bolster the credentials of Thutmose II and preserve the direct royal line. Egyptologists of the past have presented Thutmose II as weak and frail. This presentation was not necessarily rooted in fact. It was fueled by a determination to present Hatshepsut as domineering. A shrewd Hatshepsut was supposed to have manipulated her ineffective husband and essentially ruled in his name. However, public monuments paint a different picture. A dutiful Hatshepsut is shown standing behind her husband, showing appropriate fealty to him as the pharaoh. But the limited scale of Thutmose II's building program hinders a deeper understanding of his reign and the power his wife held. Thutmose II ruled only for a short time after his father's death. He was succeeded by his wife and half-sister Hatshepsut. For the same reason, he himself had almost been passed over, the lack of a son born of the principal wife. Just like his father, Thutmose II did have a son with a secondary wife, Isis. This child, Thutmose III, could not immediately take the throne because he was very young. And like with the accession of Thutmose II, there was some concern over the child's status as the son of a secondary wife. The weakening of the direct royal line was a concern that could not be easily overlooked. Instead, as tradition indicated, Hatshepsut was to rule as co-regent for the young boy, a role which soon grew to that of a co-ruler. There had been precedents of widowed principal wives ruling as regents and dutifully handling the affairs of the government for their young son. Span of ancient Egyptian meant that young rulers and the requirement for regents was not unusual. And Hatshepsut's royal credentials as both daughter and wife of past pharaohs were unimpeachable. Thutmose III was recognized as king from the beginning of his co-regent period. which ran from 1478 BC to 1473 BC. Monuments from the time show the child king in the form of an adult, as was traditional, performing royal duties and rituals. Hatshepsut, dressed in royal female garb, is depicted off to one side, demurely watching over her stepson. But Hatshepsut's rise to full power was not inevitable at the start of their joint reign. It was only several years later that Hatshepsut began appearing on monuments in the costume of the male pharaoh, indicating a change in status. The first example we have of this gender-swapping power dressing comes from the second year of the co-regent period, with Hatshepsut depicted in the Karnak temple complex in Thebes, wearing the robes of a female ruler, but the crown of a male king. This slow adoption of the symbols of the pharaoh suggests that her rise to power was gradual, rather than an abrupt coup. But in around 1473 BC, Hatshepsut took on the title of King of Upper and Lower Egypt, and the regalia and other formal titles of the Pharaoh of Egypt. This was a permanent promotion. Hatshepsut could not step down when Thutmose came of age, as the role of pharaoh was a lifelong responsibility. Pharaohs could not abdicate or rule temporarily, but even at this time, when her power was at its height, ruler with Thutmose III. The reasons behind Hatshepsut's decision to take on the full titles of kingship are lost to history. She may have been acting to safeguard the throne for Thutmose III, as the deaths of Thutmose's mother Isis and Hatshepsut's mother Ahmose removed the remaining links to the previous royal generation, and perhaps left Hatshepsut feeling exposed. Although 19th and 20th century Egyptologists were keen to present Hatshepsut as an ambitious, cunning woman with an unnatural hunger for power, there is little evidence to support this view. It was more likely that Hatshepsut's instinct was to continue to rule as co-regent in the name of Thutmose III. Ruling with the full power of the pharaoh and in her own name would have been a great risk, given the existence of a legitimate heir and the limited precedence of female pharaohs. But a political crisis, perhaps a threat from an alternative branch of the royal family, forced her hand. She could not rule for Thutmose with the title of king's mother because he wasn't her son. His own mother, Isis, had been unable to take on the king's mother title because she had no royal blood. Between her own gender, Thutmose III's young age, and his limited legitimacy as the son of a secondary wife, Hatshepsut's options for establishing stable rule were very limited. In the end, she was the best placed to rule as the daughter and principal wife of two pharaohs and the holder of the influential religious title of God's wife. The title of God's wife of Amun had given her authority even before her elevation to co-regent or co-ruler. It was this title that won her port of the priests. The God's wife led festivals to the god Amun, one of the primordial Egyptian gods who was later merged with the ancient sun god to become Amun-Ra, and assisted the high priest in his sacred duties at the great temple of Amun at Karnak. She was held in high regard, because it was believed she had direct interaction with Amun, who was revered in Thebes as the creator god and later king of the gods. The god's wife had enough influence and power to dictate policy, as ancient Egypt was a priest-led society where religion and government were deeply intertwined. Hatshepsut was the last god's wife for many decades, perhaps because the role bestowed enormous power, privilege and wealth on the woman who held this title. Hatshepsut's experience leading religious rituals and working closely with the priests stood her in good stead for the duties of a pharaoh. As well as leading religious processions and festivals, pharaohs had a more direct divine responsibility. Ancient Egyptians saw their pharaohs as a link between the gods and the human race. Pharaohs would be responsible for direct communication with the 42 state gods and goddesses, and were charged with maintaining the cosmic order established during creation, called Ma'at. In many cases, pharaohs themselves were seen as semi-divine beings, with some believed to be born of Amun-Ra, including Hatshepsut, and when they died would become fully fledged divine beings. As well as the support of the priests, Hatshepsut would have relied on the favor of the royal family and the courtiers. Arguments that the cunning Hatshepsut sought to overthrow her stepson and rule alone are undermined by the fact that the ancient Egyptian royal family relied on the support of other elite groups. The risk of being overthrown would have reminded Hatshepsut that she was answerable to others. It seems likely that the courtiers, as well as the priests, supported Hatshepsut's rise to power. Only 70 years before her reign, Egypt had been divided during the Second Intermediate Period, with large regions ruled by other groups, including the Hyksos in the north and the Kingdom of Kush in the south. Courtiers relied on the royal family for their privileged positions, and the loss of this royal line would have threatened their power and caused widespread turmoil. Stability and prosperity were the aims of the day, and Hatshepsut, along with the shining legacy of her father, Thutmose I, seemed to offer just that. There is no surviving evidence that suggests Hatshepsut faced any major challenges to her reign. Although she technically ruled as a co-ruler with her stepson, it was clear that Hatshepsut was in charge, with her stepson happy to lead her army and not use this power against her. Despite 19th and 20th century attempts to present this co-ruling duo as in conflict, with Thutmose seen as embittered by his stepmother's rising power, there is little evidence of this. The pieces of evidence which have reached us in the present show a harmonious working relationship. While he grew up, Thutmose valued Hatshepsut's experience of ruling, including during her father's reign while he fought in campaigns, her guidance and her illustrious status as a direct descendant of the royal bloodline. Without the public and elite support Hatshepsut had won, it is possible that the infant Thutmose would have lost the throne to another. It was perhaps the fear of her royal line losing the kingship that encouraged Hatshepsut to become pharaoh. Her claim to more power was supported, and she received the official regalia of the pharaoh, including the cut headcloth featuring the uraeus, the rearing cobra, a traditional false beard, and shended kilt. Many statues survive showing Hatshepsut in this androgynous royal attire. In reliefs, she is shown striding forward and standing tall, as well as the traditional pious kneeling position, rather than the demure postures of Egyptian female figures. The feminine ankle-length dress and closed-feet stance are rarely used in images of Hatshepsut. Women could have ancient Egypt and had legal right to property, unlike in many other ancient and modern civilizations. There had been examples of powerful Egyptian women, including Hatshepsut's own mother, Ahmose, who wielded great influence as the king's daughter. Throughout ancient Egyptian history, many mortal women were worshipped as goddesses, and both before and after Hatshepsut, women reigned as pharaohs. Khentkaus I, Nitocris, and Sobek-Neferu had all ruled in some capacity prior to Hatshepsut, and Nefer-Feruaten, Tuosret, and Cleopatra were just some of the important female rulers who came after her. But there was no word for queen in ancient Egypt. King's wife was the title given to those who married the pharaoh. The ruler was called the king or pharaoh, no matter their gender, and female pharaohs, that is, women who ruled fully under their own name and with the regalia and titles of pharaoh, were not common. Before Hatshepsut, there had only been Sobek-Neferu, who had reigned 6 dynasties before her and had taken on the male title of king. As the office of pharaoh was a distinctly male one, adaptation was necessary for female rulers. The symbolism of ancient Egyptian kingship, the crook and flail, and the uraeus and masculine dress was designed for male rulers, given that the role usually passed from father to son. In the majority of the statues and works of art that have survived until the modern day, Hatshepsut is presented as a masculine king. This was one of the reasons why it took Egyptologists so long to identify her. Hieroglyphic inscriptions said female king, but the imagery was almost entirely masculine. Presenting herself as a male king wasn't deceitful, it was tradition. Egyptian art often presented as they should be, rather than how they are. Older kings and infant kings, like Thutmose III, were also presented as having youthful, trim, masculine physiques. She presented herself as other kings did. Relief scenes show Hatshepsut completing historic kingly rituals, from making offerings to the gods and celebrating festivals, to trampling foreign captives in the form of a sphinx. Hatshepsut did not completely hide her femininity as she took on the masculine attributes of the kingship. She replaced the traditional male titles and epithets used on hieroglyphic labels on statues and reliefs with feminine variations. Her name was often followed up with Daughter of Re, and the feminine word endings she used led to grammatical oxymorons like His Majesty herself. In private spaces, statues of Hatshepsut depicted her with a mix of male and female attributes. Two rare examples of these statues, now in the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York, show her with the masculine headdress of the pharaoh combined with an obvious feminine silhouette, or even in full feminine dress. It was in public spaces, such as on the processional way, that her statues presented her as a young king in the prime of life. When in sphinx form, kneeling or standing, Hatshepsut's statues sought to portray her as the ideal male king. She also called on the religious aspects of the pharaoh to bolster her legitimacy. She styled herself as Matkare, meaning truth is the soul of the sun god, to emphasize her connection to Amun. One myth even has her as the demigod child of Amun. She aimed to highlight her moral responsibilities as pharaoh, meaning the truth, order, and justice bestowed by the gods referred to her ability as the legitimate pharaoh to communicate with the gods. This title plainly said that she was destined to help maintain Ma'at and bring stability and prosperity to Egypt. Hatshepsut's legitimacy was further bolstered by the proclamation of the Oracle of Amun. The oracle declared that Hatshepsut's rise to become pharaoh was in fact Amun's will. Hatshepsut promoted the words of the oracle by carving the following proclamation on many of her grand monuments. Welcome, my sweet daughter, my favorite, the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, Ma'at-Kare Hatshepsut. Thou art the pharaoh, taking possession of the two lands. But even the oracle's words did not make Hatshepsut lose sight of the fact that she was a co-ruler. She ordered a relief to be made to showcase her rise to power, which showed both herself and Thutmose III. This relief was placed in the Red Chapel, a sacred building in the sanctuary of Amun-Ra at the Temple of Karnak, which housed the Usarhat Amun, a golden boat used by the god Amun to travel around. Both she and her co-ruler Thutmose were presented as men, but Hatshepsut now took the place of precedence. The words of Amun, via the oracle and this visual representation of her power in a place sacred to Amun, emphasized her divine right to be pharaoh. To highlight her legitimacy, Hatshepsut also emphasized her connection to her father, Pharaoh Thutmose I. She appeared to idolize her father, who had won fame for his military victories and expansion. When Hatshepsut was a young child, he had returned from his victory against the Kushans in Nubia, with the naked body of a Nubian chieftain displayed on Thutmose's expansion of the Egyptian empire had vastly increased its prosperity. By presenting herself as her father's chosen successor, she tied herself to his illustrious legacy and to a long line of successful pharaohs of the 18th dynasty. However, historical evidence to support Hatshepsut's claim of being her father's named successor has not been found. The claim seems especially dubious given that Hatshepsut was married to her half-brother Thutmose II to strengthen his claim as heir. Tradition dictated that sons, even those of secondary wives, took precedence over daughters. Historically, women had only come to power when no male successor was available. So, it seems unlikely that Thutmose I would have named Hatshepsut as his successor. But Hatshepsut ensured that her version of history would persevere by inscribing her claim on the walls of her mortuary temple at Deir el-Bahari. Then His Majesty said to them, "This daughter of mine, Khnumetamun Hatshepsut, may she live. I have appointed as my successor upon my throne. She shall direct the people in every sphere of the palace. It is she indeed who shall lead you. Obey her words. Unite yourselves at her command." The royal nobles, the dignitaries, and the leaders of the people heard this proclamation of the promotion of his daughter, the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, Ma'at-Kare. May she live eternally. Visual representations and inscriptions in buildings were important parts of Egyptian history and successful kingship. Without these architectural works, little would be known of ancient Egypt today. But more importantly, building programs gave the pharaohs the opportunity for self-aggrandizement and legend building. The achievements of the pharaohs would live on in their architectural works long after they were gone, and Hatshepsut understood this better than anyone. Hatshepsut has been remembered predominantly for her influence on the arts. Her reign saw a cultural renaissance that was to have a lingering effect on Egyptian art and architecture for a millennium. She was one of the most prolific pharaoh builders, with thousands of projects throughout Upper and Lower Egypt, and especially around the city of Thebes. Many temples were built to display her piety and bolster her claim to semi-divine status as the god's wife of Amun. She also sought to promote her own accomplishments and show off the wealth her policies had brought to Egypt. It was a chance for her to write her own story and ensure that she would not be forgotten. Her buildings were of a much grander style than her predecessors, and were so impressive that later rulers attempted to claim them as their own. She ordered the production of so much statuary that every major museum in the world has pieces from Hatshepsut's reign in their ancient Egypt collections, including a whole room dedicated to her pieces at the New York Metropolitan Museum of Art. The vastness of her building and statuary projects has left us important evidence about her as a ruler and about how she wanted to be perceived. The grandest of all Hatshepsut's building projects was, as was traditional, the mortuary temple of Hatshepsut, which still exists. Ancient Egyptian mortuary temples were not so much about death as they were a celebration of the eternal life of the pharaoh and their union with the god Amun. A mortuary temple was built for Hatshepsut in the complex at Deir el-Bahari on the west bank of the Nile River, across the bank from the ancient city of Thebes and the modern city of Luxor. It was built into the cliff face, looking towards the Karnak temple complex on the opposite side of the Nile, where prestigious temples and monuments had been built. She chose a site that would add to her prestige. A temple was built next to that of Mentuhotep II, the first king of the Middle Kingdom, and the man who had reunified Upper and Lower Egypt. The plot had originally been quarried for her father's tomb. Hatshepsut linked her own mortuary temple to that of her father's, showing her devotion to him and tying their legacies together to emphasize her legitimacy. She sought to present herself as the rightful successor and dutiful daughter of Thutmose I. She even created a mortuary cult for him in her temple and later moved his body there so that they would lie there together. Hatshepsut and her father, Thutmose I, were not the only kings to designate their final resting places in this region. Hatshepsut's mortuary temple was so illustrious that future pharaohs built their own mortuary temples near to hers, forming what is now known as the Valley of the Kings. Architectural innovation dominated the design of Hatshepsut's temple. It began as a small project in the shadow of Mentuhotep II's tomb. The project grew into a large terraced monument that had to be cut into the cliff face, showing impressive architectural skill. It was enormous, almost the size of 2.5 football fields. It featured so many colonnades and courtyards upon its terraces that it appeared to rise up to the side of the mountain. Hatshepsut moved away from the fortress-like designs used by her predecessors and pioneered a more ornate, aesthetically pleasing look. Her beautiful architectural style inspired many future building projects and mortuary temples. Although many of the intricate elements of her original design are now missing, there is enough evidence left behind to piece together what the temple would have looked like in its heyday. The lower levels are softened with luscious gardens and reflective pools. The myrrh trees from the famous trade expedition she sent to the semi-mythical land of Punt were planted here to highlight her link with the gods and the wealth and exotic goods she had brought to Egypt. The likeness of Hatshepsut appeared in the temples many times over. 100 statues of the female pharaoh in the form of a sphinx lined the processional way. These Hatshepsut sphinxes were placed here because the sphinx was seen as a spiritual guardian. This form also had the benefit of removing any signs of gender. The sphinx was always the head of the pharaoh and the body of a lion, sometimes with the addition of falcon's wings. More images of Hatshepsut were placed on the temple's terraces. Some of these statues were over 10 feet tall and were intended to be seen from a great distance. Several show Hatshepsut in devotional poses such as kneeling amongst offerings to the gods, or even taking on the appearance of Osiris, god of resurrection. The majority of the statues of Hatshepsut show her in a masculine light, in the appearance of the traditionally male pharaoh. Many of them have survived, some whole and some in fragments into the present. The centerpiece of the project was the Djeser Djeseru, the Holy of Holies, the center of the mortuary temple, which was accessed along a large causeway. It was a symmetrical, multi-column structure, similar in appearance to the Parthenon in Athens, which was built nearly 1,000 years later. The Djeser Djeseru sat back in the cliff face, and at the top of the grand terraces. In the Djeser Djeseru were altars to Amun-Ra and to Hatshepsut, where her cult would continue to worship her even after her death. As well as their religious function, mortuary temples would glorify the pharaoh. The reliefs inside Hatshepsut's temple celebrated the achievements of her reign. The trading expedition to semi-mythical Punt on the Red Sea was represented. On the relief, sailors and traders load exotic luxury goods onto the Egyptian ships, from panther skins to frankincense, as well as the myrrh trees which planted at the temple. The accompanying inscription reads, "Never were such things brought to any king since the world was." This relief showed Hatshepsut as a successful economic and religious leader. The trading mission to Punt was just one of many trade routes developed under her reign, and the prosperity they brought to Egypt was a significant part of the Third Golden Age. It also showed Hatshepsut as a successful religious leader, as these new exotic goods were thought to be especially desirable to the gods. Another significant relief showed Hatshepsut's divine conception and birth. Hatshepsut encouraged the narrative that she was the biological daughter of the god Amun, who had appeared to her mother in the form of her husband, Thutmose I. The later trend for emphasizing a pharaoh's divine birth is believed to have begun with Hatshepsut, who needed to legitimize her claim to the throne. Hatshepsut sought to highlight the sacred link between the pharaoh and the gods, in particular, her personal link with Amun. It was the first time a pharaoh had built a mortuary temple, which was primarily a temple to the god Amun. As well as the altar to Amun, new religious rituals were established to celebrate Amun and his connection to Pharaoh. For example, during the festival of Amun was sailed across to spend a night in Hatshepsut's tomb. The religious rituals she created, usually the privilege of male kings, would have been seen as important as the buildings she commissioned, and were clear evidence that she was the legitimate pharaoh. The landscape of Egypt was fundamentally altered by Hatshepsut's building projects. As well as her mortuary temple in Deir el-Bahari, she added and restored temples and monuments across Egypt. Monuments were constructed at the Temple of Karnak, as was the tradition under most pharaohs. The Red Chapel was built here, which was a religious chapel dedicated to Amun, and featured carvings showing key moments from Hatshepsut's life. A pair of obelisks were constructed to celebrate her 16th year as pharaoh. This momentous construction was commemorated on a relief which showed the 450-ton obelisks being transported along the Nile by 27 ships. As well as telling the story of her reign, the obelisks have allowed archaeologists a glimpse at Hatshepsutian architectural design and construction. The discovery of the unfinished obelisk, a broken version left in the quarry in Aswan where it was made, shows the hard work, craftsmanship, and innovation which went into creating these monuments. Hatshepsut also ordered the restoration of great monuments. The precinct of Mut, the mother goddess of Egypt, had been sacked during the Hyksos occupation and was rebuilt under Hatshepsut. The new design featured twin obelisks at the temple's entrance that, at the time, were the tallest in the world. One of them still stands today and is the second tallest ancient obelisk still upright. The restoration of the Mut precinct was a building project so magnificent that later pharaohs pillaged it for features to bolster their own projects. Other important building projects ordered by Hatshepsut included the Temple of Pakhet at Beni Hassan, south of Al-Minya. The temple mixed the cultures north and south of the area by being dedicated to both Bast and Sekhmet, two lioness war goddesses. Inside was a denunciation of the Hyksos by Hatshepsut. In it, she claimed that the Hyksos occupation of Egypt created a cultural decline that was reversed by Hatshepsut herself. The huge underground temple was admired by the Greeks when they occupied Egypt during the Ptolemaic dynasty, as it bore a resemblance to their own hunter goddess Artemis, and was renamed by them the Speos, after Eos. As with other impressive buildings, a later pharaoh, this time Seti I of the 19th dynasty, attempted to wipe Hatshepsut's name from the project and replace it with his own. Hatshepsut also devoted time and money to public works programs. These works were mainly focused on the area around Thebes, the dynastic and religious center of the Thutmose Hatshepsut era. A network of roads and sanctuaries were built, which encouraged access to religious sites and were also used for royal and theological processions. The transformation of the physical and ritual landscape of Egypt was not Hatshepsut's only accomplishment. She also brought huge wealth to Egypt by bolstering its diplomatic and trading links and by being uninterested in expensive wars. This was important as her innovations in architecture and ritual art required huge expenditure. It also pleased the elites, who desired access to exotic goods and wealth in order to display their status. Maintaining the Golden Age ensured Hatshepsut the support and loyalty she needed to rule. Hatshepsut came from a line of economically and culturally successful pharaohs. Her ancestor, Ahmose I, had reunified Egypt after the turbulent Second Intermediate Period, triggering a golden age. And her father, Thutmose I, had strengthened Egypt, leaving her a prosperous and expanding nation to rule. Spurred on by the economic growth and stability of the last few decades, the elites in Hatshepsut's court began to develop a cosmopolitan outlook. An interest in the technological and luxury goods in East Africa and Arabia belonged to the 18th dynasty period as a whole, but was particularly significant under Hatshepsut. There is archaeological evidence that new goods arrived in Egypt during the early part of the 18th dynasty, from new musical instruments to oil. Hatshepsut supported this more outward-facing worldview and the desire for foreign goods by building and reforming foreign ties. She sent expeditions to foreign lands to the south and the east and encouraged foreign embassies to visit with diplomatic gifts, which increased her prestige. She built new trading links to gain access to desirable goods, from frankincense, which was charred to make coal eyeliner, to oil and the latest military weapons. She worked to re-establish the trade networks disrupted by the Hyksos occupation of Egypt. She was particularly interested in reopening ancient trade routes, as she sought to go back to the ancient traditions of kingship, ritual and trade. Foreign trade was vital to a pharaoh because goods were a symbol of power and legitimacy, but also had an important religious aspect. Exotic goods such as frankincense, which was believed to make a place divine through its smell, and myrrh were thought to impress the gods, especially the god Amun, whose name was used to legitimize Hatshepsut's trade missions. Towards the middle of her reign, Hatshepsut sent a large trade embassy fleet to the semi-mythical land of Punt. This fleet was made up of 5 ships at 21 meters long each, with several sails and 210 sailors. As Punt was located somewhere on the Red Sea, perhaps in East Africa or Arabia, the fleet were required to flat-pack their ships and carry them over 100 miles from the River Nile to the Red Sea. The expedition was successful and returned with frankincense, gold, ivory, exotic animals, panther skins, and, for the first time in recorded history, live trees. The expedition was commemorated in a relief at her mortuary temple and in many other tombs and temples on the west bank of the Nile. The prosperity which resulted from Hatshepsut's diplomatic and trading policies was unhindered by military expenses. Although her father had won fame through military victories and expansion, Hatshepsut pursued a peaceful foreign policy. The only possible exceptions to her peaceful reign were raiding expeditions to Byblos and the Sinai Peninsula, and campaigns against Nubia and Canaan. An early successful and short campaign in Nubia is shown on a relief at Hatshepsut's temple, though this militaristic relief does not take pride of place. Hatshepsut's foreign policy was directed at diplomacy and trade. An important element in Hatshepsut's success was her astute selection of royal officials. These hand-picked officials controlled the key government posts that were essential for effective rule, from diplomacy to monument building. The most notable of these officials was Senenmut, who, among many other titles, was the overseer of all royal works. Senenmut came from a non-royal, non-elite family, and perhaps had a military background. He rose quickly within royal circles after becoming the tutor of Hatshepsut's daughter Neferure. The number of his titles and responsibilities increased dramatically. According to some Egyptologists, he had as many as 93 titles, including the prestigious Great Steward of Amun. His responsibilities in this important role included taking care of the estates of the god Amun, which would have brought him huge material wealth. As the overseer of all royal works, he also played a leading role in Hatshepsut's building projects, including possibly designing her mortuary temple. The trust Hatshepsut had in him is evident in the responsibilities she gave him regarding her daughter, her most prized god, and the temple in which she would be laid to rest. Senenmut took advantage of his new wish by building himself 2 tombs and at least 26 statues, more than any other non-royal. The masses of images and text about Senenmut represented a huge diversion in the way non-royals were presented. He even had images of himself praying placed in Hatshepsut's temple, though they were hidden discreetly behind doors, which would have been left open when the public could enter the temple. For ancient Egyptians, this merging of royal and non-royal effigies in a sacred temple would have been unusual and even distasteful. As Senenmut never married, and Hatshepsut didn't remarry after her husband's death, it has been suggested that they were lovers. 3 somewhat unconvincing pieces of evidence have been used to support this claim. Firstly, the titles and honors Hatshepsut bestowed on him, despite his non-elite status. Secondly, the fact that Senenmut's name features in Hatshepsut's mortuary temple more than her husband's name. And thirdly, a statue, now in the Neues Museum in Berlin, showing Senenmut hugging a female child, believed to be Hatshepsut's daughter Neferure. This third piece of evidence certainly highlights an unusual bond between Senenmut, his royal duty Neferure, and Hatshepsut, because non-aristocrats were not allowed to touch royalty. However, there is no strong evidence to support the argument that Hatshepsut and Senenmut had a physical relationship. While an example of temple graffiti showing wearing the headdress of the pharaoh has been suggested as being Hatshepsut and Senenmut, there is no evidence to support this identification. It is clear that Hatshepsut trusted and relied upon her advisor Senenmut, and successor of, in the close-knit royal family certainty evidence that they were lovers. After a long reign which spanned 2 decades, Hatshepsut died in the 22nd year of her rule. Although the precise date of her death is unclear, her successor, Thutmose III, recorded the start of his reign on the 16th of January 1458 BC. In that year, he took on the title Ruler of Ma'at for the first time, signaling that Hatshepsut had died. She is thought to have died in her late 40s and had lived what was considered a relatively long life in ancient times. No record of the cause of death has survived. It is believed that Hatshepsut was initially interred with her father, Thutmose I. However, Thutmose I's body was later moved elsewhere by Thutmose III. Hatshepsut's mummy was perhaps also moved at this time, with her new location most commonly believed to be in the tomb of her nurse, Sitre'in. This change was perhaps ordered by Amenhotep II, son of Thutmose III, by a secondary wife, as he sought to secure his own uncertain legitimacy to rule. Given this confusion, Hatshepsut's mummy has been difficult for Egyptologists to find. Her mortuary temple, recorded as Tomb KV20, did not contain any likely candidates. But in 1902, archaeologist Howard Carter, who found the tomb of Tutankhamun, discovered a second possible location for Hatshepsut's final resting place, Tomb KV60, which had been the burial place of her nurse Sita-In. This second site seems to fit in with the story of her body being moved to a more discreet location by her successors. Inside this tomb, 2 female mummies were found, and one was positively identified as Hatshepsut's nurse. The other was not identified. It was not until 2007 that archaeologist Zahi Hawass released a statement to the scientific community claiming that this second female mummy was indeed Hatshepsut. The process of identification was unconventional, as the DNA had not survived well enough for testing. Instead, a missing tooth in a box with Hatshepsut's name on it was reunited with this mummy, and it seemed to be a perfect fit. If this was Hatshepsut's mummy, it can shed some light on her mysterious death. This mummy showed signs of bone cancer, perhaps caused by a benzopyrene carcinogenic skin lotion found with the body. Her family was said to suffer from a genetic inflammatory skin disease, so perhaps the lotion had been used to soothe this condition. However, the tooth may have belonged to a later royal lady of the same name from the 21st dynasty. Equally, the hand position of the mummy was that of a king's wife, not a pharaoh, which suggests it wasn't her. In 2011, the identification of the missing tooth was proven to be false. The tooth was a lower molar, while the mummy from KV60 was missing an doubt was cast on Hawass's theory, but calls for the DNA testing of the tooth were halted by Hawass and the Cairo Museum, who wanted to protect it against the destruction caused by the testing process. To further complicate matters, Hatshepsut's funerary furniture has been found at several different sites across the Valley of the Kings. These items included a wide range of goods, from a throne-like bedstead to red jasper game pieces, all displaying her favoured lioness symbol and a partial shakti or funerary figurine. The true location of Hatshepsut's mummy, if Hawass's mummy is to be discounted, may simply never be found. Hatshepsut's resting place has been hard to find because, after 2 decades as pharaoh, she disappeared from history. She's missing from the roll list of kings, and the scribes never mentioned her. Her many monuments and temples were ascribed to later pharaohs, and she appears in vague references to a female ruler around that time, sometimes as an Amesis or an Amenenthe. But her name had vanished. Hatshepsut was returned to history in 1822 AD, when her name was found on a statue of what appeared to be a male ruler by Jean-François Champollion, decipherer of the Rosetta Stone. The hieroglyphic inscription on this masculine statue stated that it actually depicted a female ruler. The statue had been found in the inner chambers of Hatshepsut's temple at Deir el-Bahari. Everything in the public-facing areas had been completely erased. Even when Hatshepsut did appear in the historical narrative around the 19th century, Egyptologists often described her as a usurper. She was seen as a manipulative woman, with an unnatural lust for power at the expense of her young stepson. She was interpreted as a vain, ambitious, and unscrupulous woman by Metropolitan Museum curator William Hayes in 1953, who excavated her funerary temple in the 1920s alongside curator Herbert Windlock. The scholarly consensus in the 19th and 20th centuries was that Hatshepsut had seized power rather than inherited it. Discoveries of pits full of broken Hatshepsut statues in the 1920s and 1930s only encouraged the view that Hatshepsut had stolen the throne from Thutmose III, who later avenged himself upon her legacy. The attack on Hatshepsut's image seems brutal enough to be personal. The heads of her statue had been severed and the cobra symbol of royalty hacked from her forehead. The pharaohs were regarded as godlike, often as the physical representation of the gods. So this defilement was blasphemous. Other powerful women had been spared this treatment, but Hatshepsut had ruled not as a king's mother, as several other ancient Egyptian women had, but as a female king. These kings' mothers were honored for generations, often more so than the principal wife, showing that a woman holding power was not inappropriate to the ancient Egyptian mind. But female regnants and female
What the fuck is that? That's not a thing.
history,
But this
perhaps
bitch
because
is.
they were succeeded not by their sons, but by others with weaker ties to
bitch
the
is
royal
hard
line
as fuck.
and limited legitimacy.
Guys
Destroying
are
the
the
public
time.
memory of these
This is
female
mine.
rulers would strengthen the position of these
Seriously?
later kings.
I'm not the 12, but nevertheless, whatever. Whatever. End of series. What's it writing on? I don't know, NATO or some bullshit. Some stupid fucking thing. What is this? This shit is unbelievable. Oh. No, 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 no. No, no, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. It's unbelievable. Oh. Oh, okay. What is this bullshit? Wow, this is some shit. Dog. Dude. If image. Oh. No, 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 no. Folks. Look at this. What is this on? This one is hard as fuck. Bitches at least. Look at this floor. Let's move. There you go, this is Veronica. Sure, God, man, I'm sure. You should have a
The attempted erasure of Hatshepsut from history was carried out possibly towards the end of Thutmose III's reign, and more certainly during the reign of his son, Amenhotep II. The erasure was carried out in a haphazard way. Crude cover-ups and additions aimed to hide her name and image by replacing her with Thutmose I or Thutmose II. Her image was chiseled off stone walls. Her name was removed from monuments and gaps left in works of art. Her statues were pulled down and smashed. In 1927, when curator Herbert Whitlock discovered a pit full of smashed Hatshepsut statues, he assumed this proved she had usurped the throne, and later been struck from history for this reason. The real reason why this incomplete rewriting of history occurred is unknown. Answers posed by archaeologists have included self-promotion and cost-saving. There was a tradition of rulers reusing the grand burial monuments and a statuary of older pharaohs for themselves. It has been argued that Amenhotep II, as co-ruler toward the end of his father's reign, had ordered the defacing of Hatshepsut's monuments. His legitimacy was perhaps questioned by Hatshepsut's legacy, as he was not related to her, and she held the purer line of descent from the great old pharaohs. He also broke from royal tradition by not naming names of his wives and ending the powerful roles and titles of royal women, including that of God's wife. Older explanations that Thutmose III had co-reigned with Hatshepsut unwillingly and had attempted to erase her from history out of bitterness have since been overturned. Thutmose had the power, as leader of her army, to overthrow Hatshepsut, if he had so wanted. Even after her death, her images remained in view on public buildings for 20 years during his reign. The haphazard nature of the erasures also challenges the view that Thutmose was taking long-awaited revenge against Hatshepsut. The masses of images of her would not have survived the present if the motive had been hatred and jealousy. Only the most visible, most accessible images of Hatshepsut were removed. Access to her image was maintained beyond the reach of the public eye. It has been suggested that her image and name survived out of the public eye because whoever had orchestrated her erasure had wanted to avoid sacrilege. Mortuary temples were built to honor the gods, but also to provide a home for the cult of that particular pharaoh. The cult of the pharaoh would continue to worship the pharaoh after they had died, performing rituals which renewed the pharaoh's divinity. It was believed that after their death, pharaohs became fully divine and assimilated with Osiris, god of reincarnation, and Ra, god of the sun. Given this view of Egyptian kingship, whoever erased Hatshepsut may have deliberately avoided tarnishing her divinity. Another theory was that Thutmose aimed to relegate Hatshepsut to the position of regent, the traditional role of powerful women, in order to safeguard future royal succession patterns. The achievements of Hatshepsut's reign was evidence that the traditional male role of pharaoh could be successfully held by a woman. Hatshepsut proved, more so than other ancient Egyptian female rulers, that a woman could rule during a long, prosperous and expansive period. It would also have simplified Thutmose III's own claim to the throne by implying that he inherited it directly from Thutmose II, the named heir of Thutmose I. This would explain why only public celebrations of Hatshepsut and her accomplishments were erased, and why her name was removed from king lists. If the reinterpretation was an attempt to smooth the path for his son's succession, this would explain why the attack on Hatshepsut only began towards the end of Thutmose III's reign. Whatever the motive, the brutal but haphazard erasure of Hatshepsut resulted in an incomplete picture of her when she was rescued from history. The destruction of her image and monuments has been dimly interpreted as evidence that she was a power-hungry woman who deserved to be erased. But as cultural attitudes towards women in power have changed, so too have views on Hatshepsut. Instead of asking how she had tricked her way to power and manipulated her stepson, historians today debate the circumstances which allowed Hatshepsut to come to power, her relationship with her co-ruler Thutmose III, and why he might have tried to destroy her memory 20 years after her death. She broke tradition by ruling as regent for a son who was not her own. She was only the second woman to become pharaoh and rule under her own name. She bolstered female kingship and built extensive temples to publicly celebrate her reign. Many women went on to hold positions of power, including becoming pharaoh after her, but she was perhaps given this power by men seeking to further their own wealth and influence. Her heritage and her record as the god's wife, and as a placeholder ruler while her father was on military campaigns, had perhaps convinced elites that she was uniquely placed to rule Egypt at a time of prosperity. She was, as historian Karakuni states, the only woman to have ever taken power as a king in ancient Egypt during a time of prosperity and expansion, and then she was erased from history. There is evidence to suggest that Hatshepsut herself was conscious that her legacy might be deliberately buried. On a second pair of obelisks at Karnak, she had the following inscription inscribed: "Now my heart turns this way and that as I think what the people will say. Those who shall see my monuments in years to come, and who shall speak of what I have done." Although she temporarily disappeared from history and was not the most famous female pharaoh, a distinction reserved for Cleopatra, Hatshepsut arguably left the greatest cultural legacy of any pharaoh. Her monuments and temples inspired thousands of architectural works even after she was gone. Some of the greatest architectural wonders of the ancient world, including her mortuary temple, were built during her reign. Masses of exotic goods, artifacts, artworks, and monuments found from Hatshepsut's reign showed that she laid the foundations of the golden age of the New Kingdom. Ancient Egypt undoubtedly flourished under her rule. What do you think of Hatshepsut? Was she an effective and legitimate ruler, or was she a scheming stepmother, removed from history because she had stolen the throne? Please let us know in the comment section, and in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
Folks, Egyptian could get it. Why? Why not? The fuck is the name of this shit? People profiles. People profiles. Now, about what are we listening? Bad guys. Really? No. Why? Huh? Uh-huh. No. American Shogun. Let you kiss my ass. Communist leaders. Great writers. Infamous dictators. Great queens. I'm a great queen, baby. Leaders of World War II. Roman emperors. American icons. Elvis isn't number one. Go fuck yourself. Ronald Reagan? Never. OJ? No. medieval monarchs. What about great writers? Be someone's son. Dostoevsky. Yeah, not right now, baby. Communist leaders, Doug. If Stalin's not one, or Trotsky, or Lenin, I'm pissed. Kim Jong-un. Yo, dog, let's learn everything we can about Kim Jong-un. Motherfucker just slanging dick in Korea. Motherfucker named Kim. Everybody knows it.
On the 3rd of September 2017, the North Korean military detonated a nuclear weapon underground.
Look at this move.
One that was approximately 10 times.
Girl, I'll give you a nuclear weapon underground, baby. Spread them legs. Alright, here we go.
Strong. The detonation of it caused a 6.3 magnitude earthquake. The nuclear test was one of several incendiary actions taken by the North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un in 2017 and 2018 to demonstrate his power at home and abroad. Who is this North Korean dictator, and how much of a threat does he pose to the safety of East Asia? This is the story of Kim Jong-un, the third ruler of North Korea. The man known to history as Kim Jong-un is officially said to have been born on the 8th of January 1982, presumably in the city of Pyongyang in North Korea. There is no certainty about this, though. International intelligence services argue that it is more likely that he was born in January 1983 or January 1984. For instance, when he studied abroad in Switzerland as a young man, his passport gave his birth date as 1984. It is believed that the year 1982 was symbolically chosen because it correlated closely with the 70th anniversary of his grandfather's birth. Kim's father was Kim Jong-il. He was the son of Kim Il-sung, the leader of North Korea, officially known as the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Il-sung became the supreme leader of communist North Korea, backed by the Soviet Union and the Chinese Communists, directly after the end of the Second World War. He would rule North Korea as its absolute dictator down to his death in 1994, when he was succeeded by Kim's father, Kim Jong-il. Hence, over 3 dynasties, the Kim family have ruled North Korea with an iron grip since the end of the Second World War. However, the nature of the states and its foreign, Kim's father had, between the late 1970s and early 2000s, Sung Ye-rim was his eldest wife. Ko Young-hee was his second wife, a former dancer who later became the de facto First Lady of North Korea. Kim Jong-un was born from this second marriage. He is known to have 2 full biological siblings, an older brother who plays no role in the country's politics, and a younger sister, Kim Yo-young, who plays a considerable role in the regime. Then there are many half-siblings, one of whom Kim Jong-un has famously clashed with. There may be other illegitimate siblings. Given the secretive nature of North Korean society, it is difficult to be sure. Kim was born into a relatively new country with a paradoxically very ancient history. North Korea, for instance, had only been established as a separate country following the end of the Second World War in the autumn of 1945. However, the Korean Peninsula is home to an ancient culture that has made great contributions to world history. For instance, some of the most important innovations in paper production and block printing were made in Korea in the first millennium, before being transmitted across Eurasia to Europe in medieval times. Later, under the Joseon dynasty that ruled Korea between 1392 and 1910, Korea's culture flourished, but it also turned inwards as it became fearful of Western influences, especially the spread of Christianity. Westerners began to refer to it as the Hermit Kingdom in the late 19th century. It was conquered by Japan early in the 20th century and remained a core part of the Empire of Japan until the end of the Second World War. Following this, it was divided along the 38th parallel between a Soviet-backed communist North Korea and a US-backed pro-Western South Korea. In a way, North Korea continued to carry the torch as a hermit kingdom after the war. Kim's grandfather had tried initially to unite Korea under communist rule through the Korean War between 1950 and 1953. Once that failed, North Korea turned inwards, becoming a secretive and authoritarian state. Where South Korea flourished to become a modern and emerging technological economy, albeit under its own dictators and strong in the 1980s, North Korea remained backwards economically and cut off from much of the world. Still, until the end of the Cold War, North Korea had many allies and its economy benefited from them. The situation would change in the 1990s and 2000s as recent history cast a considerable shadow over North Korea. Although Kim was born in Pyongyang and was part of the ruling family there, his earliest years and much of his life ever since was cut off from the day-to-day realities of ordinary North Koreans. The family live in over a dozen plush palaces and elaborate residences, staffed and run by hundreds or even thousands of staff, and every whim of the family was taken care of from Kim's earliest days. Unlike the people of their country, who generally live in poverty, the Kim family was surrounded by Western technology and modern amenities. Kim's relationship with his mother was reportedly very close, as was that with his sister, Kim Yo-jong. The latter relationship has endured down to the present day, and she is one of the people closest to her brother. Kim Yo-jong is even viewed as a potential successor if Kim dies before his own children come of age. His only known child, Kim Ju-ai, has also been mooted as his potential successor, although as of 2026, she is thought to be only 13 years old. As a young man, Kim's primary education took place at the Kumsusan Palace of the Sun School in the capital, a school for the elite of the North Korean regime, before being sent to Switzerland. There, he attended the Liebefeldstein-Hölzli-Schule under an alias, Pak-un, though clearly many locals must have found the strange entourage which surrounded this 10 or 11-year-old child in the town of Bern to be peculiar. There he learned to speak some English and German, and presumably a little bit of French as well, though Kim has never been known for his gifted educational abilities. He returned to North Korea in around 2000 to complete his secondary education. It was in Switzerland where he seemingly developed a fascination with basketball. A strange development, given that basketball is that prestigious in a country where football, skiing, and other sports are much more favored. Back in North Korea by the start of the 21st century, Kim had to adjust to the new political climate in the country. When he left for Europe years earlier, the country was undergoing a political transition. His grandfather, Kim Il-sung, who had ruled for nearly half a century, of July 1994. Kim Il-sung had ruled over a country that was far from isolated on the world stage. He had backers in Russia and China, and a host of close allies amongst other communist rulers, such as Nicolae Ceausescu in Romania, and even members of the non-aligned movement in the Cold War, such as India. All of that had changed in the early 1990s as the Cold War came to an end and North Korea became isolated. This was a development compounded by China's economic market liberalization and efforts to move towards the model of growth pursued by countries like Taiwan, Singapore, South Korea, and Hong Kong between the 1950s and 1980s. Result, while Kim Jong-il's succession had been planned as early as 1980, it was unclear what approach he would adopt as the new country's leader. In the end, Kim opted for continuing North Korea's isolationist approach, and even deepened it, seeking economic autonomy. In the short term, this was disastrous. The first 5 years of Kim Jong-il's time as leader were characterized by crisis and famine. As the subsidies that North Korea had relied on for years from Russia and other Cold War allies dried up, food shortages abounded. Hundreds of thousands tried to flee the country. Many more, perhaps even millions, either starved to death or experienced severe malnutrition. If Kim Il-sung was guilty of developing an authoritarian government with strong ties to the Soviet Union and China, his son quickly established himself as someone who had little concern for the well-being of his own people. Kim was away in Switzerland, but he must have been aware of what was happening at home on some level. Kim was a child when his father became supreme leader of North Korea in 1994. He was also a child of his second marriage and was not viewed as the heir in waiting at this early point in affairs. Instead, his older half-brother from Kim Jong-il's first marriage to Sung Ye-rim, Kim Jong-nam, was believed to be the designated successor. Jong-nam was born in 1971 and was consequently entering his mid-20s at the time that his father became the new head of state. He had years to further acclimatize to the position and was viewed in some circles within North Korea as a relatively shrewd individual. However, two major developments occurred after Kim Jong-un returned to North Korea from his studies in Switzerland, which rapidly changed the succession plans. Firstly, fear began to grow that Jong-nam was a reformer of sorts who was not dedicated to the Juche ideology of the country. This is a political ideology similar to Marxist-Leninist thought. It was developed extensively in the writings of Kim Il-sung throughout his long reign and elaborated on further by his son and successor. Secondly, in the summer of 2001, Kim Jong-nam was arrested in Japan after traveling there with his family using fake passports and under assumed aliases. The purpose of the trip was to visit Disneyland in Tokyo. This did not reflect well on his suitability as a potential future leader of North Korea. Owing to the poor judgment displayed by Kim Jong-nam and the fact that Jong-un was now entering his 20s and beginning to build up his own faction of supporters at the North Korean political court, a power struggle emerged in Pyongyang during the 2000s. Remember, Kim Jong-il was well into his 50s when he succeeded his father. As such, his reign was never going to be as long as that of Kim Il-sung. It was therefore important for the successor to position himself to take over before Jong-il died. This was especially so given that there were frequent rumors about their father's ill health, including one bizarre story that he had died from diabetes in the early 2000s and was being represented on the world stage by an impersonator. To cement his growing claim to succeed his father, despite being a much younger son, Jong-un married in 2009 and had children. His wife was Ri Sol-ju. Little is known about her background, upbringing, or political views, and perhaps that was the goal. Theirs is a seemingly traditional, stable marriage that has resulted in several children. In contrast, Kim Jong-nam had several wives and mistresses, many who have lived extensively in Macau and Beijing in China over the years. Their connections to foreign entities complicated the possibility of Jong-nam succeeding even further. Beyond his wife and family, Kim is known for being a bit of an enigma. He has been widely satirized in Western media on account of this, and there are a lot of genuinely quirky elements to his personality. For instance, his love of cheese has allegedly led to a complex system of importing cheeses from around the world. He is famously scared of flying and travels across large distances by train. He has a strange fascination with Western culture. In Kim Jong-un's case, this manifested itself around basketball, and he is a keen fan of the NBA. This is a peculiar family tendency. His father was notorious for his massive collection of Western DVDs. Kim is also understood to potentially have a large fondness for alcohol. Political meetings can involve drinking strong spirits and rice wine. Kim is possibly suffering from a lot of health problems. He is clearly obese and is also potentially suffering from gout. These known particularities about him aside, there is an awful lot about Kim that remains unknown today to those outside of North Korea. From as early as his older brother's ill-fated Disney World trip in 2001, Kim Jong-il was beginning to groom Kim Jong-un as his new successor. Insiders within the regime and defectors have stated that Jong-un was simply viewed as being most like his father in temperament and approach. Hence, at the end of the 2000s, Kim Jong-il began bringing his son into giving him new responsibilities. This clearly demonstrated to the powerful North Korean military and other power brokers that Jong-un was the new successor designate and would follow his father as third supreme leader of North Korea. They did not have long to wait for this to become an eventuality. In 2009, Kim Jong-un was officially announced as the successor. 2 years later, Kim Jong-il died at 70 years of age on the 17th of December 2011. The country that Kim took over in 2011 was facing many challenges. On account of its strange history and the development of its nuclear weapons system under his father, the country was deeply isolated on the world stage. It was also already under crippling economic sanctions, and there had been a failure to revive the economy for the most part. The situation had improved slightly since the famine of the 1990s, but there were continuing food shortages. It was also common for electricity to simply be unavailable. Pyongyang functioned reasonably well as the capital, yet even there, the power could go out for days at a time. Further away from the capital, it was like living in the pre-modern world. In the cities and towns, there were industries, though these were very much like early Soviet-era facilities or those found in Germany at the start of the 20th century. The average salary was the equivalent of less than $2,000 a year, while the overall size of the economy was just $28 billion. Compare this with South Korea. Admittedly, the population there was approximately twice the size of North Korea's, with some 15 million inhabitants in 2011. However, at slightly less than $2 trillion in overall value, its economy was 60 times the size of North Korea's. Furthermore, what money North Korea had was generally being expended on its military or a highly corrupt political establishment. This would allow Kim and his family to live in luxury. Two things are worth bearing in mind when it comes to Kim Jong-un and his regime. Firstly, there is the manner in which he has relied on a small number of key nations abroad for the regime to remain buoyant economically and politically. Today, a lot of the international headlines are generated by Kim's alliance with Vladimir Putin, a topic which we'll return to shortly. But for the very most part, North Korea is a de facto province of the People's Republic of China. China accounts for about 90% of North Korea's trade, and it also has been to be pariah states within the global world order, such as Afghanistan, Syria, Iran, Eritrea, and Equatorial Guinea. In short, under Kim, North Korea has displayed zero interest in becoming a more acceptable member of the international community. It is under heavy sanctions and is one of the few countries worldwide which refuses to sign dozens of international treaties on human rights. Finally, because of its huge reliance on China, Russia, and Iran, North Korea has no option but to go along with whatever the foreign policy prerogatives of those nations have been over time. As we will see very shortly, This has dragged North Korea into its first hot war in 70 years in Ukraine. The Chinese Premier Xi Jinping does not like it when North Korea acts unilaterally to fire ballistic missiles over Japanese airspace. The Chinese are, above all, merchants. They want a stable system in the Pacific that fosters trade and wealth. Kim is often seen as a liability, in much the same way Beijing is perhaps not delighted about how destabilizing Russia's war in Ukraine has been for the world order and trade in general. There has been one notable effort made during Kim's 13-plus years as head of North Korea to try to reach a rapprochement with the Western world. This concerned negotiations between Kim and the American President Donald Trump back during his first term as U.S. President. Trump has many detractors, and particularly anxious to break ground around are in the realm of international affairs. This has had some success when it came to the Abraham Accords in the Middle East and his recent brokering of a peace agreement between Israel and Hamas in October 2025. When Trump first entered office in 2017, tensions were extremely high between North Korea and the West, especially owing to the launching of missiles over Japanese and South Korean airspace. Trump's administration organized a summit in Singapore with Kim in mid-June 2018. This was the first meeting after 70 years since the division of the Korean Peninsula, during which a US president had met with a leader of North Korea. The summit met with little tangible success. A second summit was organized in Hanoi in Vietnam for the following year, but ultimately this diplomacy had virtually no tangible impact. Under President Joe Biden and Trump's second term, no further progress has been made towards rapprochement with Kim's North Korea, in large part because of his alliance with Russia and distractions with other conflicts. A huge element of Kim's time as leader of North Korea has been centered on the country's nuclear weapons program. The regime had begun working towards achieving nuclear power all the way back in the dark days of the Cold War in the 1960s. In the 1970s, the Yongbyon Nuclear Research Center was set up with Soviet aid. This was meant to be for the purposes of producing nuclear energy, not weapons, at a time when Moscow was trying to convince its allies to sign up to the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons. With Soviet assistance cooling in the late 1970s and 1980s, the quest for a nuclear weapon slowed, and Kim's grandfather appears to have genuinely decided that cooperation with other international parties was better than acquiring a nuclear deterrent. It was really under Kim's father that North Korea went full speed ahead on acquiring a nuclear weapon. It entered into talks with the US and Western nations about freezing its program in the post-Cold War world, while simultaneously moving ahead clandestinely with that same program. In 2003, it officially withdrew from the Non-Proliferation Treaty and accelerated its drive to finish making a weapon. The culmination of all this was that the regime tested its first ever plutonium-type nuclear weapon on the 9th of October 2006. The yield was small. It was less than 1 kiloton. To put this in perspective, the two bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945 were 15 and 21 kilotons. Regardless, North Korea had successfully tested a nuclear weapon. Kim's time as leader of North Korea has involved major expansion of the nuclear weapons program. The first known nuclear test during his rule, North Korea's third overall, was carried out in 2013 and was a message to the international community that he intended to continue where his father had left off. Then came a swift fourth, fifth, and sixth test in quick succession in 2016 and 2017. The sixth was the most concerning. While the previous tests had been gradually increasing in strength up to roughly 10 kilotons, the 2017 test was estimated to have been anywhere between 140 and 250 kilotons, roughly 10 times more powerful than the weapons dropped by the US on Japan in 1945. This was deeply concerning for the international community. A bomb this size would not completely destroy a city as large as Seoul, the capital of South Korea, but it would cause devastating damage, killing hundreds of thousands of people, perhaps even millions, and creating a nuclear half-life that would make the city uninhabitable and lead to widespread death from radiation poisoning as well in its aftermath. Having tested this weapon, North Korea had proved to the world that it was now an enormous threat to its neighbors. On top of this, Kim Jong-un is the North Korean ruler who has really ramped up the country's drive towards building more and more advanced ballistic missiles, ones that can travel thousands of kilometers. In theory, weapons like the Hwasong-15 and Hwasong-17 ICBMs could reach as far as the west coast of the US. They would be intercepted before they did, yet the main point remains. If North Korea is attacked, it could quickly devastate South Korea and potentially Japan too with its weapons. It is reasonable to say that the North Koreans are not stupid or crazy, though they might like to appear unpredictable at times for the simple reason that unpredictability is a weapon that can be deployed in international diplomacy. The reality is that Kim and his advisors have developed these weapons and continue to carry out tests because they ensure the continuation of the regime. Simply put, Western powers like the United States are not attempting to try to overthrow the North Korean regime. While interception technology is getting better and better all the time in the 21st century, if the North Koreans fired off an intercontinental ballistic missile fitted with a nuclear warhead at Seoul, it would likely make it through and strike the city, for the simple reason that it's so close to North Korea. Therefore, as much as Kim might appear volatile, there is a strategic rationale North Korea has done over the last 20 years. Nobody is going to try to overthrow the dictatorship here in the way that Saddam Hussein was overthrown in 2003, or by the manner in which the CIA and other foreign adversaries have worked to undermine governments in many different countries. North Korea's nuclear deterrent has, therefore, meant that Kim can act in ways inaccessible to countries without nuclear weapons. Take the example of the assassination of his older brother, Kim Jong-nam. After he fell out of favor and was removed from the succession in 2003, Jong-nam was exiled from North Korea. In the years that followed, he moved around repeatedly. For instance, he was in Macau for a long spell of time and was said to have good relations with the Chinese government. There were also inferences that he was in contact with Western governments. It is believed that he was allowed to fly back to North Korea for an extremely brief visit to pay his respects when his father died in 2011. Even though he repeatedly stated he had no desire to return to North Korea after this to try to displace his brother in the 2010s, concerns continued surrounding his actions in Pyongyang. These were intensified by the publication of a book entitled My Father, Kim Jong-il, and Me, by Jong-nam. Kim decided to act after he determined that his brother was a lingering threat abroad. In a bizarre incident, two women approached Jong-nam in Kuala Lumpur International Airport in Malaysia on the morning of the 13th of February 2017 and threw a substance on him. They believed they were taking part in a prank game show. In reality, they had applied a VX nerve agent on Jong-nam after being instructed to do so by North Korean agents who quickly flew out of Malaysia. He died within 20 minutes from the lethal contact. The two women involved were eventually exonerated, as they were not aware of what they were doing. Kim Jong-un has never claimed responsibility for the attack, but it was clearly the North Koreans. It is hard to imagine a government acting in such a clearly inflammatory way as this on foreign soil without a sizable military deterrent of the kind North Korea possesses. It is the typical assumption for many people that these human rights abuses in North Korea are solely the result of Kim Jong-un and his iron grip on power. Conversely, many people question how powerful he really is, or how actively he controls the government. Questions of this sort were especially prevalent when he assumed power as a young man. Stories focused on his obsession with basketball, playing video games, and apparent fondness for alcohol, to suggest that he might not be as actively in control of North Korea as the regime wants the outside world to believe. To analyze this, we need to look at the structure of the regime and government in North Korea. The state has been controlled at the very top by the Kim family since the very foundation of the country after the Second World War. Kim and his father and grandfather before him have all held the official title General Secretary of the Workers' Party of Korea. They have all been leaders of the sole political party within North Korea, which proclaims itself to still be a communist party in line with its establishment along communist lines after the Second World War. The executive organ of the Workers' Party is the Politburo, a kind of government cabinet that has ministers who, in theory, advise Kim and act as heads of different government departments. Like any country, no matter what kind of system it operates, there is an entire system of national, regional, and local government. No state can operate without such a system. Therefore, while Kim would appear to be the all-powerful head of North Korea, and this is how the regime presents him, there is a functioning political system and government apparatus in North Korea at the same time. Where the real question of the power structure within North Korea arises is over the relative power of the Korean People's Army and the generals at the top of it. Simply put, the North Korean regime has survived by placing military strength at the very core of its activity. If North Korea did not have a large military and a nuclear weapons system that poses a threat to neighbors like South Korea and Japan, the regime would probably not have survived. Yet, like all dictatorships, the Kim family can only remain in power so long as it retains control over the military. If a dictator loses the support of the military, he is usually finished. Accordingly, some international observers have questioned whether Kim Jong-un, who can, as we have seen, come across as an immature and frivolous individual in certain ways, is actually the real power in North Korea, or if a cohort of military generals wield effective power in For instance, is an extremely powerful figure within the North Korean military who appears to wield an enormous amount of influence. He rose steadily during the latter stages of the rule of Kim Il-sung and throughout the rule of Kim Jong-il. Under Jong-un, he has become one of the most powerful people in North Korea, sitting on the Central Committee of the Workers' Party, holding the title of Colonel General in the military, and heading up several of the elite units of the Korean People's Army. Through these, it is estimated that he oversees hundreds of thousands of military personnel. He has been broadly in charge of the North Korean contribution to Russia's war in Ukraine, and is regularly photographed with Kim and during international summits with allied leaders of the regime like Vladimir Putin. Many observers question if people like Yong-bok are the real power behind the metaphorical throne in North Korea. However, there is a lot of evidence to indicate that Kim really is as wholly in control of the regime as he outwardly seems. He has, for example, ruthlessly demoted people when he thinks that they have become too powerful, and on occasion, these individuals and generals have broadly disappeared from public view. This is what happened with Ri Yong-ho in 2012, only a few months after Kim came to power. Ri rose through the ranks of the military under Kim's grandfather and father. He became the army chief in the final years of Kim Jong-il's rule. Just 6 months after Kim Jong-un came to power, Ri was purged from his positions. It is unclear to this day if he was killed or what his fate was. This has happened with many potential rivals for power within North Korea. Nor does Kim simply remove individuals and have them disappear as soon as he perceives them as a threat. There also appears to be a pattern of demoting officials and rotating them between offices. For instance, Pak Tae-sung rose under Kim Jong-il and continued to earn promotion under Kim. He became chairman of the Supreme People's Assembly in 2019, but then promptly disappeared from public appearances in 2021. However, he has since re-emerged and has been made the Premier of North Korea, a kind of head of cabinet. Clearly, what Kim is doing here is making individuals reliant on him, but also introducing uncertainty into the lives and positions of any potential rivals. Concurrently, he has promoted allies who owe their positions exclusively to him. There is a very strong argument that Kim is fully in charge of North Korea. One of the reasons why Kim's control over North Korea has been questioned is owed to some of the more unusual events of his time in charge of the country. Take the example of the visits of Dennis Rodman to North Korea over the years. Rodman is one of the most famous and successful basketball players of all time. He won 5 NBA championships in the 1990s with the Detroit Pistons, San Antonio Spurs, and Chicago Bulls, and was considered to be one of the greatest players of his era, second only to Michael Jordan. His post-playing career has been less salubrious. Rodman's issues with alcohol and mental health struggles are well documented. They in part explain his decision to visit North Korea on several occasions to help train the North Korean basketball team and indulge Kim's passion for the sport as his guest of honor there. During one of these visits in 2014, Rodman was accompanied by a large entourage and the entire embassy for a documentary entitled Dennis Rodman's Big Bang in Pyongyang. The whole thing turned into something of a dangerous debacle after Rodman appeared visibly drunk and aggressive during several state gatherings with North Korean officials and verbally attacked the narrator of the documentary, the Irish journalist Matt Cooper. The whole thing did not exactly cast Kim and his nation in a serious light. We see a washed-up and drunken former sports star as the bizarre guest of honor, indulging Kim's hobby in a country with virtually no experience of any success in professional or national basketball events. Incidents like this are what make it so hard to decipher who Kim is and what he is about as a leader. The Rodman incident should not fool anyone at the same time. North Korea has long been known for its human rights abuses and the brutal way it crushes political dissidents. Accurate figures are hard to come by, but there are clearly hundreds of thousands of people either in jail or internment camps in North Korea. The jails are terrible places, rife with disease and often resembling 19th century prisons from other parts of the world. Slave labor is employed here to produce goods that turn a profit for the regime. Torture is prominent, and Kim sanctions it, though it should be acknowledged that these are both long-standing issues that preceded his time in power, and that people are filtered in and out regularly. Many serve as re-education camps, used to suppress any form of political dissent. They are part of the wider oppressive system of state censorship and the cult of the leader in North Korea. This was built on the same fundamental principles as the cult of leadership around Joseph Stalin and Mao Zedong in Russia and China at the time when North Korea came into existence. Hundreds of huge statues of Kim, his father and grandfather, adorn public places around the country, and the state-run news agencies typically refer to him as great leader, beloved father of the people, or even the genius of creation and construction. It is also almost impossible to escape the state-censored media. For instance, North Korea runs its own internally controlled version of the World Wide Web, known as the Kwangmyong. There are virtually no loopholes around it to find information from the wider World Wide Web. Only high-level state officials, or a small number of tech-savvy hackers living near the land border with China, are able to get access to the wider internet and its huge traffic. Equally, telecommunications are controlled by Kim's government, with a state-run network called Koryolink running the mobile phone networks. Kim is the member of the dynasty who has overseen all of this. The need for such state censorship of this kind was unnecessary in his grandfather's time and was only emerging as an issue in North Korea towards the final years of his father's rule. Kim, to use a simple term, is the digital age dictator of the Kim dynasty in North Korea. Kim's position within North Korean society is not all about brute force, authoritarianism, and a cult of leadership. It favors him because their lives had improved during his time as ruler of the country since late 2011. The 1990s and 2000s were tough years for the regime. Conversely, there has been decent economic growth in the 2010s and parts of the 2020s. Elements of the kind of Western market liberalization favored by China and Vietnam, two countries that claim to still be communist, but which are clearly not, have been introduced. Collectivized farms and factories are allowed to reinvest their profits, and workers are given better pay and conditions based on performance. The average North Korean still lives in poverty, though not to the same extent as in the final years of Kim's grandfather's rule or his father's 17-year reign. This is in stark contrast to Kim himself and his wife and children, as well as the upper brass of the government and military. Kim is, for instance, a billionaire in real terms, with many palaces, a fleet of luxury cars, trains, and huge amounts of disposable assets and cash reserves. The family are always conscious of the possibility of regime change, so billions of dollars in assets are held by Kim and his closest allies in banks in China and Southeast Asia. They also probably hold assets in Swiss and Caribbean banks through third parties and shell accounts, though this is hard to prove. Beyond this, Kim has operatives who engage in a labyrinthine array of schemes to bring in money for himself, his family, and his allies. North Korea, for instance, is now recognized as one of the players in cryptocurrency scams. The benefit it enjoys in this area is that it is a state rather than an individual. If an individual cryptocurrency scam artist robs hundreds of millions of dollars in crypto assets, they can avoid detection for a while by moving to places like Dubai, Myanmar, and the Philippines, or even somewhere like Serbia and Bulgaria in the Balkans. However, they can eventually face extradition, and laws are tightening everywhere. North Korea is an exception, a place where the ruler himself is the scam artist. Some studies suggest the regime has made several $billions in crypto-related scams in recent years, much of which is funneled to Kim and his family and allies. Kim, like all world leaders, had to oversee his state's management of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 and 2021. Global understanding of how the pandemic played out in North Korea is limited. The regime was slow to admit that the virus had even entered the country or confirm its first cases. The inference was that North Korea remained miraculously free of the disease until well into the pandemic, despite its proximity to China, where the pandemic originated late in 2019. In a way, it makes a lot of sense that North Korea would not have had a lot of the virus circulating in its country. It's an isolated nation, with virtually zero tourists or business travelers coming in and out. Furthermore, its land borders are not exactly porous. The southern border is a demilitarized zone that a person can be shot for trying to cross over. North Korea was consequently like an island, in the way that it could shut itself off from the world and attempt a zero-COVID strategy. And this is how it tried to present matters, claiming that the virus-free country was indicative of the success of Kim's leadership. In reality, though, the disease was circulating in North Korea earlier than most other countries. Although Kim's government did move extremely quickly to close its borders and limit travel in January 2020, 2 months before most of the rest of the world, It was already present in cities like Sineiju, where the country's first death took place in February 2020. Information about the disease trajectory in North Korea was extremely limited. In 2022, by which time the pandemic was dying down worldwide, the country finally admitted to the presence of it in the country, and that Kim himself had a fever. The country admits to 74 people having died from COVID-19. At the same time, it stated that over 4 million experienced what it called fever. If millions of people experienced symptoms, it is implausible that only 74 could have died from it. Given the known pathology of the virus, it is more plausible that tens of thousands of people lost their lives in North Korea during the pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic led to a major diplomatic incident between North and South Korea in the summer of 2020, or at least it contributed to it. The Korean War has never ended. A ceasefire was declared back in July 1953 at the end of the conflict, and a demilitarized zone was set up along the 38th line of latitude north of the equator. There have been a lot of flare-ups here over the decades, principally owing to North Koreans trying to flee to the south. In the first years of Kim's rule, it appeared as though things were improving here, despite the routine border skirmishes and shootings of individuals trying to pass through the demilitarized zone. However, a joint liaison office had been built at Kisong in an industrial base here near the border. The Inter-Korean Liaison Office, as it is formally known, was built following a meeting in 2018 between Kim and his South Korean counterpart at the time, President Moon Jae-in. Unfortunately, despite millions of US dollars being spent on erecting the 4-story building, the office was closed in late January 2020. It was then destroyed in a controlled demolition on Kim's orders on the 16th of June 2020. COVID had apparently put peaceful reunification off the cards again. Elsewhere, Kim has strengthened his few remaining international alliances. North Korea has become a direct ally of Vladimir Putin in his war with Ukraine. That conflict has been underway in one shape or another since February 2014, after the Maidan revolution in Ukraine overthrew a pro-Russian leader. While the initial conflict in 2014 involved Russian annexation of the Crimean Peninsula and a localized war in the Donbass region of eastern Ukraine, the war has expanded since late February 2022. It has been costly for Russia in terms of casualties suffered, and Putin is paying extremely large amounts of money to Russians to get them to fight. In 2024, a new source of cheaper fighting men was found. North Korea directly allied with Russia, and thousands of North Korean troops began arriving across Eastern Europe to fight the Ukrainians from October that year. Over 10,000 North Koreans are believed to have fought in Ukraine down to late 2025. These men earn far less than their Russian counterparts and are often used as cannon fodder on the front lines. Kim, in return, has received hundreds of millions of US dollars in funding from Putin in return distance, with hundreds of millions more flowing into North Korea via soldiers' wages and so forth. This is a notable shift in international diplomacy too. It is the first time that North Korea has deployed troops extensively to aid an ally in a foreign war since the armistice in the Korean War was agreed in 1953. North Korea did provide some logistical and material support to the North Vietnamese during the long-running Vietnam War in the 1960s and 1970s, but the deployment of North Korean troops in Ukraine is far more extensive. It is all too easy to belittle Kim Jong-un as a peripheral player leader, sometimes called the axis of evil in the Western media. The view is often of Kim bungling along like a lackey next to figures like Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping when they meet in Beijing and so forth. And yet, this is not entirely the case. On the 10th of October 2025, The North Korean government held celebrations to mark the 80th anniversary of its movement after the end of the Second World War. This involved firing off a new intercontinental ballistic missile, the Hwasong-20, the strongest ever launched by North Korea. There is also mounting evidence of the country's efforts to develop AI capabilities as part of its military arsenal and functions. Like Iran, Russia, and China, North Korea will soon dwarf most Western nations when it comes to unmanned drone warfare technology. Those who dismiss the North Korean regime under Kim as a bit of a joke are misinformed. Their current leader might be around for much longer than we think. With a country that is beginning to develop economically beyond the perilous years of the 1990s and 2000s, it might well begin to become a much more powerful player again in the politics of the Far East in years to come. This is especially so when we consider the instability of South Korea's politics in recent times when compared with the North. Kim Jong-un is a very strange leader. He has been mocked and vilified for over a decade as North Korea's leader, viewed as a slightly comical figure who only finds himself in a position of power because of the circumstances of his birth. Perhaps there is some truth to this. Intelligence services worldwide believe that Kim was lucky in gaining the position as the third supreme leader of North Korea. Through the process of elimination of other male candidates within the family as potential successors, Kim was chosen to succeed his father. Although international observers have continued to wonder if he is little more than a stooge for some of the more powerful elements within the North Korean military and the long-entrenched, there are more than enough signs that Kim is actually well and truly in control of this highly authoritarian regime. He either eliminates rivals altogether, or else moves them around within the government in such a way which limits their capacity to become rivals for power. The assassination of his own brother in such an audacious way demonstrates his ruthlessness. Perhaps the most striking thing of all is the way in which Kim has developed North Korea into a country with one of the most formidable nuclear and intercontinental ballistic weapons programs anywhere on Earth. Simply put, nobody can remove him from power from abroad. If the US or any other antagonist tried to do something, Seoul would risk being devastated by nuclear warheads, and perhaps Tokyo too. No foreign power is likely to take that risk. Moreover, through his alliances with China, Iran, and Russia, Kim has strong Asian allies that ensure that the North Korean economy can potentially grow as part of a new emerging world order in the Far East. Western governments might focus on his peculiar obsessions with basketball, his alleged fondness for alcohol, and his portrayal of himself as an idiot savant. But presumably informed secret services in the US, Britain, Australia, Japan, and South Korea know they are dealing with a far more formidable enemy than is often suggested in media circles. Only time will tell what happens in North Korea under a ruler who could remain in power there for many decades to come. What do you think of Kim Jong-un? Is he really the all-powerful absolutist dictator of North Korea? Or do you think the power structure behind the scenes of this secretive state is more complex than people often imagine? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. On Christmas Eve 1991, Kim Jong-il, the heir of North Korea's ruler since 1948, Kim Il-sung, became the new commander of the country's military. This was a vital step in preparing for Kim's succession once his father died. However, just 2 days after Kim's appointment in 1991, the Soviet Union, North Korea's long-standing ally, was dissolved. How would Kim Jong-il choose to rule North Korea after he succeeded? Would he open the country up to reform in the post-Cold War era, or become even more isolated on the world stage? This is the story of Kim Jong-il, the second leader of North Korea. The man known to history as Kim Jong-il was born most likely on the 16th of February 1941 at Voroshilov near Uzhhorod in the far southeastern corner of Russia. This is what Soviet records of the time indicate. This evidence aside, North Korean state propaganda has claimed for decades that he was born on the 16th of February 1942 at the Baekdu-san secret camp on Baekdu Mountain on the Chinese-North Korean border. This was while the country was under Japanese rule during the Second World War. The 1941 date is almost certainly correct, and the 1942 date was only selected later to try to claim for propaganda reasons that Kim was born in Korea itself, not Russia. His name in his earliest years was Yuri Kim, a partly Russian name. He was later given the name Kim Jong-il. Kim's father was Kim Il-sung. At the time of Kim Jong-il's birth, he was a communist partisan fighting against the Japanese occupation of both Korea and large parts of China. Partisans like Kim Il-sung received training in the Soviet Union during the Second World War. Hence Kim's probable birth in southeastern Russia in 1941. His father would subsequently go on to become the leader of Communist North Korea in 1948, establishing a Kim family dictatorship there, which still prevails over 3/4 of a century later. This means it is the oldest family dictatorship in the world. Kim's mother was Kim Jong-suk, the first wife of Kim Il-sung. They had met in China in the mid-1930s when Kim was there as an anti-Japanese fighter. Kim Jong-il was their eldest son. Another son drowned in 1948 in his childhood years, while their only daughter, Kim Kyung-hee, was born in 1946 and is still alive today. Kim was born in the middle of the most important 20-year period in the modern history of the Korean Peninsula. Korea was not always divided into two nations. It was unified for thousands of years and was extremely stable. The Joseon dynasty, for instance, had ruled the Korean kingdom for over 500 years between 1392 and 1897. That was a period of remarkable stability, at the end of which Korea became known as the Hermit Kingdom on account of its isolationism. Matters changed dramatically as the Joseon dynasty came to an end. The Empire of Japan was rapidly modernizing and began asserting itself around the Far East, claiming control of Taiwan from the Chinese and establishing Korea as part of its sphere of influence as the 19th century came to a close. In 1910, Korea was directly annexed by the Japanese. It remained part of the Empire of Japan for 35 years. The country was only finally liberated in August 1945, as the Second World War came to an end. By then, the Soviet Union had invaded Manchuria to the north, and so the Korean peninsula was divided between a communist North Korea and a Western-aligned South Korea, which was ruled over by military strongmen and the army down to the 1980s. Kim was one of many former communist partisan leaders who had fought against the Axis powers from the Balkans in the west to Korea in the east, who became a communist leader once the war ended. In September 1948, he became the first premier of North Korea. Less than 2 years later, he invaded South Korea in an attempt to unify the peninsula under his rule. He believed, based on the experience of the non-intervention of Western powers, as the nationalists were defeated by the communists in China in 1949, that the US and its allies would not intervene either to save South Korea. He was wrong in that calculation, and the Korean War followed after a United Nations force, spearheaded by the US, launched an expedition to reclaim South Korea. Peace of a kind was achieved in 1953 when a ceasefire was agreed to, but North and South Korea remained theoretically at war with one another. Meanwhile, having lost the war to conquer South Korea, Kim's father turned to consolidating his control over North Korea from 1953 onwards. Owing to these background events, Kim Jong-il's upbringing was tumultuous, while the circumstances of his life changed greatly between when he was a child and when he entered his adult years. For instance, he started out his life in the middle of the Second World War and moved between Russia and Korea in line with his parents' role in the resistance movement against the Japanese occupation of Korea. Later, his life became more settled in North Korea in the second half of the 1940s. But then, with the outbreak of the Korean War, Kim was on the move once again. The conflict involved several invasions of both South and North Korea and the capture of major cities. Pyongyang fell to the United Nations Expeditionary Forces on the 19th of October 1950, after the counter-invasion of North Korea. All of this meant that Kim's first 12 years of life were unstable, and his education was sporadic and regularly interrupted until after the Korean War ended in 1953. The details of where he was during these years are uncertain. For instance, some biographies assert that Kim spent most of the years of the Korean War in China for his safety. Official North Korean accounts assert that he remained in North Korea, a claim that was made so as not to make it seem as though Kim Il-sung had sent his own family out of the country during the war. Kim's childhood was also overshadowed by the death of his younger brother in 1948, and then his mother the following year from an ectopic pregnancy. Kim began his political career in 1961 when he joined the Workers' Party of Korea. It must be kept in mind that the Kim family was not yet then the kind of quasi-royal dictatorial family which it has since become. While Kim's father was the ruler of North Korea, he was not yet an absolutist dictator. That shift only occurred in 1967, after an attempt to displace Kim Il-sung, led by a cohort of senior veterans of the Second World War, known as the Kapsan faction, was crushed. Kim Jong-il played a senior role in the investigations and purges that followed the Kapsan faction incident. As part of this, he was put in charge of the propaganda and agitation department. This department had evolved out of the Soviet propaganda division that had been installed in North Korea in the autumn of 1945, after the occupation of the northern half of the peninsula. Under North Korean administration, it was responsible for disseminating and managing the government's propaganda, which, after the Kapsan faction incident, started to become increasingly synonymous with Kim family propaganda. Kim's time as head of the propaganda and agitation department coincided with a shift from using radio, posters, statues, and printed material to spread the propaganda of the regime, to adopting film as a new method of indoctrination. Kim immediately had to deal with a problem. Amongst the department's leaders was a politician named Kim Do-man, who had sanctioned the production of a film called An Act of Sincerity. This portrayed Choi Chae-ryun, the wife of Pak Kum-chol, the leader of the Kapsan faction, in a very positive light. Kim had Kim Do-man removed from the propaganda and agitations department as a consequence. Kim went on to play a more direct role in film and theatre production in North Korea. For example, he is listed as the director of a 1971 propaganda opera named Sea of Blood. It was set in the 1930s, the era of the Japanese occupation of Korea, and exemplifies the Juche ideology that had become a key part of Kim Il-sung's time as leader of the country. Juche literally means subject, and combines elements of Marxist-Leninism alongside distinctly Korean ideas. By the time Sea of Blood premiered in 1971, the cult of leadership of Kim Il-sung had become absolutely central to it. This was just one of many films and plays which Kim Jong-il oversaw the production of in the 1970s. He also published a book entitled On the Art of Cinema in 1973, in which he laid out his seed theory, which argued that all directors and contributors to films in North Korea should operate from a single seed of an idea that was based around a piece of the regime's propaganda. Kim's infamous fascination with films and DVDs can be traced to his time as head of the propaganda and agitation department. Recognition as his father's successor occurred in stages. Many historians trace Kim's ascent as the designated heir to his father to as early as the 25th of May 1967, during the Kapsan faction incident, when Kim Il-sung gave a speech before the party leaders in which he criticized so-called revisionists within the party and called for continuity, a subtle indicator that Kim Jong-il should succeed him one day. It was notable that Kim gave his first major public speech before the party leaders the very next day. Nonetheless, while the Kapsan faction incident and these speeches might have laid down a marker that Kim Jong-il was the heir designate, it was only through incremental measures in the 1970s and 1980s that it was made clear to the nation at large that Kim would succeed as ruler of North Korea in due course. By 1971, he was being referred to in official state propaganda as the adored leader, a not so subtle shift in language, which further indicated the intention that he would succeed one day. In 1974, the Workers' Party Central Committee was informed that Kim was the successor designate to Kim Il-sung, and in the years that followed, Kim Jong-il took over more and more of the daily operations of the party. Finally, in 1977, An official statement was made to the nation that Kim was to take over the running of the country once his father was gone. Thereafter, Kim consolidated power in his hands in the 1980s, making sure that all rivals, notably his uncle, Kim Jong-ju, who had been considered as a possible alternative heir back in the early 1970s, were sidelined. Throughout these years, Kim had a growing family. It was an unorthodox one, and even today, decades later, the exact nature of it is hard to disentangle. He is believed to have had long-term relationships with at least 5 women. One of these, Kim Young-suk, was his official wife between 1974 and his death in 2011. She was the daughter of a senior military officer, and the union was decided upon by Kim Il-sung. They had 2 daughters together in 1974 and 1976. This is the clearest element of Kim's complex personal life. He is also understood to have had an earlier wife, Ong Il-chon, whom he married in 1966 and divorced in 1969. Some studies question if this was ever a formal marriage. On top of this, Kim had several lengthy relationships with other women. It would not be accurate to simply state that these were affairs. Instead, these were more like concubines in an informal system of polygamy. For instance, there is speculation that Kim married one of his mistresses, Sung Hye-rin, in a kind of informal marriage before he was married to Kim Young-suk. Sung Hye-rin was a successful North Korean actress in the 1960s and 1970s who had come into Kim's orbit as part of his work with the propaganda and agitation department. They had 2 children, including a son, Kim Jong-nam, who was born in 1971 and who, as we will see, was considered to be his father's chosen heir until around 2001. Kim formed another relationship again in the mid-1970s with Ko Young-hee. They had 3 children together in the 1980s, 2 sons, Kim Jong-chul and Kim Jong-un, and a daughter, Kim Yo-jong. It is a sign of how secretive North Korean society is, as well as due to the lack of accurate records, that their dates of birth are largely unclear. But, broadly speaking, they were born between 1981 and 1987. These children, as we will see, became the most important over time in the succession struggle. Their mother died in 2004, following which another of Kim's mistresses, Kim Ok, who had been his secretary for many years, became a prominent mistress. They are also understood to have married, even though Kim's former wife, Kim Young-suk, remained alive, and they had apparently never divorced, albeit they were estranged. North Korea's politics were shifting during these years. Not only did the Kim family solidify their hold over the government, they did so by cementing the position of the military at the heart of the administration. This was already a feature of Korean life going back to the very end of the Second World War. It was given greater emphasis in the 1970s and 1990s by Kim's father, and presaged the formal adoption of the Songun system by Kim in the mid-1990s, as we will see. As the Cold War became more tense again in the 1980s, and as South Korea experienced a great economic boom based on its diversification into electronics and technology, North Korea responded by reasserting its commitment to totalitarianism. Censorship and surveillance were expanded accordingly. On the international stage, Kim Il-sung attempted to expand North Korea's diplomatic ties around the world in the 1970s and 1980s. It is important to remember when considering Kim Jong-il's later time as leader and his son Kim Jong-un's tenure as dictator of the country, that North Korea was not always as isolated as it has been in modern times. During the Cold War, North Korea had many ties to nations in Asia, Africa, Eastern Europe, the Middle East, and even in Latin America. Incidents like the attempted assassination of the South Korean president Chul Do-hwan by by North Korean operatives while he was visiting Rangoon in Burma on the 9th of October 1983 aside, Kim Il-sung was able to leverage the country's diplomatic connections to benefit the nation economically through both inward and outward trade in the 1970s and 1980s. The collapse of these diplomatics in the 1990s would shape Kim Jong-il's time as ruler of North Korea. In 1985, Mikhail Gorbachev became the new head of the Soviet Union. He was a different type of Russian leader, in part because he was born in 1931 and came from a younger generation who had come of age in the prosperous Soviet era in the 1950s and 1960s. He set out to reform the Soviet system, which had stagnated economically in the 1970s and 1980s. But his planned gradual and limited reforms escalated in the late 1980s into a much more populist reform movement in the Warsaw Pact nations, Poland, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, and East Germany. After revolutions here and the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989, the contagion spread to the USSR itself. It collapsed in 1991, and the new Russian Federation was formed, while major component parts of the former Soviet Union like Ukraine, Belarus, and Kazakhstan became independent countries. This had existential implications for North Korea and the Kim regime. In response, Kim's father sought to reinforce the state's adherence to the Juche ideology he had developed after the Second World War, and refused to engage in either the kinds of political reforms seen in Russia or even the economic and market reforms that China had undertaken since the late 1970s to open up their economy to the world. This left North Korea badly isolated on the world stage in the 1990s. This was the era of the Pax Americana, the Cold War, the American peace, when democracies were proliferating everywhere and former dictatorships in Africa, Asia, and the Middle East were facing the prospect of either reforming or being locked out of the new unipolar international system. The aged Kim Il-sung was unwilling to bend to the new order, and so North Korea's economic and political situation deteriorated very quickly in the first half of the 1990s, without the kind of former aid it had relied upon from the Soviet Union. Kim Il-sung died on the 8th of July 1994 at 82 years of age. The line of succession was well established, and Kim Jong-il succeeded his father, at first in a somewhat informal capacity, and then from October 1997 as General Secretary of the Workers' Party of Korea. He signaled his intention to retain the system established by his father immediately by creating the Sungun in 1994. The Sungun, which literally means military first, was an ideology that placed the military at the very heart of North Korean life. It was promulgated by Kim within months of taking power and was enshrined as part of his policy framework in 1995. At first, it might appear as constituting a split with his father. Kim was affirming that he was now in control and that Sungun was a new ideology that would shape how he ran the country. In reality, though, there was not much that was new here. North Korea had been a highly militarized society since the Second World War, and it had only partially demobilized after the Korean War. Conversely, the 1970s had actually seen the most intense expansion of the military since the war. There was a further expansion post-1994, but it was numerically inferior to the growth of the 1970s. Hence, the Sungun policy was more of an effort to reaffirm the military nature of the regime in a post-Soviet world. What Kim was saying was that the communist totalitarianism of the Cold War era might be over, but he intended to rule as a military dictator nonetheless. Lip service has also continued to be paid to the allegedly communist nature of the regime in North Korea. People in North Korea in 1994 and 1995 must have known why the new leader of the country needed to try to reaffirm his control over the country, even while continuing along the same path established by his father. When Kim came to power in 1994 and decreed the creation of the Sungun system, the country was mired in economic crisis and descending into a catastrophic famine. This was all connected to the changes that began as the Soviet Union collapsed and the Cold War came to an end. The political and economic realignment in Eastern Europe had devastating consequences for North Korea and its trade, agriculture, industry, and supply systems. Economic data always involves an element of estimation when it comes to the history of North Korea, as there are no accurate statistics provided by the regime. This issue aside, it is estimated that North Korea's GDP contracted by an average of between 4 and 5% annually in the 1990s. That meant that by the late 1990s, the North Korean economy was half the size it had been a decade earlier. The country's agriculture sector was the flow of industrially produced fertilizers and pesticides from the Soviet Union dried up. A lack of oil and gas led to regular power cuts that also impacted on agriculture, which in the modern world is reliant on electricity at every stage of production. On top of this, cheap imports of grain from places like Ukraine were no longer available, as that country and Russia were going through their own brutal economic crises in the aftermath of the collapse of the USSR. Finally, these systematic problems were compounded by a series of alternating floods and droughts in North Korea in the 1990s. Famine was setting in already in 1994. It peaked in 1996 and 1997. Because of the secretive nature of North Korean society, there is an unusual lack of consensus about the death toll from the North Korean famine of 1994 to 2000. The lower estimates, which are unrealistic, suggest around 250,000 deaths. The upper estimates are that 3.5 million people died, which would have constituted around 15% of the population. The true figure probably lies between 500,000 and 1.5 million people. Kim's response to the economic crisis and famine was to simultaneously avoid admitting that it was even happening for propaganda reasons, while at the same time adopting a suite of largely ineffective measures to try to address it. For instance, the government did not frame this as a famine. Instead, it was referred to as the arduous march, in line with the propaganda approach which had been adopted in response to the developing economic crisis in the final year of Kim Il-sung's time as ruler. The name echoed the Long March, which had saved the Chinese Communist cause back in the mid-1930s during the Chinese Civil War. The name was designed to suggest that the North Korean people were struggling together towards some brighter future rather than suffering through a catastrophic state-created crisis. Beneath this veneer of calm, yet difficult struggle, Kim's government attempted to put in place measures to increase the food supply. Above all, they looked after the elites within the regime, meaning that supplies were rerouted to the capital, Pyongyang. Soon the government made it known that it would accept international aid, and many non-governmental organizations or NGOs began delivering food into North Korea. This was nowhere near enough, though, and the famine did not generate the kind of international headlines that it otherwise might have at a different time. This was because it overlapped with a succession of international crises elsewhere in the world, notably the Yugoslav wars of the 1990s, the Rwandan genocide of 1994, and the ensuing Congo wars. The famine was compounded in the mid-1990s by the failure of the food distribution system, a method of distributing resources according to whether a person or family was an industrial worker in the cities or an agricultural worker. Industrial workers and other groups like the military and government officials were given preferential treatment in the distribution system, while those who were unable to work were at the bottom of the pyramid. Preferential treatment took the form of receiving a larger daily allocation of cereals and basic foodstuff. This system of preferential treatment had exacerbated famines in the Soviet Union in the early 1930s and in China in the late 1950s. And it also worsened the catastrophe in North Korea in the mid-1990s. Eventually, the system collapsed altogether, as Kim's to meet even basic demands. As this happened, a huge black market in foodstuffs and other necessities developed, undermining the system of state-run supply that had existed in North Korea for half a century. Crime spiraled, and the government also struggled to manage the border in the strained circumstances. For instance, several 100,000 North Koreans are estimated to have absconded over the northern border into China during the famine years, after they determined that it was better to take their chances fleeing the country than to remain and face death from starvation. The illegal economy that developed in North Korea between 1994 and 2000 would remain a feature of the country's economic system throughout Kim's time as leader of the country. Today, North Korea is viewed as a pariah state that has very little interest in being welcomed back into the wider community of nations, instead relying on its nuclear weapons program to ensure that the regime cannot be toppled by any outsiders. However, there was a real opportunity in the late 1990s and early 2000s for North Korea to forge a path towards peace and economic development. Kim and his government looked on at the rest of the world flourishing economically in the aftermath of the Cold War, which stood in such stark contrast to the famine and stagnation of North Korea, and decided briefly that they should try to reconcile their nation with the new US-dominated world order. Thus, what is known as the Sunshine Policy was adopted by Kim's government in 1998. The primary goal of this was to ease tensions with South Korea and try to foster economic cooperation. Talks opened over loosening restrictions along the demilitarized zone, and there was even speculation about trying to officially end the war, which theoretically was still underway. There was only ever one ceasefire agreed to in 1953. Business ventures were launched between the two nations with a lot of public fanfare. Kim's government hoped that the economic success of the South might start to diffuse to the North. There was even a remarkable diplomatic event at the Summer Olympics in 2000 in Sydney, Australia, when athletes from both North and South Korea marched together under the Korean unification flag, which had first been used at more minor sporting events in the early 1990s. Gradually, though, the Sunshine Policy was abandoned. The American War on Terror following the 9/11 attacks of September 2001 did not help affairs, as North Korea was regularly cited by President George W. Bush as part of what he termed the axis of evil. The South Korean government felt pressure to step back from the negotiations, and the Sunshine Policy gradually went into abeyance. With the failure of the Sunshine Policy, Kim doubled down on North Korea's nuclear strategy as a means of guaranteeing the long-term future of the regime. North Korea began its nuclear program in the immediate aftermath of the Korean War, but back in the 1950s and 1960s, this was about building civilian nuclear reactors for research and energy generation. The Soviets aided them with technical knowledge, but Moscow was not going round the world arming countries with nuclear weapons during the Cold War, no matter how close an ally they were. North Korea's nuclear program was consequently very limited for a lot of Kim Il-sung's time as leader. The first small nuclear reactor was completed at Yongbyon in 1965 under Soviet supervision. It was only capable of using low-enriched uranium to produce medical isotopes and for research purposes. Later, the North Koreans used the technical expertise obtained and tentatively initiated a nuclear weapons program in the 1970s. This was a stop-start initiative. In 1985, for instance, Kim Il-sung had agreed to sign the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, and in the 1990s, the government had agreed with South Korea that it would step back from trying to acquire weapons of mass destruction if the South removed the large stockpiles of US nuclear weapons which had been maintained in the southern country since the 1950s. That strategy was incrementally abandoned in the 1990s, and in the early 2000s, Kim ordered his ministers, the military and the country's nuclear scientists to begin accelerating their work to acquire a nuclear-capable weapon. Kim's nuclear weapons program developed swiftly in the 2000s, as large parts of the necessary elements for building a nuclear weapon were already in place in North Korea when Kim decided to commit to the policy of acquiring nuclear capabilities. The regime already had nuclear capabilities of the kind found in dozens of countries today, but it now started enriching uranium up to weapons-grade level. It also ejected International Atomic Energy Agency observers from the country in the early 2000s, and in 2003, Kim declared that North Korea was leaving the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. In another period of modern history, this might have led to a US military intervention to prevent the regime acquiring nuclear weapons, such as happened in 2025 when Iran accelerated its nuclear weapons program. However, a unique set of circumstances prevailed with North Korea in Kim's time. Firstly, the US and its allied with two wars, Afghanistan and Iraq. Secondly, there was fear that Kim could reignite the war against South Korea if any effort was made to try to intervene directly in North Korea's affairs. Finally, and most significantly, US intelligence at the time, and general world opinion, was of the view that North Korea already possessed a few nuclear weapons. This made Western nations extremely reluctant to countenance any attempt to engage in regime change or to deter Kim's nuclear weapons program in another way. Nonetheless, North Korea was only publicly confirmed to have acquired nuclear weapons capability in 2006. After Kim's military carried out its first nuclear weapons test at Punggye in the northeast of the country on the 3rd of October. The regime has carried out numerous further underground tests, which are often only detected as a result of seismic activity. In tandem, Kim began a program to build ever more powerful ballistic missiles, which could strike swiftly at targets in South Korea, Japan, and elsewhere in the Pacific Ocean. By the end of his rule, North Korea had become virtually impregnable to regime change. The risk of even attempting this would be far too great. Kim and his ministers were more than aware that accelerating the country's nuclear weapons program and actually testing a weapon of mass destruction would lead to the imposition of new, much heavier sanctions by the international community. Moreover, the world of the early to mid-2000s was very different to what it is 2 decades later. China was not yet as confident on the international stage as it is today, although it was only beginning of the 1990s. Neither country could ignore sanctions against North Korea in quite the way they do today. Economic reforms were therefore needed by Kim's government to try to put the country on the road to self-sufficiency. The measures initiated met with limited success. For instance, there were sporadic attempts to introduce market reforms that allowed private property and private trade. This had worked in China because it began producing goods which it could sell to the rest of the world in the 1980s, 1990s, and beyond. The same did not apply to North Korea. A complete recall of the official currency, the won, and the introduction of a new version of the currency was implemented as well in 2009 to try to address inflation and curb black market activity. This had only a minor impact in a country where a lot of black market trade is in the form of barter. In the end, the regime turned to everything from crime to slave labor to nascent cyber attacks to try to raise capital for the inner circle, while the wider country remained impoverished with frequent electricity blackouts, even in parts of Pyongyang. Kim's personality was constantly scrutinized in the 2000s. For instance, he became infamous worldwide for his fascination with cinema and was rumored to have the world's largest collection of films on VHS and DVD. The estimated size of the collection was rumored to be over 20,000. It was claimed that he spent hours every day watching films. Action films like the James Bond series were, by all accounts, amongst his favorite films. In a book published under his name in 1987, The Cinema and Directing, he had stated that the cinema occupies an important place in the overall development of art and literature. As such, it is a powerful ideological weapon for the revolution. It's unclear exactly how James Bond was critical to the revolution in North Korea. Kim's carefully cultivated image was also well known. He wore green, quasi-military fatigues regularly and was often seen wearing his signature sunglasses. Kim liked the finer things in life, even as his nation remained desperately poor. He was also known to be fond of expensive brandy, French wine, and cigarettes. There was a paranoid element to him also. Kim lived in constant fear of being poisoned and had his meals tested before he consumed them. While his eccentricities meant that Kim was frequently depicted as a figure of amusement in the Western world, notably in the 2004 puppetry comedy film Team America, World Police, there was a ruthless dictator underneath the visage. North Korea continued to operate as arguably the world's most secretive and repressive state in the 2000s, while Kim's image adorned public places all over the country, particularly in Pyongyang, as part of his cult of the leader. Dissenters were arrested and sent to North Korea's truly appalling prisons, where sanitation was non-existent and torture was routine. Even Kim's fascination with the big screen could have terrible consequences. Back in 1977, he had sanctioned a mission to kidnap South Korea's leading director of the time, Shin Sang-ok. Kim believed that Shin could be put to work in the North to improve the quality of the regime's films. On the 11th of January 1978, while he was visiting Hong Kong, Shin and his wife were kidnapped and taken to North Korea. He spent 4 years in a North Korean prison, existing on rice and water, before being released in 1982. Even then, Shin spent another 4 years directing 7 films for the North Korean government before he and his wife were finally able to escape, while in Vienna to promote his last film for the regime, Pulgar Sari, in 1986. Kim's peculiar love of the cinema was even more unusual than tales of his vast DVD collection suggest. Throughout Kim's 17-year-long spell as ruler of North Korea, the issue of the succession was a much more open question than it had been when Kim Il-sung was the dictator of the country. For around 20 years, between 1974 and 1994, it had been reasonably evident to all interested parties that Kim would succeed his father when he died. The same was certainly not true with Kim's children. He had numerous offspring from multiple relationships. The children who were in the contest to succeed him were all from relationships with his mistresses or concubines, not his wife, as it would be understood under Western marriage law. For the first 7 years of his tenure, it was believed that Kim Jong-nam, his son via his relationship with Song Hye-rin, would succeed Kim. He was his eldest son, and as he grew up, he was considered to have a similar temperament and personality to his father. The idea that he would succeed Kim one day persisted until 2001. Then, in May that year, Kim Jong-nam was arrested after arriving in Japan with a fake passport, with the intention of visiting Disneyland in Tokyo. The incident embarrassed his father, and in the aftermath of it, Ko Yong-hee commenced a coordinated campaign to promote her children in the line of succession. Her 2 sons and daughter were young in the early 2000s, and so it was their mother who must have led this campaign. Strangely, as the 2000s progressed, it was Kim Jong-un, the younger of the 2 brothers, who won the succession contest. As with so much within North Korea, there was secrecy on these developments. Nonetheless, it is evident that 2009 was the key year when Kim promoted Kim Jong-un to a number of positions and signaled within the party that he was his chosen heir. Had events transpired slightly differently, Kim Jong-chul, Kim's eldest son with Ko Yong-hee, and Kim Jong-un's elder brother, could well have become the 3rd ruler of North Korea. He had been the unofficial heir until the announcement in 2009, and Kim nearly died before the announcement was made. Although an attempt was made to disguise his deteriorating health, There is no doubt that he suffered from serious health issues in 2008. A conspiracy theory even holds that Kim died in 2003, and an impersonator had been filling in for him thereafter. In April 2008, he did not appear for the Olympic torch relay in Pyongyang. 4 months later, on the 15th of August, he is understood to have suffered a stroke. This left him bedridden for weeks, and the most advanced doctors in China were flown into the city to attend to him. On the 9th of September 2008, the 60th anniversary was celebrated of the creation of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, the formal name for North Korea. This was also the anniversary of the formal accession of Kim's father as leader of the nation back in 1948. It was, therefore, highly unusual that Kim did not attend the ceremony. He is understood to have suffered a second stroke in October, and there were concerns that he might not survive, albeit the details of these events have been patched together from anonymous reports and the accounts of defectors. An alternative theory that emerged in 2009 was that he was suffering from pancreatic cancer. The regime did not admit that anything was wrong, and instead released photos of a healthy Kim in early November 2008 that were most likely taken before his health crisis. Kim recovered in the winter of 2008, though he was clearly unwell even after he began making public appearances again. Photos from the spring and summer of 2009, for instance, show a man who had lost a drastic amount of weight. This included his appearance at the National Defense Commission on the 9th of April 2009, when he was re-elected as the chairman of that body. He had also seemingly lost a large amount of his hair in a matter of only months. It was surely no coincidence that Kim Jong-un was confirmed as his heir in a more public manner at this time. To this day, it is not 100% clear what had happened, but Kim did make a sharp recovery in the second half of 2009. By 2010, he was well enough to undertake an international visit to China and then to Russia in 2011. On the 28th of September 2010, he was re-elected as General Secretary of the Workers' Party. However, his underlying health conditions had not abated fully. 17th of December 2011, Kim suffered a massive heart attack while taking a morning train from Pyongyang to a site outside the city. This, at least, was the official version of events. South Korean intelligence stated that he might have died in bed from unknown causes after a further deterioration of his health, and that the story of his passing, released to the public, was intended to present an image of a hard-working leader setting off on his day's work when he died. He was either 69 or 70 years of age, depending on which date of birth, either 1941 or 1942 was accurate. His funeral was held 11 days later, and his body was preserved for interment at the vast Gamsu-san Palace of the Sun in Pyongyang. There, it is on public display, along with his father's remains. The line of succession was firmly in place when Kim died in 2011, and Kim Jong-un's accession as the new leader of North Korea took place seamlessly, with state news channels announcing his succession during the same broadcasts in which they announced the death of Kim Jong-il. For several years after he became leader, Kim Jong-un, who was only in his mid-20s when he became the third ruler of North Korea, was believed to be a weak character, and it was thought that the military was really in charge of the country. That assessment was proven to be incorrect. In the mid-2010s, Kim Jong-un took a number of steps that demonstrated his ruthlessness. For instance, in August 2016, Jong-un had two former ministers, Wang Min and Ri Yong-jin, executed. They had become possible fulcrums of dissent, and Kim made an example of them. The two men were executed using anti-aircraft guns, which are essentially a form of artillery. 6 months later, on the 13th of February 2017, he had his older brother, the one-time heir, Kim Jong-nam, assassinated using a nerve agent while traveling through Kuala Lumpur International Airport in Malaysia. He had been living in exile since 2003. These actions cemented Kim Jong-un's position as leader of North Korea, and made it evident to anyone who thought otherwise that he was firmly in control of the country. Later, in 2017, North Korea tested its most powerful nuclear weapon yet, claiming that it was a hydrogen bomb. International assessments of the magnitude of the earthquake caused by the underground detonation appeared to substantiate that this was a thermonuclear weapon of some kind. The following year, North Korea engaged in diplomatic negotiations with the administration of US President Donald Trump. These led nowhere, and North Korea has since aligned itself even more closely with Russia and China. The country continues to be run as a highly secretive kleptocracy and military dictatorship headed by the Kim family. Given the nuclear capabilities which it acquired during Kim Jong-il's tenure as dictator, it is unlikely that the system there will be overthrown anytime soon. Kim Jong-il was born into a world of violence in 1941 and lived in and around violence throughout the rest of his life. The difference was, when he was born in the middle of the Second World War, Korea was the victim of Japanese violence, whereas for most of his life, it was the Kim family who oppressed their fellow North Koreans. He grew up as his father was securing power in the north of the peninsula with the aid of the Soviets after the war with the Japanese ended, and then during the ensuing Korean War between 1950 and 1953. It was not preordained that Kim Jong-il would become the next ruler of North Korea. In the 1950s and 1960s, the country was far from the family dictatorship it subsequently became. It was only gradually from the mid-1960s to the mid-1980s that Kim was promoted within the government and positioned to become his father's successor. When he did ascend to become the second leader of North Korea in 1994, the country was descending into a terrible economic crisis and famine. This crisis, combined with the changed global political circumstances in the years after the end of the Cold War, briefly opened a window for Kim to change course and to initiate reforms that could have made North Korea a more open state that sought to rehabilitate itself on the international stage. The Sunshine Policy indicates that he did temporarily consider this course of action. Ultimately, however, he turned away with the framing of North Korea as part of the axis of evil in the aftermath of the 9/11 attacks on the United States, playing a role in this too. As a result, Kim turned to an intensified nuclear weapons program as the means of ensuring the security of the regime and his family's rule. His decisions have led to the North Korea of the 21st century, one of the most isolated countries in the world, ruled over by a family dictatorship that combines an ideology centered on kleptocracy and military authoritarianism. Nonetheless, there is no denying the success of Kim's nuclear program. The regime that his son now rules over cannot be displaced by the US or any other power, for fear that an invasion could trigger a nuclear attack on the city of Seoul, Tokyo, or even the west coast of the United States. Thus, in his 17 years as ruler of North Korea, Kim Jong-il cemented the rule of the Kim family in the world's strangest nation. What do you think of Kim Jong-il? Did he foolishly throw away an opportunity to end North Korea's isolation in the early 21st century? Or was he driven towards a more aggressive nuclear program because of wider geopolitical issues? Please let us know in the comments section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. It is the turn of the 20th century. China, a nation governed under the last great empire, the Qing dynasty, is about to bear witness to radical reforms and social changes never before seen in the country. The infamous Chinese Communist Party seizes power from the nationalist Kuomintang Party, establishing the People's Republic of China. One man of humble beginnings would change the very face of communist China, implementing his own liberal economic policies and creating the emerging superpower that it is today. He would rise through the ranks of the Communist Party, facing many obstacles and setbacks, but would nonetheless ultimately become one of the most prominent figures in recent Chinese history, and arguably one of the most important political figures of the second half of the 20th century. His name, Deng Xiaoping, the father of modern China. The man known to history as Deng Xiaoping was born on the 22nd of August 1904 in Guang'an, in the province of Sichuan in southwestern China. He was a descendant of the Hakka people, a branch of the Han Chinese. His father was Deng Wenming, a landowner in rural Sichuan, who acted as the head of the Paifeng village, having been selected by the Chinese government to collect taxes and report on issues such as crime in the region. He had received a university education in law and political science in the city of Chengdu, as well as serving as a regional agent for the central government. Wenming also collected information on political activities in the region. In addition, his father was heavily involved in a religious sect known as the Religion of the Five Sons, which incorporated elements of all the major philosophical and religious traditions of China, such as Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. Deng's mother was Deng Danshi. Unlike her husband, she was illiterate. She had 4 children, 3 boys, including Deng, and a daughter. However, she was absent from Deng's life from a relatively young age, succumbing to what is now believed to have been tuberculosis, dying sometime in the 1920s. Deng was the eldest child of Wen Ming and Dan Shi. Not much is known about the future Chinese leader's early life, although he was later described by villagers who knew him as a young boy as a stable, energetic and happy child. He was also marked out by his school friends as being playful and mischievous, though serious and intelligent too. By the age of 5 in 1909, Deng began private tutoring and received his honorary name, which was customarily provided by his teacher. This was Xixian, meaning to aspire to good. He was also trained in the classical writings of Confucius and would later attend a conventional primary school where he continued his education on the ancient philosopher's work and learned to recite passages from his writings. Deng was growing up in a time of immense change throughout China. For roughly 250 years, between the start of the 17th century and the middle of the 19th, China, Japan, and Korea had closed themselves off from contact with the outside world, and in particular, the European powers that had begun arriving to the Far East, fearing that the newcomers would disturb the traditions and way of life. By the 1830s, the British, French, Americans, and others had reached a stage of technological and military development where the Chinese could no longer keep them out of their ports. The introduction of Western ideas on the back of the Opium Wars launched by the British caused immense disruption in China. The second half of the 19th century saw a gradual decline in the imperial system, overseen by the Qing dynasty. Yet, despite efforts to modernize, only political instability ensued. The imperial government finally collapsed in 1911, following which a Chinese republic was established. However, even then, a period of further unrest followed, in which traditional Chinese warlords ruled various parts of the country, while new progressive movements like the Kuomintang or nationalists and the communists began to emerge amongst the more educated middle classes of China's many great cities. These forces of modernization and instability formed the background against which Deng's life played out. Deng's life was being shaped by the forces of modernization from an early point. In 1915, when Deng was 11 years old, he attended a boarding school in Guang'an before moving on to middle school in the same district in 1919 at the age of 14, this time focusing his studies on science, mathematics, and geography. Then, in the fall of 1919, Wen Ming enrolled both Deng and his youngest son, Xiaoshan, in the Diligent Work Frugal Study program, whereby Chinese students were sent to France, halfway around the world, to study and learn modern Western ideas. It is inconceivable that such an educational move could have been considered for the sons of a middle-class Chinese politician from the provinces just a half-century earlier. The reason that Wen Ming chose France for his son's education was that in China, France was deemed a bastion for political and economic learning, while also being free of much of the political baggage of British involvement in China. Deng was unable to obtain a full scholarship due to poor grades, and he also struggled with learning French, but he did pass exams which allowed him to attend school in France. Moreover, as his father was a strong believer in the future success of his own nation, he instilled in Deng values concerning the betterment of Chinese society. Deng set sail from Shanghai on the 11th of September 1920, arriving in the port city of Marseille on the 19th of October. Upon arriving in France, he and his fellow students met with representatives of the Sino-Franco Society of Education, who escorted the students to Paris. From there, Deng was sent to the town of Bayeux in Normandy to study at a secondary school. While in school in France, young Deng complained of discriminatory treatment towards his fellow Chinese nationals, who, according to him, were treated like children, were taught at an inferior level, and were sent to bed early. Many Chinese students also found themselves without proper food or amenities and were forced into paid work during the economic recovery of France following the First World War. Deng managed comparatively well, using the resources his father had accrued by selling off his land to fund his son's education. Nevertheless, despite being in a relatively better position than his fellow students, 16-year-old Deng began working part-time for the Schneider & Company Iron and Steel Complex, which was situated between the cities of Paris and Lyon. As Deng was unsettled, he decided to return to Paris only 3 weeks of work to find employment. In the French capital, he moved into a Chinese neighborhood in the suburbs called La Garenne-Colombe. Whilst there, he survived on little funding and only communicated with his own community, as he knew very little French. Although Deng had attended school in France to learn about modern technology and science, his real interest lay in political demonstrations and movements. On the 21st of January 1921, Chinese nationals attended rallies at the Chinese embassy in France to demand better living and working conditions. Those involved criticized the work-study program and lack of employment, which resulted in funding being provided to the poorer civilians. But the social policies introduced in response by the Chinese ambassador Chen Lu were inept and did little to support those who were struggling financially. Shortly thereafter, further demonstrations took place in the southern French city of Lyon. Many of the Chinese students were forced to return home because of these, though Deng was not among them. During the next 4 years he spent in France, Deng had very little funds for schooling and continued his interest in political developments. Between 1922 and 1923, when his personal funding slowed flaws, including for the French car manufacturer Renault. Despite enjoying the lifestyle in France, attending football matches and sampling the local cuisine, he later claimed the first 2 years he spent in France were the most valuable, teaching him about the uncertainties surrounding the capitalist economic system favored by Western nations. Many of the Chinese students remaining in France in the early to mid-1920s became influenced by Marxist and Leninist ideologies. This was an era when radical socialist movements were becoming more and more prominent across Europe in the aftermath of the success of the Russian Revolution of 1917. This prompted Deng to begin attending political meetings from 1923 until 1926. In 1924, he formed a close relationship with Zhou Enlai, who was responsible for covert publications released by the Communist Youth League, releasing their journal under the name The Red Lights. Deng became a fully fledged member of the organization later that year and was responsible for writing his own newsletters. He subsequently became editor of the journal and continued to move up the ranks of the newspaper while senior colleagues returned to China. This did not go unnoticed, and soon he was being observed by the police in France. Eventually, the French authorities raided his home in January 1926, but Deng had learned that the raid was imminent and made plans to flee from France, heading across Europe by train via Berlin to Moscow, the capital of the Soviet Union. In the Russian capital, under communist patronage, Deng began studying at the Soviet Union's Eastern University, primarily focusing his studies on communist theory. He soon went on to become a member of the Chinese Communist Party and was increasingly a committed Marxist. After studying at the Eastern University for a few months, Deng moved to the Sun Yat-sen University of Moscow, which was in 1925 and named after Sun Yat-sen, a leading Chinese nationalist who had become affiliated with the Soviet Union in the first half of the 1920s. He founded the Kuomintang and the nationalist movement, which ironically, after his own time, would end up involved in a civil war with the Chinese communists. At the Sun Yat-sen University, Deng continued his education in communist principles and about the broader history of China. It was also here that he was taught the Russian language, whilst also being introduced to Russian military strategies that had evolved during the First World War and the Russian Civil War that followed. He also learned that following the Opium Wars of the 19th century and China's decline as a power, many people placed responsibility on the failure of China to modernize industrially. In this light, many people had come to believe back home in China that the best way for the country to prevent foreign interference in its affairs and become a great nation again after centuries of decline was to industrialize. Deng became convinced through his studies that the development of a communist state would be the best way to achieve this goal. Meanwhile, events in China had become tumultuous in the years that Deng was studying in Europe. In December 1915, one of the warlords, Yuan Shikai, had attempted to reconstitute the imperial system with himself as emperor. This proved abortive, and by the late spring of 1916, the Republic had been re-established. The chaos continued for years thereafter, with Sun Yat-sen playing a major role in the country's politics through the late 1910s. By 1919, his nationalist party, the Kuomintang, had become the most dominant force in southern China. Other movements also emerged, notably the Chinese Communist Party, which was founded in 1921. At this early date, the nationalists and the communists had much in common. Both wanted to bring an end to the instability wrought by the old, backward-looking warlords and to modernize China. Both were also somewhat left-leaning during Sun Yat-sen's time. Thus, they found common cause in 1926, a year after Sun Yat-sen's death, and launched the Northern Expedition, whereby nationalist leaders like Chiang Kai-shek marched north from southern China towards cities like Shanghai and Nanjing, with the goal of securing the major cities of China from the warlords and establishing a strong national government once again. By 1927, they were substantially successful in their goals and had established a new national government in the city of Nanjing. In Moscow, Deng read of events in China in 1926 and early 1927 with great interest. Eventually, he decided to leave the Russian capital and set off for Xi'an in China in early 1927, traveling via Mongolia and across the Gobi Desert. In March, he reached the front line and hoped to begin playing a role in the military affairs of the Northern Expedition. However, upon his arrival, delivering lectures to the army person Yu Xiang, a commander based in northwest China, who was receiving the backing of the Soviet Union. He was, though, present to see the Northern Expedition take a fateful turn. Chiang Kai-shek led the right-wists to engage in purge, which sought to completely undermine the left wing of the nationalists and the communists. As part of this, many communists were killed and others imprisoned for their association with the party. Deng himself was let go unharmed, thanks to Feng Yuxiang choosing not to violently purge the communists within his ranks. Still, the purge by Chiang Kai-shek in 1927 signaled the beginning of the Chinese Civil War between the nationalists and the communists, one which, in one form or another, would last for over 2 decades. The nationalists controlled the great cities in the east of the country, while the communists moved inland and built up their base there. At the start of the Chinese Civil War, Deng went to join his communist comrades in the city of Wuhan in central China, the new capital of the communist movement. These early years of the war were very difficult for the Chinese communists. Owing to internal divisions, a split occurred between the senior ranking members, but the communists soon regrouped under new leadership. Deng, who it must be remembered, was still just a young man of 22 when the Civil War began. obtained a position as a record keeper. It was at this time that he changed his name from Xixian to Xiaoping. His goal was to counter attempts at identifying him by the nationalists, but it was a name that stuck for the rest of his life, and by which he is remembered today. It was also around this time that he met a young communist leader by the name of Mao Zedong for the first time. He was also enlisted in the 7th Army and purged those disloyal to the communist movement. Deng married for the first time in 1928 to Jiang Shiyuan, who was a like-minded fellow student that he had first met in Moscow at the Sun Yat-sen University. They rekindled their relationship in China and married not long afterwards. However, it was short-lived, as his wife died following complications during childbirth less than 2 years later. The baby girl she was carrying was lost as well. To compound the difficulties, Deng was also unable to attend his wife's funeral due to the nature of his work during the Civil War. He married again in 1931, his second wife being Jin Wei-ying. Little is known about her, and they separated around 1933, owing to the difficulties the communists were experiencing during these years of the Civil War. Eventually, he divorced and married for a third time in 1939 to Zhuo Lin, the daughter of a Chinese businessman. This third and last marriage would last for the rest of Deng's life and resulted in 5 children, 3 daughters, Lin, Nan, and Rong, and 2 sons, Pu Feng and Zhi Feng. In the midst of his familial shifts in the late 1920s, the communists continued to experience difficulties and military reverses in the growing conflict with the nationalists. Deng began organizing communist activity in Guangxi, in the south of China, in 1929, as secretary of the 7th Red Army, leading the Bai Se uprising of Guangxi. He also soon joined forces with Mao Zedong, whose forces were situated in the Jiangxi province, to better organize his movements following defeats to the nationalists, who wore down much of Deng's remaining fighters on the journey northeast, dying due to exposure to equipped for this journey. In February of 1930, Mao had defeated the Jiangxi Provincial Soviet government in region, but faced internal problems as he was seen as anti-revolutionary because of his moderate stance. Despite an attempted overthrow on the 7th of November 1931, Mao announced the creation of a Chinese Soviet Republic in the region he controlled in Jiangxi, though its power was diminished when control of the Red Army was given to Chinese diplomat and future head of the Chinese government, Zhou Enlai. Hence, as prominent as Mao was becoming at this juncture, he was far from the absolute leader of the Chinese communists. Meanwhile, Deng continued to be a middling official within the communist movement, though one whose talents were evident and who would continue to rise. Deng's political career was somewhat harmed by his return to Shanghai in the early 1930s to try to drum up support for the communists clandestinely in the city, leaving his army faction behind. Some felt that Deng had betrayed the party and managed to escape punishment for his actions, as he had claimed he was merely a political trainer and not a commander of war. His position was possibly safeguarded thanks to the intervention of Zhou Enlai, his old friend from his days in France. After a time, Deng returned to Jiangxi province. Despite the Communist Party's popularity, Mao was locked in internal conflicts with competing military strategists, with a frequent turnover in power causing uncertainty around the strength of their army. Opposing factions debated the military strategies being employed, with the nationalists gaining territory consistently through the early 1930s. Deng was initially demoted within the party for his allegiance to Mao, who had yet to consolidate power, but due to his long stay and status as a veteran, He was subsequently promoted to party committee secretary in Ruijin, in the Ganzhou district of Jiangxi province, which was now a Soviet administrative region in China. In 1933, Deng continued to experience fluctuating fortunes within the communist movement, as some viewed him as being too right-wing, while others looked favorably on his close ties to Mao and the Jiangxi Soviet. Meanwhile, the communists as a whole were struggling to deal with a fresh attack by Chiang Kai-shek's nationalist forces. After massive encirclement of their positions, Mao and his forces just managed to break out and flee westwards in 1934 before turning north. These events would become known as the Long March. They represented a low ebb for the Chinese communists, but in later years they would be lionized as the point at which Mao allegedly saved the communist cause and a piece of party law in decades to come. During it, an estimated 80,000 communist soldiers of the First Front Red Army, with approximately 15,000 party members and government representatives, took part in a cross-country march, resulting in the death of people from starvation, exhaustion, and attacks by the Kuomintang army as they moved westwards. Only 1/10 of those that made the trip north to Yan'an survived through to the end of the Long March. It was the Long March that began Mao's path to power, as he showed great leadership skills during it, and so gained the support of the members of the Chinese Communist Party. It also aided Deng's further rise. In the year leading to October 1935, he was promoted to serve as a prominent secretary of the party, being promoted by Mao and Zhou. Furthermore, as party membership plummeted significantly across the country, as it looked like the communist cause was doomed, Deng rose to the inner circles of the Communist Party. During this time, he had been traveling with Mao throughout parts of their retreat. But by the end of the grueling adventure, he had begun to suffer from typhoid fever and almost succumbed to his illness. Although party membership fell, the virtue of their sacrifice in retreat was highly thought of, with many peasants hailing them as national heroes. Deng's backing of Zhou and Mao turned out to be to his advantage, as they controlled the direction of the party's military to a substantial extent thereafter. The entire Chinese Civil War took a dramatic turn in the years that followed. Back in 1931, the Empire of Japan had invaded the Manchuria region of northeastern China and had occupied it, establishing a puppet state called Manchukuo, while neither the nationalists nor the communists were really in a position to strike back at the Japanese. Buoyed by the seeming ease with which they had acquired Manchuria, the Japanese continued to make incursions over the border into China in the mid-1930s. This eventually expanded into a full-blown invasion in 1937, after the Marco Polo Bridge incident in July that year. The Sino-Japanese War would last from 1937 down to 1945, and is viewed by many as constituting the beginning of the Second World War in the Far East. In the first months of it, the major cities of the East fell to the Japanese, and the nationalists, like the communists had done years earlier, fled westwards into the Chinese interior. There, the communists and the nationalists formed a common cause and put aside their differences for as long as they had a common enemy in the form of the Japanese. Their capital was established in Chongqing, and they would fight together for the next 8 years. Deng spent much of the first few months of the war against the Japanese, ensconced in various guerrilla units operating in the northern provinces and trying to strike against the occupation forces in Beijing and other regions of the northeast. This set the pattern for the rest of the war, with Deng generally active in provinces like Hebei and Shanxi. He notably played a senior role in the 100 Regiments Offensive in the autumn and winter of 1940. a massive engagement between 500,000 Japanese and Chinese forces across a large front. This was simply the clash between Japan and China was equaled in ferocity during the Second World War only by that which occurred between Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union in Eastern Europe. The nature of the conflict in China changed from December 1941 onwards, when Japan attacked the United States and Britain, thus providing the Chinese with new allies and a source of material aid from British Burma. Thus, by the time the US dropped the atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in August 1945, and the Japanese began preparing to surrender, the uneasy coalition between the Chinese communists and nationalists were making major advances in recovering the many cities and towns along the eastern coast and rivers. Over 20 million people were dead in the Sino-Japanese clash at that stage, and the country was utterly devastated. Nevertheless, no sooner had the Second World War ended than the communists and the nationalists began preparing to resume the Chinese Civil War, which had simply been put on hiatus in 1937. Deng was involved in some brief efforts at peace talks between the two warring parties in Chongqing in the immediate aftermath of the war. These proved abortive. Chiang Kai-shek and the nationalists were unwilling to compromise too much, arguing that they had the upper hand before the Japanese invasion. This was true, but the communists were in a much stronger position coming out of the war, having obtained the support of a large cross-section of the Chinese population for their spirited war effort against the Japanese, whereas the nationalists left the conflict in 1945 with a reputation for inaction and appalling corruption, having embezzled a huge proportion of the financial aid the United States had sent to China to aid in the fight against the Japanese. Fighting soon resumed. In this, Deng played a key role as both a military commander and especially as an organizer and propagator to the Second Field Army. By 1948, the war had turned decisively in favor of the communists, in large part because the Soviet Union was much more willing to aid them than the US was inclined to support the nationalists. In the final year of the conflict, Chiang Kai-shek organized a tactical withdrawal to the island of Hainan in southern China, and then to Taiwan. This was completed by the end of 1949, leaving the communists in charge of the Chinese mainland, while the nationalist Republic of China came into being on Taiwan. Theoretically, the Chinese Civil War never really ended, but to all intents and purposes, it ended in victory for the Chinese communists in 1949, with a mopping up operation to take Hainan in 1950. Towards the end of the Civil War, Deng was still playing a role in the Second Field Army, which controlled Yunnan, Sichuan, Xikang, Guizhou, and Tibet to the southwest of the country. As the conflict ended in communist victory, he oversaw a process whereby many intellectuals and students in these territories were forced into re-education camps. This was part of Mao's intellectual rectification program. The communist takeover of 1949 saw the end of the Republic of China. The state would now undergo the transition to a Chinese brand of communism that would become known as Maoism. On the 1st of October 1949, Deng attended the proclamation of the People's Republic of China in Beijing, thus welcoming the newly declared communist state into being. In its earliest days of the People's Republic, Deng served as a political and military organizer as he had done in the past. He quickly found promotion under Mao, who had emerged after the war as the preeminent figure in communist China, and found Deng's political skills to be exemplary. Thus did Deng accompany Mao on a visit to Stalinist Russia in 1950 to reaffirm the close ties between the two nations at a time when the Cold War was heating up over escalating tensions in Germany and the Korean Peninsula. The visit was also organized to discuss the terms of the Sino-Soviet Treaty of Friendship, Alliance and Mutual Assistance. Much of the agreements included in this surrounded the recognition of the People's Republic of China by the Soviet Union, while matters such as infrastructural development, development of the Chinese Eastern Railway, and Soviet access to the ports of Dalian and Lushun were touched on too. These talks also secured Soviet financing for the redevelopment of China's economy after decades of war and instability. In the aftermath of the successful negotiation of the Sino-Soviet Treaty, Deng was promoted to vice premier in 1952 and held a growing number of important positions within the government, such as deputy chair of the Committee on Finance and later Minister of Finance, including a post as the director of the Office of Communications. In 1953, the increasingly powerful Mao Zedong introduced the first five-year plan in emulation of the Soviet five-year plans that had commenced back in the late 1920s and which had transformed the Russian economy. Through these, Mao aimed for China to rapidly industrialize the country's transition into socialism. A key component of this was the collectivization of agricultural land into giant state-run farms that would then be run more efficiently, freeing up labor to work in the new factories in the cities. This would also aid in removing large estates from the hands of wealthy landowners and break down the capitalist nature of Chinese society. Following this, the intention was to reorganize industry and commerce at a later stage. Although the first five-year plan was successful economically, as industrial production grew at the rate of 19% between 1952 and 1957, agriculture lagged behind, with growth rates of 4% because of a lack of state investment, the gains coming from the reorganization and cooperation fostered by cooperative farming. Through Mao's centrally planned economy and collectivization of agriculture, the industrial economy boomed, and the country's wealth grew. Living standards improved markedly for the average person. However, more stringent plans would later be implemented, which would cause great strife across the nation. In 1954, Mao consolidated his grip on the state when he entered the office of first chairman of the People's Republic of China. Deng continued to do well during this period under Mao's patronage. He retained his place as a vice premier and later secured positions as head of the Communist Party's organization department, as well as participating as a member of the Central Military Commission. He was also instrumental in influencing legislation as a government administrative officer within the Communist Party's policy-making board. Yet a growing ideological split was developing between Deng and Mao. In 1956, the party underwent constitutional change at the first session of the 8th National Congress of the Communist Party. Deng assumed a stronger position within the party, serving as Secretary General of the Secretariat under the Politburo. He was also involved in the country's daily decision-making, alongside President Liu Shaoqi and Premier Zhou in support of Mao. At this time, in 1956 and 1957, the 100 Flowers campaign was introduced by the government, where the people of China were allowed a rare opportunity for open criticism of the government. This, though, was not long-lived and was instead used to identify those critical of the government. Then, in 1957, Mao's anti-rightist movement emerged, which was initially supported by Deng and other leaders of the party. It would last down to the end of the 1950s, and was used as a basis for purging both the communist movement and wider society of right-wing elements. Deng was not purged in any fashion, but his position within the regime was called into question in 1958 when he formed part of a splinter group which opposed the further introduction of what was termed Mao Zedong thought into the statutes of the Chinese Communist Party. Despite his earlier rise under Mao, This signaled a clear split with the leader of the country. It was a gamble, but also points towards the fact that Mao was never as secure in his position as head of Communist China as Joseph Stalin was in his control over the Soviet Union in the 1930s and 1940s. In the second session of the 8th Congress of 1958, the Communist Party adopted the Great Leap Forward as government policy. This was the second 5-year plan and was Mao's vision that the country could eclipse Britain in terms of its industrial productivity within just 5 years. The Great Leap Forward was enormously ambitious and, in retrospect, quite delusional. It aimed in particular to increase Chinese steel production to a level where it would eclipse British steel production within 5 years. Ambitious targets were also developed for the amount of coal being mined in the country and other industrial processes. To ensure that these were met, pressure was placed on regional party officers to press people out of agricultural work and into industrial factories, and then to develop maximum efficiencies countrywide in the factories and mines. The result was a catastrophic famine, as party officers forced so many people off the farms that food production suffered. In some instances, the local communist officials were even known to melt down farm implements like plows and basic tools in order to increase the amount of steel they could claim was being produced. There were also problems around infrastructural projects like dam construction being undertaken in a poor and rushed fashion, leading to flooding months later and the drowning of agricultural land. By 1959 and 1960, an appalling famine was occurring, and Mao's position and authority were immensely damaged. Tens of millions of people died across China. The exact death toll is still widely disputed. As terrible as these events were, though, they benefited Deng's career. In the aftermath of the disastrous Great Leap Forward, Mao was weakened, and his political rivals saw an opportunity to move to undermine his authority. A branch of the party, one which included economic reformers like Deng and Liu Shaoqi, now sought to convince the party leaders that a new approach might be employed. At the 7,000 Cadres Conference of 1962, their proposals were greeted warmly. Mao was not in a position to aggressively oppose these. All the same, it was clear that a division had emerged between the leader and the young protege who had risen under him back in the 1930s. Further divisions were seen when Mao recommended developing what he termed the Third Front movement in the mid-1960s. By this, he meant that China needed to become more industrially and militarily independent from the Soviet Union in the context of the Cold War, owing to the growing rift between Moscow and Beijing since the mid-1950s and the death of Stalin. Deng openly opposed Mao's approach and argued against expensive investment in an enlarged military. In response to the weakening of his position as a paramount leader of China during the Great Leap Forward, Mao launched the Cultural Revolution in 1966. This was designed as a movement to purify the culture of China through a species of constant revolution, whereby counter-revolutionaries and any unreformed capitalists and bourgeois elements would be rooted out. In reality, it was an effort by Mao to galvanize his own support base and reclaim full control of the state. It quickly spun out of control as gangs of younger Chinese secondary school and university students formed into violent Red Guards who terrorized their own teachers and parents for not being ideologically fervent enough. In time, the government had to resort to programs whereby the Red Guards were sent to the countryside from the cities to try to reform their ideological fervor. Between 1 and 2 million people would be killed in atrocities across China over the next decade as the Cultural Revolution went on and on. The attacks included vendettas against a great many senior Communist Party figures. Amongst these were Deng, and his close ally Liu Shaoqi, both of whom were accused of being unreformed bourgeois right-wingers on account of their earlier stated views on economic policy. Owing to all of this, Deng would spend the late 1960s and much of the early 1970s on the periphery of Chinese politics, though eventually, in 1973, under the patronage of his old ally Zhou Enlai, he was restored to the party hierarchy in Beijing and acquired new positions of authority. In February 1972, Richard Nixon visited China as the first post-communist era president of the United States to do so. Since 1949, the US had largely acknowledged the Republic of China on the island of Taiwan as the legitimate government of China. But with the passage of more than 2 decades, the US was anxious to develop economic relations with mainland China. Nixon's administration also perceived that China had a role to play in bringing the Vietnam War to an end in a way which saved American face as much as possible, as it was a war which it was currently losing, but was still fighting. The state visit began the process of normalization, and eventually, in 1979, the administration of President Jimmy Carter to Republic of China. Deng played a major role in this process, both as a more junior figure within the communist regime in the early to mid-1970s, and after he became the leader of China in the late 1970s. This was a vitally important episode in modern history, as it paved the way for China's economic miracle by its market to the goods China was beginning to produce in ever greater quantities. This aside, Deng's character was not always popular amongst senior American politicians, with some, such as Henry Kissinger, labeling him a, quote, nasty little man, a view shared by many people in the Nixon administration and beyond. Zhou Enlai died in January 1976. His death was soon followed by mass protests and violence at Tiananmen Square on the 5th of April 1976, as discontent at the Cultural Revolution and Mao's rule boiled over. On the day, large crowds congregated to pay their respects to Zhou, who was highly regarded among the populace. Those in attendance were considered counter-revolutionaries and were labeled as such by the Communist Party's Central Committee, who afterwards sought Deng's arrest for the alleged planning of the event. Deng himself had remained largely absent from the square, although he had been spotted visiting an area close by. As a result, he was accused of leading the protesters, a claim he strongly denied, but which meant that he lost his status as a senior member of the Communist Party and was removed from his position as vice premier. 100,000 people descended on the square and riots broke out, with government buildings being taken over. Security forces, led by the Gang of Four that had obtained substantial power during the Cultural Revolution, cleared the square with a militia. The Tiananmen Square incident not only led to Deng's dispositions, he was also placed under house arrest by the regime. But then, only 5 months after the riots, an ailing Mao Zedong died of a heart attack on the 9th of September 1976 at the age of 82 years old. Thereafter, Deng was quickly rehabilitated within the party, and indeed his resistance to Mao's growing autocracy from the late 1950s onwards and alternate vision for China's economic development made him a frontrunner to become Mao's successor. In the course of 1977, he was restored as the vice premier and also promoted to become vice chairman of the Chinese Communist Party and vice chairman of the Military Commission and Army Chief of Staff. Hua Guofeng, a military leader, was made the temporary leader of China during a transitional period following Mao's death, while the infamous Gang of Four were attacked by the government they had so recently led, with several members spending much of the 1980s and 1990s imprisoned. With the end of the Cultural Revolution and a severe swing in China's politics following death, Deng was pronounced as the paramount leader of the People's Republic of China in 1978, and became the de facto leader of the communist state. China for the best part of a decade and a half, down to the early 1990s. The era of his leadership became known for policies collectively known as Luan Fanzhong, a term which translates to something close to eliminating chaos and returning to normal. A clear statement about how China was leaving behind the instability and violence of Mao's time as head of state and moving progressively forwards. The Cultural Revolution was very firmly brought to an end, and reprisals were sought against those who had led the violence. Ideological divisions were toned down, and the communist government became much more tolerant. Gone was the unrepentant quasi-Stalinist approach, with the supreme disregard for the value of human life which Mao had displayed. In its place was a new government of stability, harmony and progress, which Deng, a much more tranquil and stable character than Mao, would oversee without fanfare or excessive efforts to promote himself as absolute leader of China. Some of the key elements of Luan Fanzhong were the policies of opening up and the four modernizations. Opening up involved the adoption of many elements of free market capitalism. Much of the Chinese economy would continue to be run along communist lines, with large proportions of it controlled by the government and owned collectively. But in reality, China began to adopt much of the Western capitalist approach from an economic perspective from 1978 onwards. This included purchasing goods from more countries than it previously had, many of them US-aligned Western countries. More saliently involved selling the goods which China was producing to countries, and above all, a number of key states like the US, Britain, Germany, and France, that in time would develop a voracious appetite for cheap electronics and manufactured goods. The four modernizations was a term for the more wide-ranging reform of Chinese society to facilitate this broader economic development. For instance, the Chinese education system changed completely under Deng in the course of the 1980s to emphasize training people to better the economy, rather than placing emphasis on churning out ideological communists. Many of these were ideas that had been championed for years by figures like Zhou Enlai, but it was under Deng they had become state policy. All of these reforms led to the beginning of the Chinese economic miracle. Starting in the late 1970s, Chinese economic policy was reorientated towards being export-driven and producing goods which would find a large foreign market. In the late 1970s and for much of the 1980s, the products involved were very different to what China is known for today. Much of its trade balance sheet in the Deng years involved very basic manufactured goods and products made from agricultural products and basic industry. Then, as the Chinese economy quickly developed and the educational reforms began to have an impact, there was a shift towards more complex goods. Much of this echoed the model previously used in Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan, as China moved towards the production of small electronic goods, automobiles, and the like. The next stages would occur after Deng's time, as China has moved towards establishing its own major corporate entities that have challenged US companies in the spheres of computing and much else besides. The government did an awful lot in China in the late 1970s and throughout the 1980s to encourage this economic shift. For instance, special economies were created in cities like Shenzhen and Shanghai. The result was that China experienced average GDP growth rates of about 8 or 9% annually through the 1980s, 1990s, and 2000s, sometimes peaking at 15%. Admittedly, there had been years of phenomenal growth in China under Mao, but there was no stability to this, with years of nearly 20% growth followed by economic crashes that then lasted 2 or 3 years. The Deng years brought much greater stability. In the process, an enormous societal shift occurred as middle-class aspirants engaged in arguably the largest mass migration in human history, with hundreds of millions of Chinese people leaving the countryside and moving into the new megacities, which developed along the course of the Yellow, Pearl, and Yangtze rivers. A visitor to China today can arrive to cities of 10 or 15 million people, which were little more than towns when Deng became leader of the country in 1978. The development of these urban centers is very much the legacy of Mao's successor. Deng's time as head of the Chinese state also saw the continuation of the rapprochement with the United States that had begun under Mao. Where the US led, other Western countries followed. This was significant in terms of China's relations with the United Kingdom and Portugal, both of which still had territorial enclaves in southern China as a legacy of their colonial involvement here. In Portugal's case, this was Macau, and in Britain's, the territory of Hong Kong. In 1984, Deng's government successfully negotiated the Sino-British Joint Declaration with the administration of Margaret Thatcher. Under the terms of this, provisions were made for Britain to hand Hong Kong back to China in 1997, but following the principle of one country, two systems, whereby Hong Kong would become part of China while retaining its democratic system in a form of self-government. 3 years later, a separate agreement was reached with Portugal for a similar handover of Macau in 1999. In large part because of the negotiation of the Sino-British Joint Declaration, and also owing to the phenomenal economic growth the country was experiencing, peaking at over 15% GDP growth in 1984, Deng was named Time Person of the Year in 1985. He had previously been named Person of the Year in 1978, joining a very short list of individuals such as Joseph Stalin, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, Winston Churchill, and Ronald Reagan, who had been named as the Person of the Year on 2 separate occasions. No assessment of Deng's time as leader of the People's Republic can overlook the fact that China's controversial one-child policy was initiated in 1979, a year into Deng's tenure. By the end of the 1970s, the country's population had nearly 1 billion people. It had been growing at an enormous rate in the aftermath of the drop caused by the disastrous Great Leap Forward 20 years earlier. In 1962, the population had been around 665 million people. It grew to 850 million or so by 1970, and was continuing to expand year on year by an average of nearly 20 million. By 1979, government demographers and planners felt that intervention was necessary to prevent the population exceeding 1.5 billion before the end of the 20th century, and so the one-child policy was introduced. Through this, it was, in theory, established that each couple should only have 1 child each. However, so many stipulations were placed on it in the years that followed, that in theory, less than half the population actually had the one-child policy imposed on them. While a policy of this kind can only ever be applied in practice to a limited extent. For instance, fines were imposed on families that exceeded the one-child limit, but some families were simply affluent enough that they accepted the fine and had a second or third child. The policy was successful over time in terms of its stated aim. Population growth slowed in the 1980s, then further in the 1990s, and very much so in the 2000s. The problem is that it caused many social problems in terms of implementation, as well as sociological issues in the long term. Moreover, today, nearly a half-century later, China is facing a demographic crisis caused by a rapidly aging population and overall population decline in the decades to come. This will forever be one of the more controversial elements of Deng's time as leader of China. Of course, there was another, even more controversial chapter in his time as head of the Chinese Communist regime. In mid-April 1989, mass protests began at Tiananmen Square in Beijing following the death of Hu Yaobang, a leading reformer within the Chinese Communist Party. The protesters were aware of wider movements in Europe to reform the communist governments of countries like the Soviet Union, Poland, and East Germany. The unrest was also the outcome of a society which, for better or worse, had experienced immense changes in the decades since Deng took over, whether it was the introduction of the one-child policy or the opening up of the economy. Negotiations between the protesters and the government had been underway. The unrest had spread across China, inspiring protests in the cities. With no resolution in sight, in early June 1989, Deng ordered the breaking up of the protesters on Tiananmen Square. Martial law was declared late on the 3rd of June, and the following day, soldiers and tanks rolled into central Beijing. The exact nature of what happened on the 4th of June remains widely debated. A bloody crackdown ensued, such that it has become known as the Tiananmen Square Massacre, but the exact death toll has been placed anywhere between a few hundred people to thousands across the country. The truth is unclear. What is evident is that the crackdown in 1989 presaged the Chinese Communist Party's iron grip on power down to the present day, and the reluctance of the state to introduce any kind of liberal reforms in response to public protest. It would also be one of Deng's last acts as the head of the government. Late in 1989, at 85 years of age, he stepped down from his position as chairman of the Central Military Commission, a move which indicated his intention to start handing over power to his successors, Jiang Zemin and Hu Jintao. Deng had stepped down from his position as chairman of the Central Military Commission in 1989. This, along with the damage to his authority result of the Tiananmen Square protests, had weakened not just his position, but also the reform program which he had launched a decade earlier. Many people within the communist hierarchy believed that China was liberalizing too swiftly and was moving completely away from the roots of the Chinese Communist Revolution, a view which was compounded when attempted reforms of the Soviet Union by Mikhail Gorbachev in the 1980s inadvertently caused the collapse of the communist governments there and elsewhere in Eastern and Central Europe between 1989 and 1991. In order to prevent the same occurring in China, the reforms were rolled back in many respects in 1990 and 1991. It was this which led Deng to undertake his famous southern tour over the space of 5 weeks from mid-January 1992 into late February. Visiting many cities and economic centers in cities like Shanghai and Shenzhen, Deng reaffirmed that modernization and opening up were the way forward for China. He managed to win over sufficient support that it re-galvanized the Communist Party's belief in the program he had started. The Southern Tour was a vital moment in ensuring the continuation of the modernizing program and the economic miracle. In the years that followed, Deng continued to be in partial retirement, with Jiang Zemin and Hu Jintao theoretically controlling the Communist Party and the state. However, it is widely understood that Deng was a kind of emeritus ruler of China for much of the 1990s, insofar as his policies continued to be adhered to after the Southern Tour, and he was always consulted by Jintao and others in an unofficial capacity on major policy matters. Yet, he was also an old man by the mid-1990s, and his health was declining. In 1995, it was confirmed that he was suffering from Parkinson's disease. Movements were increasingly restricted. He died on the 19th of February 1997 at 92 years of age from a combination of illnesses, including a severe lung infection. Several weeks of national mourning and commemoration followed for one of modern China's most significant leaders. The Chinese economic miracle continued, and in fact only accelerated into the 2000s. Owing to the reforms he set in place, China is the world's second largest economy and is predicted to become the largest at some point in the mid-2030s. Deng Xiaoping was an understated figure. He lived most of his life in the shadow of figures like Mao Zedong and Zhou Enlai between the 1940s and the 1970s, and even when he did rise to become the leader of the People's Republic of China, he was content not to broadcast his rise to become the paramount leader too overtly, certainly not in the same way which Mao did. Furthermore, he was unusual amongst the modern leaders of China, in that he partially retired and stepped down from frontline politics in the early 1990s, once he believed his work was largely done. But this latter not to view Deng as a more minor of China. Deng Xiaoping was the architect of modern China. He moved the country away from the Maoist version of communism and developed a more market-orientated economy, one which blended elements of communism and capitalism. He also continued to repair relations with the United States and opened up China's economy to the world. In doing so, he was the architect of the Chinese economic miracle of the period between the 1980s and 2000s. Modern China owes much more to Deng Xiaoping's legacy than that of Mao Zedong. Indeed, when the history of the 21st century is written, although he died in 1997, many will note that in setting China on the path to becoming a superpower to rival the United States, Deng substantially shaped the century that followed his own time. What do you think of Deng Xiaoping? Was he the great hero of China's modern economic and political reform, the individual who brought about the Chinese economic miracle, or was he an unreformed communist strongman who should be viewed more in the light of the Tiananmen Square massacre of 1989? Please let us know in the comment section, and in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. 6th of October 1976, Jiang Qing, the widow of Mao Zedong, the man who had ruled communist China from 1949 until his death in September 1976, was arrested. Jiang was rare in communist China as a woman who had risen to play a prominent role in the country's politics. Yet even her position as Mao's former wife couldn't prevent her from being sentenced to life in prison. What had she done to prompt the communist regime to destroy her once Mao's reign had ended? This is the story of Jiang Qing, the real driving force behind the Cultural Revolution. The woman known to history as Jiang Qing, Madame Mao, was born in the spring of 1914 in the town of Juchang in Shandong Province, China. Her exact date of birth is disputed, though she was almost certainly born in March 1914. Her parents gave her the name Li Shumeng. Jiang Qing was a name she adopted many years later, after joining the communist cause in China. Her father, Li De-wen, was a carpenter with his own shop. He also operated a small inn. Her mother, whose name has been lost to history, was Li De-wen's secondary wife or concubine, and Shumeng was the couple's only child. Though her father was a fairly prosperous tradesman, Shumeng and her mother benefited little from her father's prosperity. Li De-wen had a legitimate wife and 5 other older children. While she experienced a good deal of bullying, both physical and emotional, from her older half-siblings, her mother endured far worse from Li De-wen, a heavy drinker who often beat her. Some biographers have speculated that the relationship between Shumeng's parents might have come about following the family's engagement of her mother as a domestic servant. Life became even less stable for Shumeng and her mother in 1920. During the annual Lantern Festival, Li De-wen became excessively drunk and enraged by a disagreement with his second wife and savagely beat her with a spade, breaking one of her fingers. According to her own later account, 6-year-old Shumeng tried to defend her mother, and her father's spade struck her mouth, breaking one of her teeth. Shortly following this terrible episode, Li Shumeng's mother left the family home for good, with her daughter in tow. Mother and daughter remained in Juchang for less than 2 years, during which time Shumeng started elementary school. She found the atmosphere little more bearable than her father's family home had been. The other students bullied her mercilessly for her awkwardness, her shabby clothes, and unconventional background, just as her siblings had done. She was expelled from her first elementary school after just 1 term. Li Shumeng was growing up in a tumultuous and often violent world. Just 3 years before she was born, the Chinese imperial system that had existed for thousands of years had been overthrown. A new republican government was established, though in reality the country descended into anarchy with local warlords claiming power in different parts of China. Shumeng regularly heard of gunfire on her way to school as local conflicts raged and the government tried to impose law and order. Life was especially difficult for Shumeng and her mother in these circumstances. Sometime in 1924 or 1925, Li De-wen died in a typhus outbreak. He left the bulk of his property and estate to his legitimate wife and children, but he also bequeathed to his secondary wife and illegitimate daughter the part ownership of a house. Li Shumeng's mother, now nearing 40 and beginning to suffer from significant health problems, wrote to her parents, who lived in Jinan in northwestern Shandong, for help. The elderly couple had only 1 other daughter, and were presumably relieved to have their daughter and grandchild come to live with them, to help care for them in their old age. Using a portion of their small inheritance, Shu Meng and her mother purchased train tickets, packed their few belongings, and left for Jinan. Once there, Li Shumeng was given a new name, Li Yunhe. Whether she received her new name from her family or her new school is unclear, but either way, almost everyone who knew her agreed that the name did not suit her. Yunhe, meaning crane in the clouds, suggested a far more serene, gentle and passive character than Li Yunhe possessed, as her early experiences had made her rebellious, defiant, and fiercely independent. Rather than stoically accepting mean or poor treatment at others' hands, Yunhe invariably fought back and asserted herself. After what she had seen of life as a poor, marginalized daughter, Yunhe could only reject the Confucian ideals which her family and her school were trying. A virtuous woman, according to Confucian philosophy, obeyed her father, her husband, and, after his death, her own son. She was to be modest, chaste, neat, quiet, and a willing and able housekeeper. But to Yunhe, the 3 obediences and the 4 virtues were nothing more than handy propaganda, and her life experiences had taught her to resist these traditional Chinese values. 10-year-old Yunhe resumed her elementary education in Jinan, but fared little better than she had in Jucheng. Her classmates still bullied her, ridiculed her awkwardness, and ostracized her for being the girl without a father. Rather than run home and cry to her family, however, Yunhe instead grew harder. Nourishing a fierce pride, she refused to speak when her family inquired about her bruises or her torn book bag. Yunhe finished her formal education in 1926 or 1927, when she was about 12 or 13 years old. Around this time, Yunhe and her mother traveled to Tianjin, perhaps for better work prospects, where they stayed for several months with one of Yunhe's half-sisters. Not returned to school, but earned her keep doing housework for her older sister. She particularly hated having to do household chores and tried instead to get a job rolling tailor-made cigarettes for a local tobacco company, which her family was quick to forbid. In 1928, her mother married again. Although the details of her marriage and new life are unknown, grandparents in Jinan for only a few months more. She did not return to school, and it is possible that her grandparents could not afford the fees. Instead, in a move that seemed to suit her unconventional and rather individualistic personality, she joined a local theatre troupe. It is unclear whether Yunhe ran away from her grandparents' home to become an actor, or if she was coerced into doing so. Whatever the circumstances, Yunhe appeared to love the performing life and remained with the company for a year or more. As Yunhe gained more experience and was given more and more significant acting roles, she realized that directors and audiences liked her. She began to gain confidence in her developing artistic abilities as a result. One night, many months after Yunhe had disappeared from her grandparents' home, the elderly couple attended a production of the Beijing opera Beating the Princess at a small suburban theater in Jinan. When the leading lady took the stage in a magnificent silk robe and a headdress bedecked in pearls, Yunhe's grandparents were shocked to discover that the graceful and talented ingenue on stage was their own granddaughter. The couple were forced to pay an unknown but apparently exorbitant sum of money to persuade the theatre owner to release Yunhe from the company and allow her to return home. We do not know what Yunhe's reaction was to being removed from the theatre company, but there is reason to believe she was disappointed, for she actively sought more involvement in the theatre and artistic training shortly after returning home with her grandparents. In 1929, Yunhe passed preliminary exams and was accepted to the new Experimental Arts Academy, funded by the Shandong provincial government. As one of the few low-income students to gain admission to the school, Yunhe received subsidies in the form of free accommodation and meals, as well as a regular allowance of 6 yuan per month. She studied acting, playwriting, and music with accomplished professors, trained in both Chinese and Western styles and techniques. It was during this year at theatre school that Yunhe's later political beliefs and overall worldview began to develop. Although the school was established in an old Confucian temple in Jinan, the professors were young, with modern ideas and political beliefs which leaned closer to the communists than to the nationalists in the Chinese Civil War that had broken out between these two groups in 1927. The left-leaning stance of teachers and students at the acting academy did not lead to them opposing foreign influence in China or prevent them from embracing Western artistic mediums, styles, and techniques, or even European plays. Similarly, while they embraced the collectivist social and political ethic of communism, they admired the romance and individualism of Western art, many examples of which the later Chinese Communist Party would officially deem capitalistic and counter-revolutionary. It was during her year at this experimental theatre school that Yunhe first read Henrik Ibsen's A Doll's House, an outright indictment of marriage as a social and political prison for women. This play resonated deeply with Yunhe, and it remained her favorite dramatic work. Yunhe's personality was beginning to emerge more decidedly at theatre school. As only one of 3 girls studying there, she had a certain amount of notoriety among her fellow students, which she amplified with her boldness. Her classmates remembered her as pretty, outgoing, plain-spoken to the point of being labelled pushy, and unafraid to be daring. On one occasion, a group of her male classmates set one another a challenge to prove their manhood. The student who would brave the forbidding temple sanctuary to remove and retrieve the headdress from a statue of Confucius there would be accounted the most courageous. This challenge went unanswered for several days, as none of the boys were fearless enough to attempt it. They were shocked one evening to see Yunhe stroll casually out of the temple sanctuary with the headdress in hand. "I never thought that a girl could do that," remembered one of her male classmates. Unfortunately, the experimental theatre school was closed a year after it opened, a victim of the turbulent political environment. Yunhe briefly tried her luck in Beijing, securing a few small roles, but she was apparently not considered sophisticated or well-trained enough for Beijing opera, and she soon returned to Jinan. Unwilling to work outside the arts, and even more unwilling to accept a position as a domestic servant or other similar position for which her minimal education qualified her, 16-year-old Yunhe got married instead. Her husband, a wealthy merchant's son named Fei, had first seen Yunhe in one of her early theatre productions and had become an instant and ardent admirer. Her family were likely relieved. For instance, biographers speculate that her grandparents were supportive of the marriage because a dowry was typically required, and there was no one else in Yunhe's life who could have provided it. Perhaps they were simply grateful that Yunhe had entered an honorable marriage and would now presumably settle down to a more traditional life, which would bring her security. As it turned out, Yunhe's first marriage lasted only a few months. Though he found the prospect of marriage to an actress exciting initially, Fei soured on his new wife within weeks, and Yunhe returned the favor. As tradition demanded, she had moved into Fei's family home following their marriage, but she had no intention of performing the traditional wifely role. Her mother-in-law disliked her for what she viewed as Yunhe's laziness. She slept late every morning, did few, if any, household chores, did no cooking, and went out to parties, dinners, and the theatre with her friends at night. Fei's outraged mother complained to her son that, instead of taking care of her family, Yunhe seemed to expect others to wait on her. Fei and Yun-He soon began to argue constantly. He had believed she would accept the traditional role and duties of marriage, but she was affronted by what she viewed as his unreasonable and unrealistic expectations. She gave Fei a choice: move out of his family home with her, or grant her an unconditional divorce. Fei and Yun-He divorced in 1931. In 1930s China, divorce was seen as a significant act of emancipation for members of the nascent women's movement. Like girls and women who resisted the traditional practice of foot binding, to seek a divorce was an act of women's liberation. However, it was also still largely controversial for most people, and it is possible that Yun-He's split from her husband served to distance her from her family. Rather than return to her grandparents, she traveled to the bustling seaside metropolis of Qingdao to attempt a fresh start. Yun-He arrived there in the spring of 1931 and promptly sought out one of her professors from theatre school, Jiao Tai-mo, who was now employed as a professor and dean at Qingdao University. She did not have the academic credentials for admittance to the university, and neither did Dean Jiao know of any theatre work for which he could recommend her, but he kindly set her up with temporary accommodation in the university dormitories. Deciding to try another tactic, Yun-He paid a visit to Jiao's wife, Yu Shan. Moved to compassion by the girl's story, Yu used her influence to get Yun-He a job as a clerk at the university library on campus. Although she was described as pushy and unaccommodating by some who knew her there, Yun-He made the most of her new circumstances and received much of her political education while she was living in Qingdao. Though she could not formally register at the university, she attended lectures on theatre, literature, and music, as well as politics, history, and philosophy. Yun-He, well situated by her difficult childhood to absorb the outrage against the long-standing class system, readily subscribed to many of the central tenets of communism. Class struggle was a concept that particularly resonated with Yun-He. Most of Yun-He's direct engagement with communist politics in Qingdao occurred as a result of her involvement in local theatre. She joined the Seaside Theatre Company, a political theatre troupe which wrote, staged, and toured small-scale productions promoting revolutionary values, as well as anti-imperial and anti-foreign messages in the wake of the Japanese occupation of northeastern China. While most young Chinese artists at this time aligned more closely with the communists than the nationalists, few broadcast this fact at a time when the nationalists were close to defeating the communists in the Civil War. Nonetheless, Yun-He secretly became a party member during her residence in Qingdao. Friends reflected years later that Yun-He's understanding of politics and philosophy was never very sophisticated. In fact, one acquaintance remarked that she probably couldn't have explained clearly what capitalism actually was and what the distinctions between it and communism were. Despite her relative lack of political sophistication, Yun-He became a zealous party member. Another factor which strengthened Yun-He's political education in Qingdao was a new relationship. Yu Chi-wei was a genial and intelligent biology major at the university, the handsome younger brother of Dean Jiao's wife, Yu Shan. Yun-He and Chi-wei met at his sister's house and soon began dating one another. They fell in love and opted for an informal cohabitation rather than a formalized marriage, which was unusual at the time. Though Chi-wei was quite a brilliant student, he spent most of his time engaged in politics, a fact reflected in his average grades. They worked together assiduously, both in secret and in public, for the general promotion of the cause, especially through the theatre, but also through participation in public protests. In late 1932, Chi-wei was arrested for his political activities and only secured his release through the intervention of an influential uncle who worked for the nationalist government. Yun-He was questioned by police about her partner's political activities, but it is unclear to what extent she cooperated with their investigation. When Chi Wei was finally released, he did not return to Yun-He, but left Qingdao quietly to pursue another mission on the Communist Party's behalf. We do not know why his relationship with Yun-He ended so abruptly. Biographers have speculated that she may have incriminated him during her police interviews, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Whatever the reason, when Chi Wei left, Yun-He was heartbroken. As she had previously done when she left Jinan, she endeavored to look forward rather than backward and decided to try for a new life in Shanghai, the center of the country's developing film industry. 19-year-old Yun-He arrived at Shanghai in 1933. The richest and most cosmopolitan urban center in China, Shanghai was known as the city for sale, and the film industry attracted numerous young and hungry artists from all over China. As was the case in Beijing, casting directors and theater owners had their pick of hopeful artists, and Yun-He initially had a hard time becoming established here. She secured some limited work with local political theater troupes, similar to the one she had worked with in Qingdao. But the newest artists and theater companies were apt to end up sewing costumes, painting sets, and doing bit parts for months before being offered more significant roles, if any. To make ends meet, Yun-He took a teaching job, which luckily included free accommodation. Yun-He's busy new life did not preclude her continued involvement in politics, as most Shanghai artists at the time had communist political sympathies. The arts in China, especially theater, had always been a political arena. In the former imperial era, theater bolstered the class system, reinforced Confucian values, and encouraged social order. By the 1930s, theater was expressing and disseminating revolutionary values. Yun-He joined the League of Left-Wing Theater Artists and also engaged in classes in the arts, politics, and philosophy at Shanghai University, where the academic establishment had similar communist leanings. Unfortunately for Yun-He, these activities led to her imprisonment during a nationalist government crackdown of Shanghai. Differing accounts exist of Yun-He's jail term. According to her own report, she remained incarcerated for 8 months and was subject to cruel and neglectful treatment. She claimed to have maintained a fierce and defiant attitude toward the authorities, and also noted that she lost a dangerous amount of weight in jail. Her release came about following an intervention by a friend and on health grounds. After her release from prison, she appeared dramatically thinner, drawn and pale. According to police records, however, Yun-He was imprisoned for only 3 months, not 8. Contrary to Yun-He's own account, the guards who watched over her treated her well, and they remembered her as charming, with a good sense of humor. No doubt she was anxious for both freedom and self-preservation. As soon as Yun-He had dictated and signed a confession, the guards claimed that she was released with a warning to distance herself from any future communist activities. When Yun-He was released, she did just that, refocusing her energy instead on pursuing her career as an actor. To that end, she soon took a new stage name, Lan Ping, meaning Blue Apple. In 1935, a production of Ibsen's Nora opened at Shanghai's Golden City Theatre. The play ran for 2 months, an unusually long run for any play in Shanghai. Opening night was well attended. All were allegedly transfixed by Lan Ping, the former Li Yun-He, in the title role. Her reportedly incredible performance finally brought her to the notice of Shanghai's artistic community and theatergoers. 1935, recalled one critic for a local newspaper, was the year of Nora. Lan Ping soon began to get steadier acting work. She never became wealthy, but nonetheless achieved greater financial security than she ever had before. She gladly embraced her new independence, as it allowed her to upgrade her lifestyle. For a person with such a revolutionary bent of mind, she enjoyed a rather bourgeois existence and embraced many Western attitudes and fashions. Like many young women artists in diverse and cosmopolitan Shanghai, she admired the films and attitudes of Greta Garbo and Mae West, and she often dressed and did her makeup in the Hollywood style. She pursued romantic relationships on her own terms. Tang Na, a Shanghai theatre critic, first saw Lan Ping on stage as Nora in her breakout role. He was immediately infatuated with her, and the two soon began dating, moving in together after a few months. As Lan Ping's star began to rise with the beginning of her film career, she and Tang Na were sometimes mentioned in Shanghai's gossip columns. Her visibility led to opportunities for film companies and major studios. Though she starred in at least 9 films during this period, Lan Ping's biggest successes in Shanghai's film industry were Old Bachelor Wang and Blood on Wolf Mountain. Despite the apparent glamour of their life together among the city's bohemian artists, Lan Ping and Tang Na had a tempestuous and ultimately toxic relationship. Despite their issues, the couple married in 1936. The marriage fell apart within a year, and almost certainly should have ended before then. Both seemed to expect absolute faithfulness from the other, and yet neither seemed able to give it in return. Lan Ping favored a divorce, but was forced to remain with her husband for several more months after Tang Na, in his despair at the prospect of losing her, attempted on several occasions to take his own life. By 1937, the Shanghai Lan Ping knew and loved was beginning to disappear. The Japanese were poised to invade after the Marco Polo Bridge incident triggered the outbreak of the Second Sino-Japanese War, and the film and theatre industry would be sure to grind to a halt in Shanghai. Local artists were already dispersing, and soon the communists and nationalists would put aside their differences to fight the common enemy in what was effectively the beginning of the Second World War in the Far East, before it ever broke out in Europe. Before she left Shanghai, Lan Ping authored a local journal article entitled Our Life, a revolutionary artist's manifesto which clearly presaged some of her most infamous later deeds during the Cultural Revolution of the 1960s. In this, she insisted that art and drama were social tools and vehicles for change rather than bourgeois diversions. Artists were not mere dolls, the playthings of audiences or the prey of producers and directors. They were revolutionaries, active creators, and must, above all, be independent-minded and strong in spirit. This manifesto, her ex-husband Tang Na later remarked cynically, was Lan Ping's meal ticket to the rising establishment of the Communist Party. But there is good reason to believe that she meant every word of what she wrote in this article. After she left Shanghai, Lan Ping journeyed to Yan'an and the headquarters of the communist rebels led by Mao Zedong. The renewed threats to China of imperialism and capitalism had convinced her to pursue the revolutionary cause directly, rather than simply as an artist. She first reconnected with some of her past party comrades, who were helpful in introducing her and vouching for her with the Communist Party officials surrounding Mao. Lan Ping was accepted at Yan'an and began taking classes at Lushun College, where she also taught drama class part-time. Mao Zedong's third marriage was on the rocks by this point. His then-wife, He Zejin, was one of the few revolutionary women who had been with Mao and his rebel army all through the Long March back in 1934 and 1935, when the communists had only barely managed to avoid complete defeat by the nationalists by breaking out of an encirclement and marching a long distance across China to regroup. Unfortunately, her husband had tired of her. Disgusted and betrayed, He Zejin finally left Yan'an and Mao. Lan Ping and Mao Zedong first became acquainted in the fall of 1938, when Mao came to give a talk at the college. Lan Ping was present, listening raptly as Mao discussed the social and political importance of art, and she rose to her feet to clap enthusiastically when he finished his speech. Mao was much less remote to his supporters at this early stage, and easily approachable on the streets of Yan'an. Lan Ping found the courage to introduce herself to Mao after his lecture, and the two shared some brief and friendly conversation. They continued to meet and spend time together in the ensuing weeks, and soon became lovers. When they decided to marry, the couple encountered significant opposition from Mao's fellow communist leaders, particularly the future Premier Zhou Enlai, General Zhu De, and Chief of Staff Liu Xiaoqi. Lan Ping had come to Yan'an from Shanghai, a nationalist stronghold that most rural communists considered bloated with bourgeois privilege, excess, and permissive nods to capitalism and imperialism. She was also attractive, stylish, and modern, everything that the poor, unpolished, and hard-working proletariat was supposed to despise, according to communist theory. Mao insisted to his top officials, however, that his marriage to Lan was necessary. Without her love, he said, he could not continue the revolution. He even threatened to return home to Hunan province and become a mere farmer. The party and military officials surrounding Mao eventually relented. He was granted a divorce from He Zejun and permitted to marry Lan Ping, as long as she stayed out of the running of the communist hierarchy. Thus, within just a year and a half of her arrival at Yan'an, Lan Ping was married to one of the most powerful men in China. To mark the occasion of their wedding, they chose Lan Ping's new name together, Jiangqing, meaning Green River. It referenced a line from a sentimental Tang Dynasty poem. The first 10 years of Jiang and Mao's marriage were harmonious between them, though they were lived against the backdrop of the immensely destructive war with Japan down to 1945, and then the resumption of the civil war with the nationalists. Jiangqing gave birth to a daughter in 1940, the only child she and Mao would have together. Interestingly, the girl was not given her father's name, instead being given Jiang's original maiden name. Li Na lived closely with both her parents during her early childhood and could often be found playing on the floor of her father's office while Mao was working or taking meetings with party members. She was raised as a sister to He Zejun's youngest daughter, Li Min, who, strangely, was also given Jiang's maiden name. Though she had railed all her life against submitting to traditional marriage and domesticity, Jiang nonetheless seemed happy in these early years. She served as one of Mao's secretaries, a vague and barely articulated position which included report writing and general paperwork on Mao's behalf. She was honored as Mao's wife and admired for her seeming grit during the war against the Japanese and later the struggle with the nationalists. As time went by, she began to demand special accommodations and was invariably catered to. Such was her influence with Mao. Even when the ardor of their marriage began to fade, and Mao's eye began to wander to younger women once again, Jiang did not react the way her predecessor had. She tolerated his many mistresses and affairs. In 1949, the communists finally defeated the nationalists, the remnants of which fled under the leadership of Chiang Kai-shek to Taiwan. Mao's triumphant establishment as the ruler of the new People's Republic of China created greater distance between husband and wife. Mao was now busier than ever, and the bureaucratic and security apparatus which grew up around him at the capital in Beijing served to remove Jiangqing from her husband's daily routine. As the wife of a leading revolutionary on the road, her presence during strategy and policy discussions had been accepted. Now, in the halls of power, where women were rarely, if ever, elevated to influential positions in China, she found herself excluded. She had faced significant health challenges during the war, even suffering from an attack of tuberculosis, for which she underwent a month of treatment in the Soviet Union. But it was when Jiang Qing found herself blocked from any position of power that Jiang's health, both physical and mental, began to suffer. Desired to be more than a secretary, Mao arranged for Jiang to head one or two committees charged with assessing theatre and film for alignment with party politics. Initially excited and motivated, Jiang dove into the work. But she soon began to find the position infuriating, as her recommendations were only heeded when Mao happened to agree with them, which he frequently did not. Her working relationships worsened, as did her colleagues' opinions of her. Jiang had always been a defiant, forceful personality and difficult to work with, but now she became even more difficult. Numerous interviews with contemporaries recalled Jiang's increasingly unreasonable behavior in the 1950s. She made many enemies among Chinese filmmakers, playwrights, and theatre directors for criticizing or attempting to ban their work. Though Jiang was now a mature and politically powerful woman, she had gained little more intellectual sophistication. She believed that art in the new China should only focus on and celebrate proletarian victory and communist values. Anger from her painful childhood may have also been at play here, with her ideas about political justice being bound up with the notion of personal vengeance. Those who displeased her often found themselves and their work dealt with more hard than they deserved to be. Feelings of impotence and her anxiety at the new distance and her husband began to manifest in her health. Depressed and bored to distraction, she began to complain of feeling physically ill. Dr. Li Jie-sui, Mao's private doctor, recalled that as far as he could see, there was nothing really wrong with Jiang. Frequent fatigue, restless aches and pains, heart palpitations, and anxiety were common, he said, to virtually all of the patients he treated among Mao's inner circle. The exceptionally high stress and culture of fear which prevailed among those at the top of the power structure was striking. Jiang Qing was sent away to the Soviet Union several times during the 1950s to convalesce in private hospitals. Sometimes she got the impression that her husband was sending her away to avoid her or keep her from meddling further in politics. She received few visitors, but one notable and reliable caller was Zhou Enlai. Though several of Mao's top officials visited the Soviet Union periodically, few of them liked Jiang enough to pay her a visit. Zhou, however, was one of the few power brokers who remained unfailingly kind to her, whatever he thought of Jiang personally. He brought her delicacies and news from home, making every effort to cheer her up, for which she was grateful. Despite this, Jiang would eventually alienate him too, by attempting to have him removed from office. In 1955, it was confirmed that Jiang was genuinely ill after tests revealed that she had cervical cancer. She returned to the Soviet Union for cobalt-60 treatments and remained there for over a year, recovering. She was made quite comfortable in a private hospital in Moscow and a resort in Yalta with access to a film projector and a regularly replenished selection of Western movies, technically banned in both Russia and China. She ate well, and read a great deal. Her attitude toward those she considered subordinates, however, continued to get worse. She would complain that her bath water or the temperature in her room was too hot one moment and then too cold when her staff tried to address the issue. By the time Jiang Qing returned to Beijing, a new decade had dawned, and the political situation in the capital was quite different. Mao's popularity had declined in the wake of the Great Leap Forward, the chairman's disastrously executed 5-year plan to reorganize agricultural activity and maximize the growth of Chinese industry. The results had been horrific, leading to one of the worst famines in human history, during which tens of millions of people died of starvation. Trenchant criticism of Mao was now rising across China, even amongst Politburo members and Mao's top officials. But rather than admit the failures and human miseries resulting from his regime, Mao doubled down. He sought instead to cement his power through a program of cultural and artistic reform, which would squash such avenues of dissent and allay any challenges to his power from popular leaders of the communist movement like Deng Xiaoping or Zhou Enlai. It was in this context that Mao finally granted power to Jiang Qing, of the kind which he had long sought. She would become one of the key architects of the Cultural Revolution that sought to reaffirm Mao's control over communist China from 1966 onwards. As one of the main organizers of it, Zhang of four, along with Zhang Chongqiao, Yao Wenyuan, and Wang Hongwen. This quartet oversaw the Cultural Revolution on Mao's behalf, though Jiang was the most powerful of the four. The Cultural Revolution was geared around the idea of instilling a rigorous communist purity into Chinese society. Jiang Qing began by reading and evaluating more than 1,000 artistic works, including films, operas, plays, and ballets, for their conformity to the Maoist principles of socialism, as well as for their lionization of the proletariat. Any works that did not conform to the party line, any art of the wealthy, capitalists, imperialists, past emperors, or the aristocracy, was deemed bourgeois or counter-revolutionary, and were either reformed or banned. Jiang also undertook to identify the most superior works of art in this respect, and made sure they were recognized publicly as good art, both politically and morally sound. Thousands of artists whose works made them politically suspect had their reputations and livelihoods ruined, and came under attack from Red Guards, which were often little more than gangs of violent youths whipped up into a frenzy by Mao's Cultural Revolution. Those whose political crimes were considered especially egregious were fired from their jobs or forced to undergo ritualized public humiliation, marching slowly through the streets in dunce caps, while the crowds jeered and abused them. The most controversial for years on end, and most without charge or trial. Worst of all, Jiang seemed often to wield her terrible new influence on those against whom she held personal grudges. For Jiang, class struggle was a vengeful process in which the proletariat punished and subordinated their oppressors. Jiang's role in the Cultural Revolution saw her reach a position of power which she had never previously held in China, although Mao still ultimately made the final call on all matters of policy. It was the chairman's habit to discreetly pit the most powerful and closest to him against one another in order to keep himself at the center of all possible intrigue. He often criticized one official to another, just to test them, to see how they would respond. Still, Jiang was certainly one of the most powerful people in China between 1966 and 1976. Under her direction, Red Guards terrorized teachers and lecturers in the country's schools and universities, accusing them of political impurity, while the nation's cinemas, libraries, and theaters all became battlegrounds in the bizarre conflict which was both an effort to enforce political purity and also a performative campaign in which the government was well aware that it was systematically terrorizing innocent people with the primary aim of strengthening Mao's position after the disastrous years of the Great Leap Forward. The worst years of the Cultural Revolution, which would ultimately claim the lives of anywhere between 500,000 and 2 million Chinese people in waves of political violence, took place between 1966 and 1969, though it dragged on well into the 1970s. By the mid-1970s, it became clear that the chairman's continued ill health indicated that he was in the final stages of Lou Gehrig's disease, and the talk around him began to turn to succession. It is important to remember that Jiang was only just about to enter her early 60s. Following the death of Zhou Enlai from cancer early in 1976 and the ousting of Deng Xiaoping, she may have believed that there was a path to her claiming power once Mao died. Though she had made many enemies during her rise to power, she had the support of roughly 40% of the Politburo. Jiang also had a good deal of support among China's youth, rural workers, and roughly half the army. During the summer of 1976, Mao sent Jiang what one biographer described as a farewell poem. "You have been wronged," it read. "Today we are separating into two worlds. May each keep his peace. In the struggle of the past 10 years, I have tried to reach the peak of revolution, but I was not successful. You, though, could reach the top. If you fail, you will plunge into a fathomless abyss. Your body will shatter. Your bones will break." This missive seems to suggest that Jiang had Mao's support to become Madam Chairwoman after his passing. And yet, when the top officials came together some weeks later for their final meeting with Mao at his bedside, he appeared much more ambivalent about his wife's potential succession. In fact, he stated quite clearly that he did not think there should be any sort of presidency at all after he died, but that a broad, multi-generational coalition should govern and lead together. "It is up to the Politburo to decide whether Jiang Qing shall be included," he said. Toward the end of his speech, his voice began to fail as he grew weaker. "Help Jiang Qing," he began, before his voice trailed off, and the party members strained to hear his last muttered whisper. His wife's supporters among them claimed that he said, "Help Jiang Qing carry the red flag." Moderates in the room claimed he said, "Help Jiang Qing correct her errors." Mao died on the 6th of September 1976. By then, Jiang had failed to cultivate any support among Mao's top officials or attempt to repair relations with those whose enmity she had earned over the years. At a meeting of the Politburo just days after Mao's death, she encountered no immediate opposition. But less than 2 days after they adjourned, guards sent by the top political and military officials burst into Jiang's bedroom in the middle of the night and arrested her. Jiang spent 4 years incarcerated without charge or trial, though the conditions in which she lived were quite good, and she was permitted regular visits from her daughter, Li Na. By 1980, Deng Xiaoping had claimed power and was overseeing a program of reform that rejected Mao's legacy. The Politburo, in order to put the past behind them, now turned their attention to Jiang Qing once again. She could not be released because of her previous role in the Cultural Revolution, but neither could they make her a martyr for unreformed Maoists. Deng was facing criticism from the left for seeming to have betrayed the revolution with his more moderate policies. The way to write and contextualize history, the moderates believed, was not to blame Mao for the failures of the revolution that many still deeply revered. It seemed far easier to blame Jiang Qing and the other members of the Gang of Four who had overseen the Cultural Revolution. Jiang Qing expressed incredulity when she was informed that she would be placed on trial 4 years after the death of Mao and her arrest. Nonetheless, on the 20th of November 1980, the trial of Jiang and the other 3 members of the Gang of Four began. They were charged with anti-party activities and the persecution of hundreds of thousands of people, leading to tens of thousands of deaths. Far from being cowed by those who sought to force a confession, Jiang remained defiant and unwilling to acknowledge or admit any guilt. She reiterated that her so-called crimes were political and were committed under direct orders from Mao. If she were a criminal, Jiang insisted, then so were most of her judges. They too had carried out Mao's orders to persecute individuals and to use the powers of the state according to the chairman's direction. I was Chairman Mao's dog, Jiang insisted. I bit whomever he asked. What you are doing now, she continued, is asking a widow to pay her husband's debt. All I say, I am happy and honored to pay Chairman Mao's debt. The trial continued for several days, but it was effectively a show trial for Jiang and the other 3 members of the Gang of Four. In the end, when the ruling came down in January 1981, Jiang Qing was found guilty and sentenced to death. However, the judges, still afraid of popular unrest, commuted her sentence to life in prison, provided that she maintained good behavior. Jiang spent the last 11 years of her life incarcerated. In the mid-1980s, she contracted throat cancer and was temporarily released to hospital care for treatment. Watching China slowly change outside her windows, Jiang began to fall into depression. Just as the Soviet Union had gradually reformed in the 1950s and 1960s, of Joseph Stalin, so too China moved to a different model after Mao's time. A new economy with some Western elements was developing, one that would prove far more successful than the controlled economy Mao had disastrously tried to oversee. By the end of the 1980s, it was clear that a new country was emerging, in which Deng's reforms were the key determinant, not Mao's legacy. As Jiang grew older and sicker, she fell into despair. In the early morning hours of the 14th of May 1991, Jiang Qing took her own life. She was 77 years old. The note she left behind read, "Today, the revolution has been stolen by the revisionist clique, and the result of this omission is that unending evils have been unleashed on the Chinese people and nation. Chairman, your student and fighter is coming to see you." The Bureau would not permit Jiang Qing to have a funeral. She and Mao had wished to be buried next to one another, but their last wishes were not adhered to. While Mao was mummified and placed on display in a memorial building in Tiananmen Square, a stern and forbidding sentinel forever guarding the spirit of the revolution, Jiang was quietly cremated and her remains laid to rest in Futian Cemetery in Beijing. Her grave marker bears the name Li Yunhe, not Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing, or the white-boned demon as she came to be known, had lived across most of the events which transformed modern China. She was born just 3 years after the millennia-old imperial system came to an end, and she lived through the Civil War, the Second World War, and the establishment of the People's Republic. She had had many names and many lives, first as a poor child, then as an actress, then as a politician's wife, and finally as one of the orchestrators of the Cultural Revolution. Her position was somewhat strange to an extent. Mao and the Communist Party did not allow her to wield much power as his wife for many years. It was only in 1966, after the disaster of the Great Leap Forward had threatened Mao's hold on power, that she truly rose to prominence, as Mao tried to utilize the Cultural Revolution as a means of re-cementing his position. It was then that she finally rose to prominence as a member. For the next decade, her influence over China was entirely nefarious. The Cultural Revolution ultimately led to the deaths of hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions of Chinese people. The exact numbers are unknown. Worse still was the collective scarring of Chinese society as it attacked itself for the better part of a decade. Though Mao could never be criticized by the government of the country he shaped so much in the 20th century, after his death, those who had survived sought revenge against the Gang of Four. Far from claiming any sort of power for herself, the Cultural Revolution was ultimately the undoing of Jiang Qing as well. What do you think of Jiang Qing? Does she deserve to be as reviled as she is? Or has she been unduly demonized because her detractors could never publicly criticize Mao, since criticizing Mao was to admit that the revolution had failed? Please let us know in the comment section, and in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. It is the 11th of March 2018. Nearly 3,000 delegates have flooded into the Great Hall of the People in Beijing, in China. They are there for the first session of the 13th National People's Congress. This inaugural session is different from most others, however. as an amendment to the Constitution has been proposed by the Central Committee of the Communist Party and is due to be voted on as the first act of the new Congress. The amendment is wide-ranging, but the key feature of it is the removal of the clause in Article 79, one which limits the President to serve no more than 2 consecutive terms. The vote passes by almost unanimous consent, and so the way is cleared for the incumbent president to rule China indefinitely and to become the most powerful ruler of the country since Mao Zedong. His name, Xi Jinping, leader of the People's Republic of China. The man known to history as Xi Jinping was born on the 15th of June 1953 in the city of Beijing in the People's Republic of China. Because of the way Chinese naming conventions work, Xi is his family name, while Jinping is his personal or given name, the reverse of Western naming traditions where the personal name comes first. Jinping's father was Xi Zhongshun. As barely a teenager, he had joined the Chinese Communist movement back in 1926 as the Northern Expedition that had brought the Chinese nationalists to power quickly turned into a civil and their recent allies, the Communists. Zhongshun sided with the Communists in the Civil War, which began thereafter. He remained so into the 1930s, despite coming under severe ideological scrutiny at one time. After the Japanese invasion of China in 1937, the nationalists and communists had temporarily put aside their differences to fight the foreign invader. Xi Zhongshun was amongst the communist fighters in the years of conflict that followed. After the war, he returned to the communist side, though, as we will see, in later years, his family can hardly be said to have been rewarded for his long service to the communist cause. Jinping's mother was Qi Xin, his father's second wife. He was one of 4 children the couple had, of which Jinping was the second youngest. Qi too came from a communist-aligned family. Xi's childhood was tumultuous. The Chinese Civil War, ongoing since the Northern Expedition of the mid-1920s, had only been put on ice because of the Japanese invasion in 1937. It resumed as soon as the Second World War ended in the autumn of 1945. However, where the communists had been on the brink of to the 1930s, they exited the Second World War much strengthened, in large part because of how appallingly corrupt the nationalist Kuomintang were, to the extent that President Harry Truman of the United States was unwilling to provide them with anything near the support that the Soviet Union gave the Chinese communists after the war. In 1949, the nationalists were driven from the Chinese mainland and the island of Taiwan. Today's Republic of China is the direct successor of it. On the mainland, the communists set up the People's Republic of China as the second most powerful communist state in the world, next to the Soviet Union, and the largest in pure population terms. It was led by Mao Zedong, a figure who had emerged gradually in the 1930s and 1940s as the leader of the Chinese communists. He was never quite as powerful as Joseph Stalin was in the Soviet Union, though he wasn't too far away from it. Like Stalin, he was also willing to engage in policies which aimed to transform Chinese in a period of just a few years, with dramatic consequences. In Mao's case, he decided he wanted China to become an industrial power on the scale of Britain within a period of about 5 years, and so in 1958 he initiated what he called the Great Leap Forward, to massively increase steel, coal, and other industrial output. The policy was horrifically mismanaged and led to a massive famine which killed tens of millions of people. Scholars debate the figure. It could lie anywhere between 30 and 60 million. It was against this backdrop of famine and revolution that Xi Jinping grew up. Xi's family were insulated to an extent from the worst ravages of what many now call Mao's Great Famine. After the Chinese Civil War ended and the Communists came to power in 1949, had been rewarded by promotion into a number of important positions. By no means could he be said to have been a leading figure within the new government. Yet he served at the higher end of the middling bureaucrats in the government, acting as a vice chairperson of the National People's Congress for a time in the second half of the 1950s, just as Mao's 5-year program was being initiated. This meant the family escaped famine or excessive privation. All of that was threatened when Xi Jinping was purged from the party ranks in the mid-1960s. People needed to be blamed for the horrors of the Great Leap Forward, and Xi's father was one of Mao's targets. The ostensible excuse for Hushan was his role in the publication of a biography of Liu Zhidan, a figure who had died all the way back in 1936 during the Civil War, and who was seen as a communist martyr whose legacy Mao was anxious to have erased from the collective memory in China. Xi's father was demoted to become a factory worker overnight. By that time, Jinping had acquired what was a decent enough primary education by the standards of China in the 1960s. This involved learning communist thought, a skewed version of Chinese history, and other subjects. The family was forced to relocate to the province of Henan, further inland, as a result of his father's demotion and appointment as a worker in a tractor factory. Reports differ on whether this happened in late 1963, 1964, or early 1965. In any event, it was a major fall from grace for the family as Xi neared his teenage years. While the worst of Mao's reign was unquestionably the era of the Great Leap Forward, bad times still lay ahead. The disastrous policies he had pursued had weakened Mao's position. It was not simply the famine and the mass deaths. Part of the Great Leap Forward had involved a mass building program to erect hydroelectric dams and other pieces of infrastructure. Several of these were so badly built that they were collapsing within a few years. In an effort to shore up his power, in 1966, Mao launched what is known as the Cultural Revolution. Through this, he initiated a campaign whereby he claimed a mass capitalist bourgeois conspiracy was underway in China to reverse the revolution, and that people needed to increase their zeal for his Maoist thought in order to save the revolution. School children were particularly stirred up into a frenzy and ordered to denounce their bourgeois teachers. In the midst of this, Jinping's fledgling secondary education pretty much ground to a halt. The family was also further targeted after their demotion a few years earlier. Jinping's father was arrested and jailed for a period of time, and in the febrile atmosphere of zealousness, his family members were urged to denounce him for anti-revolutionary sentiments. Meanwhile, Jinping eventually took part in the movement which Mao promoted to start sending students to the countryside. The Down to the Countryside movement, as it was termed, one which the dictator had devised as a means of ridding the cities and towns of the lawless gangs of students that he himself had stirred up between 1966 and 1968. Jinping spent time in the countryside in Shanxi province. The experience, although under very strange circumstances, was a formative one for him, and it is noted that Xi, as leader of China, has had a reasonable affinity with rural Chinese people and the relative stresses of both urban and rural life in China. Still, he did not enjoy it. On several attempts, he tried to run away to Beijing and other cities. only to be repeatedly found and sent back to the countryside. This pattern continued for Xi into the early 1970s. By then, the worst excesses of the Cultural Revolution were beginning to die down, although it went on in one shape or another until Mao's eventual death in 1976. Although Xi's father remained periodically imprisoned and under a cloud, Xi managed to begin his political career in the first half of 1970s. For instance, he was appointed as a regional official to oversee elements of the reform program that lingered in the countryside after the Down to the Countryside movement of the late 1960s and early 1970s. He did apply for more formal positions, but his applications were blocked on account of his family being blacklisted. Nevertheless, by 1974, the political thaw was sufficient that he was given a formal position as a local party chairman in Liangjiahe. This was hardly the center of the Chinese Communist world. Liangjiahe is on the northern periphery of Shanxi province, a very rural and underdeveloped area at the time. To put this in Western terms, it was as though he was being appointed as a local council chairman of a small Midwestern village in the United States. Still, it was a beginning for a young man in his early 20s whose family had been vilified by the Mao. As part of his work here, he developed an interest in modern fertilizers and how they could improve local agricultural yield, an interest which would later translate into him studying for a degree in chemical engineering, which he obtained in 1979, after several years of study at Tsinghua University. Chairman Mao Zedong, the man who had led the Chinese Communists for nearly 4 decades and been the de facto ruler of China since 1949, died on the 9th of September 1976. His death had the almost immediate impact of rehabilitating thousands of his victims, and so Xi's father was finally allowed to return to public life. He was quickly promoted again to become one of the senior officials within Guangdong province. Interestingly, after he essentially became the governor of the province in January 1979, he began promoting the idea of special economic zones that would be used to build up China's economy. Meanwhile, his son had begun his studies at Tsinghua University to achieve the degree which was seen as a major boon to one's chances of promotion in any future political career. This was a period of profound change in China's political and economic life. It wasn't simply that the Maoist autocracy was at an end. There was a sea change in the ideological outlook of the government of the People's Republic as a new generation of leaders came to power. After a miniature power struggle in the late 1970s, though a peaceful one, Deng Xiaoping became the leader of the government in 1978. He was a communist of a kind, though one who was not bound by the ideological straitjackets displayed by his predecessors. Instead, observing the huge economic growth that other Far Eastern nations, Japan, Taiwan, and Singapore, had begun to enjoy in the aftermath of the Second World War, he decided to open up China's economy and make it more market-orientated. The government would remain an autocratic Soviet-style communist one, but economic policy would take on strong elements of the Western capitalist system, albeit always with the state presiding over affairs. This was the beginning of one of the most important developments in modern history. China, after centuries of underdevelopment and crisis, was about to awaken from its slumber and become the economic and political behemoth that its sheer geography and population meant it always should have been. Deng, more so than any individual, would be responsible for initiating this transformation. Xi's luck was that he had just concluded his chemistry degree in 1979 and was ready to embark on his career as China's new economic revolution was commencing. Based on his father's rapid rehabilitation after the death of Mao and the end of the Cultural Revolution, She was quickly promoted into the offices of the military departments within Beijing after leaving university. Then, in 1982, he was dispatched to Hebei province to act as the deputy to the party secretary, an important position for a man just turning 30, who's recently been in the political wilderness. He distinguished himself in Hebei, overseeing several infrastructure and development programs. His projects were eclectic. Some focused on urban development projects. Another one aimed to develop a local film industry. His efforts caught the attentions of the party planners in Beijing. He was promoted as vice mayor of Xiamen in Fujian province in 1985. This was the start of a long period of a decade and a half in Fujian, in which he oversaw the economic development of the province and its cities. He wasn't just a doer either, but a theorist. He wrote papers and short books on how to promote economic growth and lift China out of poverty. These were subjects of intense debate in China at the time as the country rapidly modernized. She was always a promoter of the idea that Chinese economic growth should focus on islands of development around major cities, which would act as focal points for further economic growth within these provinces. Airports, highways, and large-scale building projects were part of his multifaceted work in Fujian province in the second half of the 1980s and right the way through the 1990s. Xi's private life changed in these years. Back in 1979, as he finished up his studies in chemical engineering, he had married Ke Ling. It certainly had the air of a political marriage. Xi's father had just been rehabilitated and made a provincial governor as Deng began reforming China from the top down after the Maoist era, while Ke's father was Ke Hua, a seasoned diplomat who had been appointed as Chinese ambassador to the United Kingdom in 1978. After marrying, it was a very tempestuous relationship. Ling is believed to have wanted to move to Britain to join her father there. Xi wanted to remain in China and begin his fledgling political career. At the end of 3 years of arguments, they separated in 1982. After years of focusing on his career in Hebei and Fujian, in 1987, Xi married for a second time. On this occasion, his partner was Peng Liyuan. 10 years his junior, she was a singer who had acquired national fame in the 1980s on account of her abilities, and would later go on to become an actress in a number of Chinese television programs in the 1990s. Their marriage in 1987 came just a year after they were introduced in 1986. They would have only one child, a daughter named Qi Mingzi, born in 1992. She has appeared every so often in Chinese public life, though there is no suggestion she will ever try to succeed her father politically, as political power in the People's Republic of China remains overwhelmingly in the hands of male politicians. Beyond this, Xi's personal life and personality can often be viewed as a blank canvas. He is widely described as an unemotional man, and it is very hard to tell what he is thinking. Anyone who has observed him in international affairs over the decades will notice he gives little away. He has a number of long-standing and close friends and political allies, and is broadly characterized by his stability, both in personal and political affairs. In short, the man who would come to rule China in the early 21st century is something of an enigma. Xi's career took off against the backdrop of the beginning of China's economic miracle. The decision under Deng to open up the economy was bearing fruit. While the 1950s and 1960s had been chaotic, depending on what policies Mao was overseeing, from 1977 onwards, China entered into a period of sustained economic expansion. GDP growth rates averaged between 8% and 11% in the 1980s. The Chinese economy is believed to have grown by nearly 15% in 1984 alone, right before Xi was promoted to his new position in Fujian province. At first, this economic growth was about making China the workshop of the world when it came to simple goods. Textiles, small household goods, and trinkets of all kinds became the mainstay of Chinese industrial output. Still, while Xi was in Fujian over the late 1980s and into the 1990s, the Chinese government was developing grand plans. In the 1990s, the Chinese began moving from these cheap, mass-produced goods to more sophisticated industrial hardware like automobiles, and then into making small components for technological companies from the United States, who found it cheaper to get these goods manufactured in Asia. By the 1990s, the Chinese economy was surging. Hundreds of millions of people were beginning the largest mass migration in human history from the countryside to the cities and towns. Villages became cities in a matter of years. The humble eastern city of Linyi, for instance, had a population of not much more than 20,000 people in the mid-1950s. Today, over 1.5 million people live there. According to certain metrics, China was outside the world's 10 largest economies in 1980. A quarter of a century later, it would be pushing to eclipse countries like Germany and Japan as the world's second largest economy, behind only the United States. Xi had proved himself to be an enormously capable overseer of this economic transition within Fujian province. His writings on the topic of economic development had also helped cast him as a strong promoter of the policy of economic growth and market development. In 1999, he gained his final promotion in Fujian when he was made a governor of the province. 3 years as one of the most powerful regional politicians in China was followed by promotion to become the interim governor of the province of Zhejiang. This was an important adjustment. Zhejiang is one of the easternmost coastal provinces of China and a center of both trade and economic activity. At exactly the same time, he received notice that he was to become a member of the 16th Central Committee. The Central Committee is the main body of senior politicians of the Chinese Communist Party within the People's Republic. Members had been voted to it since before the Civil War, and its members were viewed as the most senior politicians in the country. These dual promotions in 2002 signified Xi's rise to become one of the few dozen most powerful politicians in China. In Zhejiang, he also earned a reputation for taking a strong stance against corruption. Therefore, in 2007, he was appointed to the Politburo Standing Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. This consists of 7 members and constitutes the most important branch of the government of the People's Republic of China. Xi Jinping had arrived at the very heart of power. A year later, he was Vice President of China. He held this office for 5 years, down to 2013, meaning that for a half a decade, as the world moved through the great financial crisis post-2008, Xi was the second most powerful man in China. It became evident in the course of late 2012 that Xi was being prepared to succeed Hu Jintao as president of China. He was elected as the General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Party and chairman of the operating committees of the 18th Central Committee of the party. He was theoretically the leader of China from November 2012, though this was only fully acknowledged when he was elected as president of the Politburo in March 2013, in a vote where he received 2,952 votes out of 2,955. The vote confirmed exactly how popular Xi was and how well planned his entire campaign to succeed Hu Jintao had been. He has since become the most powerful political leader in China since Mao Zedong. It is difficult to determine exactly how long people remain in charge of China, because some leaders exercise their power as chairman of the Central Advisory Committee, some as general secretary of the party, and others still as president. Deng Xiaoping, for instance, first came to power in 1978 as the chairman of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. Later, he exercised his leadership as chairman of the Central Advisory Committee. Increasingly, though, whoever is president is leader of China. Since Mao's time, all Chinese leaders have served either 1 or 2 terms, regardless of what their official title was. Xi Jinping has served as president for 12 years and counting as of 2025, and is in the middle of his 3rd term. It became apparent that his was a unique case in the course of 2022, as it became evident that he would be elected to a 3rd term in 2023, having already had his position as General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Party confirmed in 2022. Effectively, Xi is the undisputed leader of China. There are no rivals to challenge him. Xi's methods as president have been a mix of pragmatic economic leadership and ideological rigidity. His overwhelming focus is on socio-economic life in China. While China had enjoyed an economic miracle between the 1980s and 2000s, much of its wealth was unevenly divided. Large parts of the country had been left behind, and there were hundreds of millions of people who still aspired to become middle class. Xi championed this program, calling for what he called common prosperity. One of the ways he sought to do so was to break down the huge level of wealth that a class of Chinese people in the major cities had acquired during the 1990s and 2000s, and to try to redistribute it to a broader mass of society. For instance, Xi, perhaps inspired by his experiences in his youth, when he spent years living in the countryside as a result of the Cultural Revolution, introduced policies to favor greater development of rural communities. This was needed in other ways. China's miracle had seen dozens of cities of millions or even tens of millions develop. In order to stop them developing even and becoming congested, larger towns and villages in the countryside, his government. He also prioritized home construction. China entered into the largest middle-class building boom in history, with state companies in enormous residential tower blocks all over the country. Many of these were planned cities and districts. There are parts of China that can be visited today that are enormous urban centers, and which were part of the countryside only a few decades ago. Xi is not solely responsible for this transformation of China's built infrastructure, but he has played a huge role in it. This being said, it has become evident that Xi's building program became excessive. China's building conglomerates are in big financial trouble, and some of the planned towns and cities that are being constructed during Xi's time in power now lie as ghost estates or entire ghost towns. These broader domestic economic challenges aside, Xi has promoted a new form of Chinese economic development which has surpassed even what Deng Xiaoping championed back in the 1980s. Back then, the idea was to make China the world's workshop for cheap industrial goods. Anyone who grew up or was alive in the 1990s will remember that all manner of small manufactured items came with stickers saying "Made in Taiwan" on them. In the 1980s and 1990s, China determined that these would be replaced with "Made in China" stickers. A more mature economic policy was developed in the 2000s and then really took off in the 2010s under Xi. Through this, Xi has state capital into thousands of companies. Imagine that the Chinese government under Xi Jinping has become a giant startup investment agency. It invests into companies that develop cars, technologically advanced solar panels, mobile phones, computers, software, online commerce platforms, search engine companies, and much more besides. The vast majority of these companies that Xi's government has funded have failed, often losing hundreds of millions of dollars in the process. However, for every 10 such companies that fail, one succeeds. Then there are the enormous success stories that make it big, pay off the initial investments tenfold, and have become giants of the world economy. These are companies like DeepSeek, TikTok, and Unitree Robotics. Others like Alibaba, Tencent, BYD, Xiaomi, and Huawei were set up before Xi rose to power. Yet the way his government has championed them as international and not just domestic brands has seen them become worldwide entities. BYD, for instance, was established in the mid-1990s. There is no denying that Xi's government redirected it to become a rival to Tesla in recent years. Often these earlier companies are now engaged in completely different activities, trying to outperform American rivals and becoming key suppliers in Asia, Africa, Latin America, and even Europe. However, the success of these companies has not come without accusations from Western competitors that intellectual property theft and industrial espionage are rife within China, with many claiming that Chinese companies, backed by the Chinese government, reverse engineer Western technology before mass producing cheaper alternatives which undercut the price of Western competitors for a comparably or slightly inferior. Therefore, it could be stated that China's economic model is not based on innovation, but rather on copying Western products for the mass production of cheap alternatives. The Chinese government also uses state ownership of companies to maintain more effective control over China. Companies are expected to share massive amounts of data with the government in order to control Chinese society more effectively, or to promote values which align with the regime's goals. This extends also to Western companies that have major presences in China, because Apple has become so embedded in the Chinese economy. It has become a kind of foreign lobbyist for China, even within the United States, as seen in the clashes over US-China tariffs in 2025, when Apple was essentially lobbying for tariffs on China to be kept low. Similarly, Volkswagen has become so dependent on the Chinese market in recent decades that it has become a kind of foreign promoter of Chinese interests in Europe, fostering stronger ties between Beijing and Berlin at a time when China is looking to expand its influence into Europe as much as possible. Mass-producing advanced technology and equipment is fine, and while China does have an enormous domestic market, with a population of around 1.4 billion people, it also needs to sell to other nations. Xi made this a top priority. In 2013, just as he took over as President of the People's Republic, he launched the Belt and Road Initiative, sometimes referred to as the New Silk Roads. This is a program whereby China either loans or simply gives money to scores of nations to develop key infrastructure, which allows for the speedy transport of Chinese goods to markets all over Asia, Africa, and Europe. There are a number of different roads. The main ones are the traditional Silk Roads running from China westwards across Eurasia. One runs north of the Himalayas towards countries like Kazakhstan, and then into Eastern Europe. Others run south of the Caspian Sea into the Middle East, North Africa, and the Mediterranean. Another runs into India. Two routes are marine ones, running from China's ports to Indonesia, and then further west into the Indian Ocean, splintering off to either run north to the Horn of Africa, the Red Sea, and the Suez Canal, or else moving off southwards towards East Africa and the Cape of Good Hope. China has invested over $1 trillion in developing roads, bridges, ports, airports, and other pieces of vital infrastructure as part of the Belt and Road Initiative. A sign of how ambitious this has been is that when Greece was effectively bankrupt and involved in emergency loan negotiations with the European Union in the mid-2010s, the Chinese attempted to buy the port of Piraeus in Athens to use it as a major endpoint of one of the new Silk Roads in Europe. Xi's ambitions are vast. The Belt and Road Initiative has helped to foster China's soft power. The concept of hard and soft power is a fairly easy one to distinguish. When a country invades its neighbor and takes over a border territory, this is a clear case of hard military power. Soft power is where a state acquires influence and power through more amiable and conciliatory means. For decades after the Second World War, the United States was the great soft power of the world, winning friends and allies by providing aid where needed and fostering democratic governments that mirrored its own. China is slowly pushing it out of the way. For instance, if we go back 50 years, the biggest source of cooperation across Africa was from successive American governments. Now, China is the biggest foreign player on the continent. If one arrives to a resource-rich part of the Congo today, one is more likely to find the locals acquiring the expertise of Chinese mining companies rather than American ones. Xi's Belt and Road Initiative has accelerated this process, not least because he identified a number of key countries that China wants as allies there, notably Ethiopia, a regional power in the Horn of Africa, which plays a huge role in controlling access to the Red Sea and the Suez Canal. Nearly $10 billion worth of Chinese investment has been made in Ethiopia under Xi's direction. Many other examples can be cited. Although first created in 2004, the number of Confucius Institutes designed to promote Chinese culture and interests in foreign nations has also ballooned under Xi. In 2018, he ordered the creation of the International Communications Center to direct foreign-related propaganda programs and efforts. Xi is very alive to the value of soft power. Note how his foreign minister, Wang Yi, seemed to be on an endless tour of world capitals in 2025 as the United States launched a tariff war against practically every nation on Earth. Xi's government's message was clear. China can be your new partner in a new world order. Perhaps one of Xi's foremost accomplishments, though it does not generate a lot of international attention, is the campaign he launched against corruption. Whenever a country experiences a huge economic boom, the size of China, there are lots of opportunities for illegal enrichment. A building project can be located in a certain district if a local party official is given a payment. A sprawling system of social service abuses developed in China. Payments were being made to long-dead relatives or to people who never existed in the first place. In other cities, people pretended to be government officials with fake cards. This extended all the way to the top of government, and Xi made it a cornerstone of his government to net what he called the tigers and flies of Chinese corruption. Tigers being senior officials, flies those committing smaller crimes lower down. Over 120 senior officials were prosecuted in the years that followed, and this set a clear example to the rest of Chinese society that corruption would no longer be tolerated. A system of mass surveillance was put in place, and it is believed that more than 2 million officials have been censured or charged with one corruption crime or another, though many of these are small infringements. Often this can be about clipping the wings of those who they believe are becoming too powerful. The example of Jack Ma, the head of Alibaba, is instructive. Late in 2020, after a number of thin criticisms of the government, Ma was basically removed from public view and had his positions drastically reduced. An IPO of his company on the Shanghai Stock Exchange was halted, and Ma was basically demoted out of existence by Xi's government, though he nominally retains much of his wealth, if not any influence. The anti-corruption drive is just one prong of Xi Jinping action and thought. Xi Jinping thought has become the orthodoxy of Chinese political and cultural life. This builds on earlier views expressed by Marx and Mao, while offering a 21st century vision of Chinese communism. The official name of it is Xi Jinping Thought on Socialism with Chinese Characteristics for a New Era. In many ways, it is actually a more developed form of Deng Xiaoping's views on China's open economy with socialist elements. Xi Jinping Thought is derived from both Xi's public speeches over the years and his written and published papers and books. It takes a long view of history and China's development, with Xi stating in one of his speeches that the achievement of China's goals will take a long time and is the struggle of generations. A key concern of Xi in his writings and speeches has been to assess why the Soviet Union, after rising to such immense power in the 1950s and 1960s, suddenly went into decline and quickly collapsed. How can China avoid the same fate, he has wondered. His core belief is that strong party leadership at the center collapsed and corruption took hold among semi-independent rulers of provinces of the USSR. Hence, Xi Jinping Thought holds that a very strong central government must continue to hold enormous control over all parts of Chinese life. He also maintains that the government must have complete control over China's expanding military, perceiving that Mikhail Gorbachev's reform program in Russia collapsed in 1990 and 1991 after he lost the support of the military. It is clear from studying Xi's writings and speeches that he does view himself as a Marxist-Leninist who is committed to a communist future for China. There have been many controversial elements to Xi Jinping's rule over China. Mao is seen as the great tyrant by many, the man who killed millions through the ill-conceived Great Leap Forward, and then followed it up with the terror of the Cultural Revolution. His successors have not been saints either. For all that Deng liberalized China, he also oversaw the infamous Tiananmen Square massacres of 1989. Xi's list of crimes is larger. The most infamous concerns the treatment of the Uyghur population of the province of Xinjiang in the northwest of China. This part of China has been inhabited by Turkic and Mongol people since the middle of the first millennium BC. Many converted to Islam over the centuries, influenced by their Turkish brethren further west in Central Asia. Ever since 1949, the communist government had been trying to establish greater control over the huge province by colonizing it with the Han Chinese people. These efforts failed, and in some instances provoked resistance. The Urumqi riots of the summer of 2009, in which nearly 200 Han Chinese people were killed and thousands more were injured by Turkic Islamic Uyghur radicals, was a major turning point. The Chinese government began a repressive approach. This started under Hu Jintao, but it was really under Xi that the worst elements were perpetrated. Xinjiang has been turned into a surveillance province, where state cameras are everywhere in cities and towns. An estimated 16,000 mosques have been destroyed. Huge re-education camps and prisons have been set up through which millions of Uyghurs have passed. Most disconcertingly, birth rates in Xinjiang province have plummeted over the last decade, and it is understood that forced sterilization is being practiced by Xi's government amongst the Uyghurs. Policies like this constitute genocide under international law, although as other international crises have emerged in recent years, the Uyghur atrocities have simply disappeared from the international agenda. The other element of Xi's provincial stance that has attracted international headlines over a period of years is his approach towards Hong Kong. The island of Hong Kong was acquired by the British as a colony at the start of the 1840s and remained so until the UK granted it independence in 1997. In the process, it became a thriving metropolis and major Asian financial centre. When independence was granted in 1997, it was so under the aegis of the One Country, Two Systems rubric. This was the idea that Hong Kong would become part of the People's Republic of China, but it would retain autonomy as a Western, liberal-style city-state for 50 years until 2047. In power as leader of China, Xi has crushed the one country, two systems arrangement. In 2019, the Hong Kong government was pressured into passing an extradition law whereby people from Hong Kong could be sent to the Chinese mainland to face under Chinese law. Then, in 2020, came the much more serious Hong Kong national security law. This opened the door for Xi's government in Beijing to crack down on free speech in Hong Kong and to begin dismantling all of the things which made society here different to mainland China. In 2022, with the process far along, despite protests that captured the world's attention, Xi visited Hong Kong to appoint John Lee Ka-chiu as the chief executive of the regional government of Hong Kong. Chiu is a hardliner who is now overseeing the final dismantling of the one country, two systems arrangement on Xi's behalf. Since 2022, the pair have worked hand in hand, with Xi publicly praising Chiu in 2024 for his oversight of security laws which crush free speech in Hong Kong. The situation in both Xinjiang province and Hong Kong correlates broadly with the decline of human rights in China under Xi. China is a police state. Its development under Mao mirrored the Soviet Union system of Joseph Stalin at the end of the Civil War and has never looked back. Indeed, a strong reason for the Sino-Soviet split that occurred gradually during the 1950s and 1960s was that the Chinese were more keen to defend Stalin's legacy than the Russians themselves. Under Xi, this system of control has been expanded and has begun to make use of every instrument of new technological surveillance. The internet is heavily regulated, as is state media. This can include everything from Wikipedia to sites on Marxism and the history of communism being banned in China. The result is that ordinary Chinese people have virtually no access to information on issues which Xi's government does not want them to have access to. Notably, the long-standing controversy over Tibet. Xi allows foreign business in China, but under heavy censorship rules. Although the United States is the country with the highest incarceration rate in the world, China comes second in terms of prison populations worldwide, and is miles ahead of any other country when it comes to the number of citizens which it executes. Xi, it must be said, has relaxed the figure. Over 10,000 were regularly being executed each year in the 2000s. Under Xi, the figure is believed to have fallen to around 2,000 to 3,000. Clearly, Xi's human rights record is not good. It must always know where the starting point was. Before he ever even became vice president, let alone president, practitioners of the minority Falun Gong religious movement were appallingly persecuted in China, including a program whereby tens of thousands of members were allegedly forced to engage in organ transplants in the late 1990s and 2000s. Xi has continued China's human rights abuses, though he did not start them. The takeover of Hong Kong and the dismantling of the one country, two systems arrangement, just halfway through the 50 years it was meant to run for, is simply one element of Xi's more aggressive foreign policy in the Far East. It was an easy target. More difficult has been his attempt to claim control over the South China Sea. The South China Sea is a relatively small body of water compared with something like the North Atlantic or the Pacific Ocean routes between Japan and America. However, for all its small size, it is one of the world's busiest shipping routes. It encapsulates the waters between southeastern China to the north, Vietnam to the west, the Philippines to the east, and then southwards towards Asia. Huge amounts of container ship traffic run through here as goods pass from places like Japan to India or from parts of Africa to the ports of eastern China. According to international law, territorial waters only extend about 22 kilometers away from the mainland of any country. This means most of the South China Sea consists of international waters. But under Xi, China is aggressively trying to take over this vital waterway. There are lots of small islands and atolls here that China has claimed as a means of extending its jurisdiction, while it has also engaged in a program of building artificial islands under Xi's guidance. Much of this focuses on the Paracel Islands, the very center of the South China Sea. Xi consistently argues that these are traditional Chinese territories and prove China's claim over most of the South China Sea. Yet some of the islands are little more than shallow coral reefs. China has consequently built up around them. Xi has also sponsored aggressive Chinese naval activities in the region to restrict Vietnamese and Filipino shipping in the region. While the South China Sea issue is a controversial one, it looks unlikely to lead to war and an international crisis. In the long run, China will simply exert its control over the South China Sea, and its neighbors will be able to do little to stop it. Taiwan is another matter entirely. The island has been ruled as the independent Republic of China since the remnants of the nationalist movement fled there in 1949 at the end of the Chinese Civil War. The People's Republic of China has never made any attempts to suggest a nation, and it plans on one day reclaiming Taiwan, an island which is also now extremely valuable because of its large population and high-tech electronics industry. Xi is no different than any other Chinese leader in this respect. A striking element of this was a New Year's speech which he gave at the end of 2024, in which he proclaimed that no nation or power can stop the eventual reunification of China and Taiwan into one country. He has also ordered naval drills around Taiwan in a way which have been much more inflammatory than any leader since Mao in the 1950s, who was eventually dissuaded from attempting to invade Taiwan because of the threat from the United States if he did so. But does Xi intend on ever actually invading Taiwan? That is possibly doubtful. A destructive invasion could destroy the Taiwanese economy and would lead to enormous international sanctions of the kind which Vladimir Putin's Russia has faced for invading Ukraine since 2022. Instead, Xi will probably try to take a play right out of the Putin lesson book and attempt to establish a pro-Beijing party within Taiwan, combined with economic pressure to create a situation in which Taiwan will become more conducive to voluntary union with the People's Republic. It is hard to say, but an actual invasion of Taiwan does not seem like something which the prudent and conservative Xi will attempt at any stage in the near term. Early in 2020, Xi faced what is probably the foremost crisis of his time as leader of China. For most of the world, the COVID-19 pandemic came to their end in 2020. As the name suggests, though, it was first detected in 2019. The origins remain controversial and disputed. The most accepted theory is that the novel coronavirus jumped between possibly several species, including a pangolin, in a wet market in the Chinese city of Wuhan. However, this theory is complicated by the fact that not far from this wet market is one of the world's largest virology laboratories. Perhaps, quite understandably, people soon began to question whether the virus had actually leaked from the lab. The story of the pandemic that followed is well known. The world ground to a halt from March onwards, as billions of people were told to remain at home to stop its spread. For Xi, this was a twofold crisis. Not only was he the leader of a nation that is home to over 1 in 6 of the world's people, China also had to deal with lots of questions about the origins of the virus. There was a boom at first too. As Western nations struggled to maintain lockdowns, China's authoritarian system and the command economy it operates looked much more suited to dealing with such a crisis. However, soon Xi was running into criticism. In 2022 and 2023, as vaccines were rolled out and Western economies reopened, Xi maintained lockdowns that seemed draconian and garnered a level of criticism within China which was unprecedented. It was one of the first times his control over China was in any way shaken. More broadly, the way in which the pandemic was dealt with in China points once again to the totalitarian nature of Chinese society. Where large outbreaks occurred in buildings, they were often sealed up, and people were literally imprisoned for days or weeks at a time. Often, when we hear about Xi Jinping in the Western world these days, it is in the context of his relationship with the United States. There is no doubt that there is a kind of economic Cold War underway between China and the US, and that Xi has fostered it in his own way by ordering what could largely be called intellectual property theft from US technology companies and by trying to undercut American businesses in doing so. This strategy has been enormously successful. Consider the manner in which the electronic car manufacturers like BYD have completely undercut much more expensive American rivals like Tesla, or the shock to the world in January 2025 when China's cheap AI model DeepSeek burst onto the scene, demonstrating that it could do what OpenAI's ChatGPT does for a fraction of the price and energy demand. As all of this has occurred, American presidents have become more antagonistic towards Xi. The relationship that has captured the imagination of the public is that between Xi and Donald Trump, although Joe Biden was perhaps even more strident in his criticism of his Chinese counterpart, often referring to him as a dictator and slamming Chinese governance. Trump's relationship with Xi is peculiar. He clearly despises China's undermining of the American economy, although in reality, China has simply taken jobs that would be much more expensive to perform in the US. Strangely, he was decided on Xi in the first month or two of his second presidency in 2025, before his all-out trade war began to focus on China, in particular in March and April of 2025. Xi has not been docile. In a number of public pronouncements in the spring and early summer of 2025, he has made it clear that China is not some economic minnow to be bullied by the United States. It will strike back with sanctions of its own in the developing economic war. What implications all of this will have for future Sino-American relations remains to be seen. Of course, Xi Jinping's biography cannot be fully written. He is still alive, a seemingly turned 72 years of age in June 2025. There is no sign that he intends to relinquish power anytime soon. Since Mao's death, a tradition had been established that no Chinese leader served for longer than 2 5-year terms as president or leader in some other manner. Xi is now in the midst of his 3rd term and will almost certainly serve a 4th. If he does so, he would be entering his 80s upon seeking a 5th term. This might not happen. Unlike in the Western world, where in some countries the halls of power have seen a growing flood of octogenarians unwilling to hand over power to a younger generation, China does generally believe in the idea that politicians should be young enough that they have some stake in the future. With the exception of Xi aside, Chinese political leaders are ineligible to be elected to the Politburo Standing Committee and other major governing bodies once they reach 68 years of age. Therefore, while it is likely Xi will serve a 4th term as supreme ruler of China, he might possibly step aside thereafter. As to how the remainder of his time in office will go, it remains highly debatable. Will he attempt to take over Taiwan? Unlikely, unless it can be done by undermining its politics from within. Will China continue to massively expand its global influence through its soft power? Almost certainly. More pressing are problems at home. China's one-child policy, which ran for over a quarter of a century from the late 1970s, has left a lopsided and aging population. Furthermore, the days of the Chinese economic miracle are over. The economy has slowed and is facing many challenges. How Xi responds to these issues in the next 5 to 10 years will determine his legacy in the long run. Xi Jinping is the most powerful leader of China since Mao Zedong, eclipsing even the heights to which Deng Xiaoping scaled as the architect of China's economic miracle back in the 1980s. What is so surprising about this is the straitened circumstances from which he came. It all could have been very different. Although his father was a long-standing communist and had fought diligently for the cause all through the long-running Chinese Civil War, he fell from grace in the mid-1960s during the Maoist purges which followed the disastrous Great Leap Forward. The Xi family were banished to a provincial city, and Xi's father spent much of the Cultural Revolution that followed in and out of prisons. Then, everything changed rapidly after Mao's death in 1976. Xi's father was rehabilitated and made a provincial governor, and Xi soon acquired a foothold in the government. This was not nepotism, though. His rise to power was based on his consistent and effective application as a skilled regional administrator in Hebei, Fujian, and Zhejiang in the 1980s, 1990s, and early 2000s. This brought him to national attention and finally into the Politburo, where he successively became vice president in 2008 and then president. His years in power witnessed China cement its position as the world's second most powerful and a rival to the United States for political and economic power around the world. His successes have meant that no one challenges his rule in China, even 12 years after he assumed power, while Xi Jinping thought has become an ideology in and of itself. There are certainly a lot of controversial elements to his rule as leader of China, not least the quasi-genocide of the Uyghur people in Xinjiang province, the aggressive dismantling of the one country, two systems arrangement in Hong Kong, the aggressive rhetoric surrounding Taiwan, and the efforts to take over the South China Sea, despite it effectively constituting international waters. But few can doubt that under Xi's leadership, China has continued on the path to power that was started by Deng decades earlier. Unlike the Soviet Union, which experienced its own economic miracle in the 1950s and 1960s, and then descended into decay and decline, Xi has charted a path that continues to grow and will quite possibly become the world's preeminent power in the second half of the 21st century. Whatever one thinks of him, and he is something of a chameleon in any event, there is no denying his impact on the history of the 21st century so far. What do you think of Xi Jinping? Is he as nefarious a leader of communist China as Mao Zedong was? Or is he basically a figure focused on an ordered state that maximizes economic growth and Chinese power at the expense of civil liberties? Please let us know in the comment section, and in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. It is 1991. The Soviet Union is in a state of collapse. After years of decline and attempts at reform, die-hard communists within the regime launch a coup d'etat against the Soviet premier, who is detained. But this plot is soon halted when the ringleaders fail to gain the support of the army and public, who are increasingly desperate for change. With the authority of Moscow weakened, the satellite Soviet republics declare their desire for independence one by one, goaded on by the Soviet leader's rival, Boris Yeltsin, who will soon emerge as president of the Russian Federation. Finally, on Christmas Day 1991, the leader resigns, bringing the Soviet Union to an end after nearly 70 years. His name, Mikhail Gorbachev, the last premier of the Soviet Union. The man known to history as Mikhail Gorbachev was born on the 2nd of March 1931 in the village of Privolnaya in the Stavropol Krai region of southwestern Russia. Privolnaya lies between the Sea of Azov at the northern end of the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea, south of both Rostov-on-Don and the city of Volgograd, the latter of which was known at the time as Stalingrad. He was born with a distinct birthmark on his head, a small one at the time, caused by a malformation of blood vessels, though one which grew larger over time. Mikhail's father was Sergei Gorbachev, an ethnic Russian in this part of the USSR that straddled southwestern Russia, Ukraine, and the North Caucasus, and which was consequently an ethnic melting pot. Conversely, his mother, Maria, came from a Ukrainian family that had migrated from Ukraine some time earlier into southwestern Russia. She and Sergei married in 1928, when they were very young. Mikhail was their first child. They would have another son, but he would not arrive into the world until much, much later, following the Second World War, by which time Mikhail was already a teenager. Mikhail was born at a time of truly revolutionary change in the history of Russia. 14 years earlier, in 1917, in the midst of the First World War, a series of revolutions had eventually brought the Bolshevik communists to power. A bitter civil war had followed over the next half a decade, one in which millions of people had died and famine had stalked large parts of the country. At the end of it, though, the communists had established control over Russia and maintained their dominance of Ukraine and Belarus, as well as much of Central Asia and the Caucasus, though they had lost the former territories of the Russian Empire in the Baltic States region and Poland. In 1924, the first leader of the Soviet Union, Vladimir Lenin, died, and after a power struggle, Joseph Stalin established himself as a ruthless autocratic dictator over the USSR. In 1928, he launched the first 5-year plan, an economic program designed to begin transforming the Russian economy and transitioning towards socialism and communism. What this meant early on was trying to shift away from an overt reliance on agriculture as the primary basis of the Russian economy and towards industry. Trying to rapidly achieve this was chaotic and brutal. A program of creating mass collectivized farms was initiated, leading to severe unrest and creating a man-made famine in much of Ukraine and southwestern Russia that killed millions of people. In the long term, though, the Soviet economy did begin to change. Economic growth occurred in the 1930s, and the shift towards hard industry would be compounded by the outbreak of the Second World War and the Nazi invasion of the Soviet Union in the summer of 1941. Once the work of rebuilding was done in the late 1940s,
Russia entered a period of unprecedented economic expansion in the 1950s. Thus, by the time Mikhail would enter his adult years, the changes that were underway when he was born in 1931 would have utterly transformed Russia from the rural, agricultural country which it was at the time of the Russian Revolution in 1917 into an urban, industrialized nation, the world's second army. Mikhail and family experienced many tribulations while he was growing up. To begin with, they were living in the epicenter of the region worst hit by the famine of the early 1930s. Though Mikhail would have been blissfully unaware of how bad things were at that time, it was a struggle for the Gorbachevs, who were poor peasant farmers trying to adjust to the government's traumatic imposition of the agricultural collectivization policy. Several extended members of the family, including young Mikhail's uncles and aunts, died during this time as a result of the food shortages. Nevertheless, both his father and mother's families were committed communists. Mikhail's grandfather on his father's side, in whose house they lived during his younger years, had helped organize one of the first collective farms in the district. Yet this brought its own problems years later as Stalin commenced the Great Purge of the communist system in the USSR, leading to the imprisonment of both Mikhail's grandfathers in the second half of the 1930s. Finally, in 1941, there came the trauma of war, as Nazi Germany and the other Axis powers invaded the USSR that summer. The region where the Gorbachevs lived became the focus of the conflict in Europe a year later, as the German dictator Adolf Hitler attempted to strike a decisive blow against the Soviets by taking both Rostov-on-Don and Stalingrad and securing the Caucasian oil fields further south from these two key cities. This completely disrupted life for the Gorbachevs, while Sergei had already been recruited into the Red Army by then. Though reported as being amongst the millions of Russian men who had died in the conflict at one point, he later turned up alive in 1943. By then, the tide had been comprehensively turned in what Russians like the Gorbachevs would come to know as the Great Patriotic War. While the Gorbachevs were very poor, one of the genuine accomplishments of the Soviet regime amidst the famine and state terror of the 1930s was that education was expanded to be universally available to all, regardless of their social and economic status. On the other hand, young Mikhail's education had been interrupted for several years by the war, and it was only in 1944 that classes resumed. When they did, he began to emerge as a gifted student, an interest in both Russian and Western literature. He also took an interest in politics, which led to him joining Komsomol after the war, the full name of which was the All-Union Leninist Young Communist League, the youth division of the Communist Party. He was soon in charge of the local branch and used his position to organize a theater group. Mikhail had developed a love for Russian theater already by that time, one which would remain with him for the remainder of his life, often visiting the theater in Moscow in later years once or twice a week. Other interests that he began to develop in the more settled times of the post-war era included an interest in playing the piano and chess. His life was tougher in many other respects. His secondary school was many miles away from the family home in Privolne, and he had to walk nearly 20 kilometers to and from it every weekend. Summers were spent working long and hard days on the farm, but Mikhail had a good role model in his father, who was awarded the Order of Lenin in 1948 for both his farm work and his wartime service. Mikhail was awarded a more junior honor, something which helped not long afterwards when he applied to go and study at the Moscow State University in the Russian capital. the most prestigious university in the USSR at the time. His application was accepted, and so in 1950, he set off north to the capital. In Moscow, Gorbachev became more keenly involved in Soviet politics. He acquired full membership of the Communist Party, a prerequisite for any future political career, while at the same time, he continued to advance within Komsomol. His future wife in Moscow, Raisa Titayenko, came from the Altai region of Siberia in central Russia and had arrived at the capital around the same time as Mikhail Sophie. They married in 1950. The marriage was one of love and respect, though they would only have one child, a daughter named Irina, who was born in 1957. Raisa would work for much of her adult life as a teacher. Married life for her and Mikhail began just as the country was beginning to change in profound ways. Stalin died in 1953 and was replaced by Nikita Khrushchev, a leader who began a program of de-Stalinization through which he aimed to move away from the overt authoritarianism and state terror that had characterized the dictator's reign. Furthermore, after a quarter of a century of Stalinist terror, famines, war, and social turbulence brought about by communist policies, those same policies finally began to bear some fruit as Russia, Ukraine, and the other parts of the Soviet Union entered into a period of unprecedented prosperity and growth. As all of this was occurring, Gorbachev completed his studies in politics and law in Moscow, and then acquired his first postings as a government official back in his native Stavropol region in the southwest of Russia. Over the next several years here, he began a slow but steady progression up the local government administration. For his generation of Soviet politicians, this was how one earned promotion. It had been different in the days of the revolution, when promotion could be achieved much faster through having performed some daring act in the midst of the civil war. Mikhail would spend the better part of 2 decades working as an official in Stavropol. His ascent in the regional politics of southwestern Russia was aided by the fact that he was personally inclined towards the more reform-minded politics of the age. He agreed with Khrushchev's criticisms of the excesses of Stalin's time in control of the USSR and believed that a more open and transparent form of politics would be better for Russia and its communist empire, a belief which he would hold for his entire life. In the late 1950s and early 1960s, while he was still a young man himself, his primary role in Stavropol was to head up the regional Komsomol branches. In the mid-1960s, he was promoted through a number of different positions, working for a time within the Agriculture Bureau and on environmental policies. His relationships with several senior officials eventually led to his acquiring a position as a secretary within the local administration. In the second half of the decade, he undertook numerous trips to other parts of Eastern Europe, and these would prove formative in the development of his political ideology, as he came into contact with people who were a lot less happy about Soviet control over East Germany, Czechoslovakia, Hungary and Poland via the Warsaw Pact, its Eastern European military alliance, than Soviet propaganda back home in Russia would have suggested. He was also sympathetic towards the cause of the reformers who led the Prague Spring in Czechoslovakia in 1968 and looked with disapproval at the violent Soviet repression of it later that year. The removal of the reforming Khrushchev from power in Moscow and his replacement with a much more conservative Leonid Brezhnev back in 1964 had also depressed him, and for a time he considered an alternative career path, though he ultimately remained in politics. Mikhail's decision to continue in politics began to reap a dividend in the 1970s, after he was promoted to become first secretary of the regional government of Stavropol. This made him the leader of one of the larger provincial administrations of the country. It also came with a big budget, not least because the Great Stavropol Canal had been under construction here since the 1950s and was due to take many more years to complete. Gorbachev was a guiding influence in the further development of this 480-kilometer-long artificial waterway. Other duties included oversight of the region's large collective farms and factories. As first secretary, Gorbachev was also regularly called to Moscow for meetings of the heads of provincial government, and he began to develop relationships with senior Soviet ministers in the capital. He was also appointed to several delegations of Soviet dignitaries that were sent to Western Europe at a time when a different strand of communism was developing in France and Italy. Just like his visits to East Germany and Czechoslovakia in the 1960s, these trips abroad were formative for Gorbachev. He found the Western countries to be different to the received view of them back in Russia, and that some things worked inherently better within them than in the USSR. This is not to suggest that Gorbachev's ideology ever became one of thinking that the Soviet system was inferior to the Western one, simply that he was able to evaluate both on their own terms and see the pros and cons in each. It was this which would mark him out as distinct from other leaders of the Soviet Union. Gorbachev's ascent to become leader of the Soviet Union was fortuitous. He had already been one of the youngest regional first secretaries ever in the USSR when he took the helm of the Stavropol government back at the beginning of the 1970s. Now, late in 1978, he was appointed as the secretary of the General Committee of the Communist Party. This meant that he and Raisa had to relocate to Moscow, though she was soon offered a new teaching position, and he was now at the very center of power in the capital. His work was varied here. Much of it focused on the centralized management of the harvest and agriculture. Other work was more operational and administrative, and his abilities as an organizer were noted. It was these which led to his promotion yet again in 1980 to the Politburo, the political bureau of the Central Committee of the Communist Party, the most powerful governing body of the Soviet Union. Gorbachev was appointed as its youngest member at that time, at 49 years of age. His timing could not have been better. The Central Governing Council at the time was staffed by aged individuals in their late 60s and 70s, men who had first risen within the Communist Party establishment during the war. Since 1964, Leonid Brezhnev had led this generation of Soviet politicians. He had been ill since the mid-1970s and eventually died in 1982. The former head of the Secret Services, the KGB, Yuri Andropov, succeeded him, but he was already nearing his 70th year and he died early in 1984. The third leader in less than 2 years, Chernenko. At 72 years old when entering office, his appointment was hardly a long-term solution. And so it proved. Chernenko died after just 13 months at the helm of state. It was then that the party establishment began considering whom from amongst them might make for a suitable leader that would last more than a year or two. A younger man with new ideas was surely what was needed, and thus Mikhail Gorbachev was made General Secretary of the Communist Party and the new leader of the Soviet Union in March 1985. Gorbachev came to power at a time when the Soviet Union had been mired in problems for many years. While the 1950s and 1960s had seen huge growth in the Russian economy and a transformation of the material standards of ordinary people, Thereafter, the system had completely stagnated. Some of this was related to international developments. The 1973 oil crisis also triggered nearly a decade of so-called stagflation in many Western countries, whereby economic growth flatlined even as inflation remained at a persistently high level. However, the Russian case was different. There was the Soviet economy that simply become dysfunctional. For instance, in order to ensure that everyone was employed, there were often 2 or 3 people carrying out work that could have been completed by just one person. On top of this, there were overt levels of bureaucracy. Perhaps most worryingly, there simply wasn't the same level of innovation which was present in the US or indeed in countries like Germany and Japan that had been devastated in the war but had bounced back as high-tech economies boosted by association with the US economy and the dollar. Moreover, even when the impact of the oil crisis of the 1970s receded and countries like the US and Britain entered into a fresh period of economic boom in the 1980s, the Soviet economy continued to flatline. These economic problems were also reflected in the military situation, and there was little doubt that the US was winning the Cold War in the 1980s, a far cry from the 1950s when the Russians had been in the ascendant. Gorbachev was aware of all of these problems, and unlike the older generation of conservative leaders that he was now replacing, he was determined to do something about it. He would embark on a reform program that he hoped would once again make the Soviet economy grow and would revitalize the communist system after a long period of decline. Gorbachev's reform program was complex, but it focused above all on 2 things, one economic, the other more political and social. From the economic perspective, Gorbachev favored perestroika, which translates into English from Russian as restructuring. This concerned the reframing of economic policy and ethos in the Soviet Union. Communism is based on the idea of property and goods being held in communal ownership, with the state acting as a powerful broker to ensure that there is an equal division of resources amongst the entire population. This requires a command economy where all elements of economic life are mediated to some extent by the government. However, because of the myriad problems which the Soviet economy had experienced in the 1970s and into the 1980s, many were casting a more critical eye on the communist system within Russia than they would have done in the 1950s and 1960s. Gorbachev was sympathetic towards the idea of some limited reforms, whereby elements of free market economics would be introduced into the communist system. This is hardly so unusual. Within capitalist countries, there are different forms of capitalism. Some capitalist economies emphasize free market enterprise economics, where governments take the view that they should interfere in the economy as little as possible. But others are more interventionist, to balance out what are viewed to be imperfections in the free market system. In adopting perestroika, Gorbachev was claiming that some small elements of the free market system should be introduced into the Soviet economy. What this meant in practice was the introduction of a level of private ownership of property and goods in Russia by Gorbachev's government that had not been seen in the country since the end of the Russian Civil War over 60 years earlier. Reforms were also introduced into how the USSR traded with other countries. The second major prong of Gorbachev's reform program was encompassed in the term glasnost, which transliterates as openness or transparency. This was the idea that ordinary Russians, Ukrainians, and people from the other constituent parts of the USSR should be free to discuss politics in a more open and transparent fashion than they had in the past. For virtually the entirety of its nearly 7 decades in power, the Russian communist movement had governed along authoritarian or narrow lines. During the long dictatorship of Joseph Stalin, this had been so severe that even talking about political affairs in a public context could have been sufficient reason to end up in the Gulag prison camps of Siberia. Things had moderated in the 1950s and 1960s, but there was still a lot of repression in Soviet society. Moreover, the way to political advancement was seemingly exclusively by working one's way up through the established communist hierarchy, a method which tended to produce fairly unimaginative bureaucrats whose worldview rarely looked beyond preserving the status quo. Gorbachev was arguing for a new approach through glasnost. The Soviet Union would not become a democracy overnight, but there would be greater transparency in terms of how people were put into positions of power and a more open discussion about society and politics. As part of this, a more open media, one which was not to all intents and purposes simply a propaganda wing of the Communist Party, was allowed to develop. In 1986, Gorbachev began regularly using these two terms, glasnost and perestroika, to describe the new approach he was employing towards governing the Soviet Union. Gorbachev's effort to implement these policies was launched through the 12th five-year plan of the Soviet Union, which ran from 1985 to 1990. Through this, a range of other policy measures were implemented. One was uskarenia, meaning acceleration. This was an expansion of something which Andropov had half-heartedly tried to adopt between 1982 and 1984, and which was similar to the concept of economic stimulus in Western capitalist countries. Money was pumped into the system to try to develop a greater amount of mid-sized businesses, though ultimately this had an inflationary effect and was abandoned in favor of a less aggressive form of perestroika before long. Elsewhere, new administrative measures were introduced. Several government ministries and entities were amalgamated into Agroprom, a giant government body in charge of Soviet agriculture and food production. This then engaged in efforts to stimulate local ownership and production, the idea being to create elements of a more free market economy. In all of this, he stressed that what was being introduced was a latter-day version of the new economic policy which Lenin had followed back in the early 1920s. Finally, a prong of Gorbachev's economic policy, one with a social element, was an effort to curb excessive alcohol consumption, which had become a scourge of Russian society, leading to deaths, ill health, and huge amounts of lost productivity. Overall, Gorbachev's reform program would have mixed results. His economic reforms were broadly unsuccessful. Conversely, his political reforms could be viewed as a great success story. People began to really question the society they lived in and how it operated. The only problem, as we will soon see, is that this served to undermine the integrity of the USSR and the Warsaw Pact that it led in Eastern Europe. Gorbachev's reform program was not restricted to domestic affairs. He also wanted to reorientate relations with the United States and the Western Bloc. When he came to power in 1985, the Cold War was in one of its hottest phases of the entire conflict. Not since the early 1960s, when the erection of the Berlin Wall and the Cuban Missile Crisis had pushed the world closer to nuclear war, had things been as bad. Much of this was fueled by the aggressive approach of Ronald Reagan after he entered office as President of the United States in 1981. Reagan and his advisors could clearly see that the USSR was on the back foot, as Western economies rebounded in the early 1980s and the Soviet Union remained static. America also had growing technological advantages as it entered a period of dynamic personal computing. Washington consequently decided to commence a new space and arms race of sorts. In 1983, Reagan had announced the inception of the Strategic Defense Initiative. The idea was to create a missile defense system in space, which would make it possible to intercept Soviet ballistic missiles armed with nuclear warheads if they were fired at the United States. It was fanciful to imagine that such a system could be developed in the 1980s, and indeed, many people derisively referred to it as the Star Wars program at the time. But in pushing it, Reagan was challenging the Soviets to a new space race at a time when they had neither the resources nor the technical capabilities to engage in one. More broadly, this led to growing tensions between which manifest in November 1983 when the Soviets came close to initiating a nuclear strike after they became convinced that NATO training exercises in Europe, codenamed Able Archer 83, were possibly a front for a real attack on Eastern Europe. Though it is little known about today, barring the Cuban Missile Crisis, this was the closest the world came to a nuclear confrontation during the Cold War. Gorbachev immediately embarked on developing a new relationship with the United States. In November 1985, he and Reagan met for the first time at Geneva in Switzerland. The summit was markedly successful. Reagan and Gorbachev liked each other and were able to get along, though their political ascents could not have been more different, with Reagan having been a Hollywood movie star before he rose through Californian and then national politics to the White House. They both came from humble, rural backgrounds. They also got round to discussing how much both countries had to gain by defusing the Cold War than by continuing it. Meetings often ran over at Geneva as they discussed a range of matters that went beyond the agreed itinerary. At one point during it, Kenneth Adelman, an American diplomat at the time, remembered Reagan arriving back to the American team after meeting with Gorbachev and proclaiming that Mikhail was a fundamentally different type of Soviet leader to those which the US had dealt with before. This initial good start was followed up on at a second summit in Reykjavik in Iceland in October 1986. Both teams arrived with ambitions to strike a major deal that would cement the perception of a détente or major de-escalation of the Cold War. To this end, Gorbachev was primarily looking to persuade Reagan to abandon the Strategic Defense Initiative, the new American effort to extend its program of nuclear deterrence into space. Reagan wanted to press Gorbachev on domestic reform and issues related to human rights in Eastern Europe. At the end of it, no agreement was reached, as Reagan walked out of one meeting on the issue of the Strategic Defense Initiative. But both had realized how eager the other was to drastically tone down the nuclear threat after decades of heightened tensions. Reykjavik paved the way for the end of the Cold War. In the end, the Geneva and Reykjavik summits bore fruit in 1987, specifically in terms of a wide-ranging agreement on nuclear de-escalation. In the aftermath of the initial meetings in Geneva, Gorbachev had made it publicly known that he wanted an agreement with the US that both nations would begin to scale down their nuclear arsenals with a view to potentially banning such weapons of mass destruction altogether in the 21st century. While this was fanciful, it did demonstrate his commitment to drastically reducing the nuclear threat. The failure to reach a binding agreement at Reykjavik did not scupper these negotiations, and early in 1987, further progress was made when the Americans and their allies in West Germany declared remove some of their nuclear-capable long-range missiles from Central Europe. This gesture of goodwill was followed by a third summit between Reagan and Gorbachev in December 1987, this time in Washington, D.C. Both leaders were facing some domestic turmoil and Reagan's second term in office and time as president was nearing a conclusion, with elections scheduled for November 1988. As such, they both wanted a success out of the summit in the American capital. That's exactly what they achieved. Shortly after lunch on the 8th of December 1987, they signed the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty. This banned American and Soviet intermediate range missiles that could carry nuclear warheads distances of up to 5,500 kilometers. As a symbolic act, it demonstrated a desire to end the Cold War to defuse decades of tensions. Numerous other agreements were reached between Gorbachev and Reagan and his successor George H. Bush between 1988 and 1991. Notably the 1990 Accord, which aimed to massively reduce chemical weapons stockpiles. Cumulatively, these agreements constituted the most wide-ranging efforts to end the arms race between the US and the entire Cold War. Fortunately, many of these agreements have been abandoned by either the Russian Federation or the United States in the early 21st century. Was undertaking his ambitious reform program and the efforts to improve relations with the United States while he was confronted by a number of major problems. One was foreign and inherited, and one was domestic, pulled from the blue. On Christmas Eve of 1979, Soviet forces had invaded Afghanistan on the southern border of the USSR in Central Asia, in an effort to shore up support for Afghan communists that had come to power in the spring of 1978 through the Sour Revolution, yet which faced growing resistance from numerous parties in the country, including Islamic militant groups. The Soviets began in Afghanistan in much the same way that the Americans had in Vietnam in the 1960s. Unable to defeat an enemy with much more limited resources, but which was able to survive through a tenacious campaign of asymmetrical warfare. By the time Gorbachev came to power, the war in Afghanistan had turned into one which seemingly could not be won, with religious mujahideen being supplied by the Americans operating from bases in the mountains. Gorbachev viewed the war as an unwelcome inheritance. It was clear by 1985 that there was little to be gained from continuing it. He attempted a strategic alteration of approach in 1986, and when this failed to have any impact in 1987, he declared that Soviet forces would be withdrawn from the country. This engagement began in the summer of 1988, and the last Soviet forces withdrew in 1989. Moscow continued to provide indirect support to the Afghan communist regime, but it was on borrowed time after the withdrawal, and the country descended into a more anarchic civil war in the early 1990s, from which the Taliban would eventually emerge as the new government. The other major crisis which Gorbachev faced early on in his time in charge emerged suddenly. On the 26th of April 1986, the number 4 reactor exploded at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant in northern Ukraine, near the border with Belarus and north of the city of Kyiv. When the incident happened, staff had been running tests on the cooling system. A woefully inadequate response by the security team on the ground compounded the situation. Most alarmingly, people were left in place in and around the site for far too long after the incident occurred, exposing them to toxic levels of radiation. Gorbachev himself was not blameless in terms of the response. He followed the Soviet textbook approach of limiting the amount of information being released to the public and pushing through a state solution. Though in evaluating his response, it should be borne in mind that he was not a scientist. Instead, he was operating with the information provided to him in Moscow, which was very poor early on. Eventually, the entire area had to be emptied and a vast containment zone was established. Gorbachev would later reflect that the Chernobyl disaster was possibly the single biggest cause of the collapse of the Soviet Union. It fundamentally undermined faith in the system in Ukraine and led to the sundering of one of the core elements that held the USSR together, the union between Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine. It also fueled the drive towards glasnost, to a degree which Gorbachev had not fully intended. What else could be expected other than more openness when it was the government that had a disaster to become as deadly as it did? The area around the plant remains uninhabited today, and cleanup costs are still significant for what was the most destructive nuclear accident in history. While just a few dozen people died in the immediate incident and the days thereafter, thousands died from health complications owing to radiation exposure in the years after. The Chernobyl disaster added to a sense of growing unease in Eastern Europe about Soviet rule. Moreover, in the more open environment which Gorbachev was allowing to develop, people were willing to express their discontent in a way which had previously not been possible. This was particularly the case in the Warsaw Pact countries. Nations like East Germany, Poland, Hungary, and Czechoslovakia, which were not part of the USSR, but which had formed part of the Soviet bloc of Warsaw Pact countries in Europe since the alliance was created in 1955. Earlier attempted revolutions in Hungary in 1956 and Czechoslovakia in 1968, and the way they were crushed by the Soviets, had convinced a generation of Eastern Europeans living in the Warsaw Pact nations that resistance to Moscow's dictates was pointless and would only lead to a more repressive environment. But now it seemed as though change was in the air. In 1986, began demonstrations in many parts of Eastern Europe. These were followed in 1988 by nationwide strikes in Poland, led by the Nobel Peace Prize winner and future president of Poland, Lech Wałęsa. These started small at numerous steelworks in the country and swelled in the months that followed, to the extent that the communist government was forced to enter into negotiations with workers early in 1999. These culminated in an agreement to reform the political system to introduce a more democratic governmental system. Gorbachev played a significant role in these developments. In the summer of 1988, he visited Poland and informed the government there that they could not expect Moscow to come to its aid with a military intervention of the kind that had occurred in Hungary and Czechoslovakia in 1956 and 1968. Had it been almost any other Soviet leader in charge in Moscow, there would have been a military response. Developments in Poland floodgates to further revolutionary developments in Eastern and Central Europe in 1989. This was epitomized by the fall of the Berlin Wall. Back in 1961, in order to stop a vast population drain from East Germany to West Germany via Berlin, a city that was divided up between the Soviets and the Western Allies at the end of the Second World War, the government of East Berlin began building a physical wall around West Berlin. It had become the very symbol of the Cold War, dividing a city, a country, and a continent. Moreover, while West Germany had boomed economically as the powerhouse of the European economic community, East Germany had stagnated. In late 1989, the wall would come crashing down very abruptly. These events began along the Austro-Hungarian border when the Pan-European Picnic, an event held in August 1989 to symbolize increased communication between the two neighboring countries, led to the border being opened between Austria and Hungary. Before long, there were people traveling from East Germany to Hungary, and then from there to Austria, and north again to West Germany. All of a sudden, the Berlin Wall had become superfluous, and tens of thousands of people began making the circuitous trip to West Germany in September and October. As these developments occurred, security around the Berlin Wall itself was loosened. Then, on the 9th of November 1989, the East German government declared that people could visit West Germany. Within hours, people had gathered to begin physically down sections of the Berlin Wall. By the end of the year, thoughts were turning to the reunification of Germany after 4.5 decades of being a divided country. Gorbachev's response to these events was critical. As with strikes in Poland in 1988, if he had chosen a more hard, he would have crushed efforts to open the border between Austria and Hungary and curb the movement of people in the autumn and early winter of 1989. Indeed, concerns of those who organized the August 1989 trying to tolerate this breaching of the Tiger arrangements in Central Europe. It could lead to a coup in Moscow and his replacement as Soviet leader with a more traditional Cold War leader. This did not occur, and while not explicitly sanctioning it, Gorbachev referred positively to Miklos Nemeth, the Hungarian premier, when asked about the developments. Nor did he attempt to stop what was happening in Germany. Free elections were held in the East in February 1990. Monetary union between East and West was agreed to 3 months later, and in October 1990, the two parts of the country were reunited. Incredibly, Gorbachev was more positive about these developments than some of his Western counterparts. Both the Prime Minister of Britain, Margaret Thatcher, and the President of France, François Mitterrand, were both reluctant to see Germany reunited, believing, with some justification, that German unification back in 1871 had destabilized the European balance of power to such an extent that it led to the two world wars of the 20th century. They had grave reservations about allowing Germany to re-emerge as the most powerful economy in Western and Central Europe again. One of the provisions that were placed on the French agreeing to this was that the German Deutschmark would be transformed into a pan-European currency used by the members of what was soon to be renamed the European Union. Therefore, Gorbachev allowed German reunification to happen. Mitterrand demanded the euro currency in return. The fall of the Berlin Wall and German reunification opened up an issue which continues to have striking significance today, 35 years later. West Germany had been a member of the US-led military alliance, Atlantic Treaty Organization, more commonly known as NATO, since 1955. Reunification created a problem insofar as it involved an extension of NATO eastwards towards Russia and the Soviet Union, as East Germany effectively united with West Germany. This opened up an immediate debate about the future of NATO, as the Soviet Warsaw Pact collapsed in Eastern Europe, an issue with a modern resonance, given that Vladimir Putin has consistently argued that the core reason for Russia's invasion of Ukraine has been to ensure that the country does not become a member of NATO. There was never a formal agreement that NATO would not expand further eastwards, and Gorbachev's statements over the years were not consistent about what had or had not been said in diplomatic discussions in the early 1990s. However, there is little doubt from examining the statements of leading diplomats and government ministers from various countries at the time that there was a tacit understanding that NATO would not expand further east after the reunification of Germany. Indeed, the first months of 1990 had even seen Gorbachev involved in debate about whether German reunification should be contingent on its leaving NATO altogether, so as to avoid an extension into East Germany. There was clear consensus when Germany was granted what was termed a special military status as a member of NATO, that this would be the final extension of the alliance. And yet the unwritten agreement was soon abandoned. As America's power reached its peak in the mid-90s and Russia descended into economic and military collapse, NATO was expanded to be massive as Poland, the Czech Republic and Hungary joined, and then the Baltic states, Slovakia, Slovenia, Romania and Bulgaria in 2004. These concessions on German reunification and a wide range of other matters in the Warsaw Pact countries were leading to a growing wave of unrest within the core of the Soviet Union itself. Gorbachev could not win, it seemed. For liberal reformers who wanted to create a Western-style market economy, he was not moving fast enough to change the very nature of Soviet society. While for many conservatives and communist ideologues, what he was engaging in was a complete aberration, a seeming abandonment of 3/4 of a century of Soviet policy and a capitulation to the West. It did not help matters that when Saddam Hussein's Iraq invaded Kuwait in August 1990, Gorbachev broadly agreed with the approach of President Bush in commencing what would become the first Gulf War to force Saddam Hussein out of the small Gulf state. All of these developments led to a lot of grumbling in the Kremlin and the halls of power in Moscow, a city whose politics was still dominated to a large extent by elderly politicians who had come of age back in the 1950s and 1960s when the Cold War was at its height. In a clear sign of how perceptions of Gorbachev could differ within Russia from the rest of the world, in 1990, when he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for his role in the radical transformation of Europe's politics the previous year, he actually received quite a lot of criticism within Russia itself. The award was viewed in some circles as a sign of how much of a stooge of Western interests had become. He retained support to remain in charge and was re-elected as head of the communist leadership at the 28th Communist Party Congress in the summer of 1990, despite a vocal opposition group presenting itself there. Gorbachev's position as leader might have been reaffirmed in the summer of 1990, but the opposition to his leadership in some circles continued to increase. The events of the second half of 1990 and into 1991 were too much for many. During this latter period, several of the constituent republics of the USSR, like the Baltic states, Latvia and Lithuania, affirmed their independence from the Soviet Union, meaning that it was no longer Warsaw Pact countries that were falling out of Moscow's control, but actual parts of the USSR. While Gorbachev made a strong effort to prevent any further erosion of the Union by negotiating a new Union treaty with republics like Kazakhstan, Georgia and Moldova in 1991, a conspiracy to overthrow him was already brewing within the Communist Party by then. On the 18th of August 1991, the plotters struck in what has become known as the August coup. At the time, Gorbachev was holidaying at his dacha in the Crimean Peninsula. A group of men, including the leading KGB figure, Yuri Plekhanov, visited him there, gaining access, detained him in the house while the coup was being launched in Moscow. In the capital, the vice president of the Soviet Union, Gennady Yanayev, was soon revealed as the head of the conspiracy. He moved to seize control of the government and was appointed as acting head. However, the plotters had not accounted for Boris, a leading within the Communist Party, who had been acquiring more and more influence as Gorbachev's position weakened in 1990 and 1991. On the 19th of August, Yeltsin famously climbed up on top of a tank outside the Russian parliament in Moscow and spoke out against the plotters. It was a defining moment, one which played an important part in the collapse of the coup in the days that followed. But it also symbolized the manner in which Gorbachev was being completely outflanked by forces that his reforms had unleashed. His days as head of the Soviet Union were numbered. As the August coup collapsed on the 21st and 22nd of August, Gorbachev was released and made his way back to Moscow. There he realized that Yeltsin was increasingly the man of the hour, the new leader of Russia as matters moved very quickly. The pair were engaged in a tug-of-war for weeks thereafter. Yeltsin criticized Gorbachev openly for his handling of the country's politics in such a way that had led to the attempted coup. Meanwhile, the Communist Party's normal activities were being suspended in a highly fluid period in which communism seemed to be collapsing, but in which it was highly unclear what the end result would be. Gorbachev continued to try and promote plans for an alternative union that would keep Russia united with Belarus, Ukraine, the smaller Caucasian republics, and the states of Central Asia like Kazakhstan. In this, he was working at cross purposes with Yeltsin, who was actively promoting the idea of an independent Russia. The end came in December 1991. On the 8th day of that month, Yeltsin met with leading figures from Ukraine and Belarus at Vyskuly in the Byelovezha forest region of Belarus, where they signed the Byelovezha Accords. Under the terms of these, it was declared that the Union of Socialist Soviet Republics had ceased to exist, and that Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus would henceforth be independent nations. The accords were agreed to out of a fear that if a voluntary dismantling of the USSR was not effected, then it would descend into war, much like it erupted all across the Balkans in 1991, as Serb-dominated Yugoslavia tried to retain control over places like Croatia. In the days that followed, the other smaller republics of the USSR agreed to the dismantling. With this, Gorbachev's position became untenable, and on Christmas Day 1991, he stepped down as president of the Soviet Union, effectively relinquishing control over Russia to Yeltsin. His goal had been to reform the USSR, but in the space of 6 years in charge, it is surprising speed. Gorbachev entirely away from frontline politics. He played little role in the chaotic politics of Russia in the 1990s. This was a vast country, and one of the world's wealthier nations, yet one in which the state had run everything, from heavy industry and national infrastructure to home ownership and local shops. With the collapse of the Soviet system in such a tumultuous fashion, rather than the gradual reform of it that Gorbachev had favored, the entire country moved into a period of hyper-privatization. Vast state assets were to be sold off. Moreover, this was occurring in an environment of lawlessness, as the systems which had governed Soviet society for 3/4 of a century collapsed. Hyperinflation was also setting in. To combat this, the advice of Jeffrey Sachs, an American economist whose use of so-called economic shock therapy to combat hyperinflation had proved reasonably successful in Bolivia in the 1980s, was sought by Yeltsin's government. His approach did not have the desired effect in Russia, and by 1998, the country would be mired in such an economic quagmire that it had to devalue the ruble and default on its national debt. At the same time, the country's vast resources were acquired by a collection of several hundred Russian oligarchs, individuals who exploited their connections to the Russian political establishment in the 1990s to acquire assets for a fraction of value. This corrupt enriching of a small and newly emergent elite occurred even as ordinary Russians had their standards of living plummet as the Soviet system collapsed. and was replaced by utter instability throughout the 1990s. The first century was a chaotic period. Gorbachev observed these shifts in Russia's fortunes from outside of the political sphere. He entered semi-retirement in 1992, but he continued to work on various projects, both domestically within Russia and on the international stage. Much of this centered on the International Foundation for Socio-Economic and Political Studies, otherwise known as the Gorbachev Foundation. It was a mix of a philanthropic entity and a think tank that sought to develop ideas for Russia's development in the post-Soviet era. It also aimed at preserving Gorbachev's legacy to an extent. For instance, in the mid-1990s, the foundation conducted work on exploring Stroika and Glasnost had been, and what Mikhail had been trying to achieve during his time in charge of the Soviet Union. Gorbachev was also intent on establishing himself as an international elder statesman of sorts. While his reputation at home in Russia was mixed, abroad he was a Nobel Peace Prize winner who, along with Reagan and Bush, had brought the Cold War to an end peacefully. He spent much of the 1990s traveling the world in this capacity. The end of the decade, though, was a troubling time for him. His wife, Raisa, was diagnosed with leukemia in 1999. Her condition was advanced by the time it was detected, and despite traveling to Germany to avail of advanced care, she died within a couple of months of her diagnosis in September 1999. In the years that followed, as he entered his 70s, Mikhail slowed down, though he was all reasonably active, speaking out against the US invasion of Iraq in 2003, and even considering a re-entry into Russian politics in the 2000s. In the midst of his own life changing considerably in the 1990s, Mikhail kept a close eye on how Russia's post-war politics were developing. He was critical of Yeltsin, who served as president of Russia down to the very last day of the 20th century, the 31st of December 1999. On the one hand, Gorbachev did not believe that he was managing the transition to a free market democracy well, while on the other, there were personal criticisms to be made of Yeltsin, a figure with a considerable alcohol problem. Gorbachev initially viewed Vladimir Putin more favorably, a former member of the Soviet secret services, the KGB, who had risen from obscurity in the final years of the USSR to become Yeltsin's successor when he left office at the end of the 1990s. Yet as Putin began overtly manipulating the political system to remain in power beyond the end of his first 2 terms as president in 2008, Gorbachev became a vocal critic, especially so once Putin decided to run for a 3rd term in 2012. At the same time, he was not entirely opposed to all of the new president's actions. He agreed with Putin that the Crimean Peninsula was fundamentally more a part of Russia than Ukraine, and so was not opposed to the annexation of it in 2014. Nor did he think that the Western nations had any right to criticize Russia for playing a role in the Caucasus, given their own history of global imperialism. When the war between Russia and Ukraine was expanded in February 2022, however, Gorbachev was said to have been extremely critical of it in private, but he made no major public declaration concerning it. This was because his health was very poor by then. He had suffered from numerous ailments since the mid-2010s, including deteriorating eyesight, a heart condition, a bout of pneumonia, and kidney problems. Eventually, on the 30th of August 2022, he died from an accumulation of issues at 91 years of age. He was not afforded a state funeral, and the plaudits for a man who more than anyone else had overseen the end of the Cold War, a process of nuclear détente, and the tearing down of Europe's physical and ideological barriers was notably warmer internationally than it was in Russia. Angela Merkel, the long-serving Chancellor of modern Germany, perhaps captured this best, stating, quote, "To this day I can still feel the fear that I shared with many people in the German Democratic Republic in 1989, whether tanks would roll again. But this time, no tanks rolled. No shots were fired." Mikhail Gorbachev was in many ways an unusual political figure. He rose from relative administrative obscurity to play a highly significant role in the history of the 20th century, and then faded away again almost as quickly. Born in Russia during a period of immense change, he lived through the trauma of the Second World War and came of age in a period of vitality for the Soviet Union, when Russia was experiencing seemingly boundless economic growth and it appeared to be gaining the upper hand in the Cold War. Thereafter, he played a role in provincial administration and rose to a reasonably high position in the central government by the time he reached his 50s. However, he only managed to become the leader of the Soviet Union because of a rapid turnover of leaders in the first half of the 1980s. Once in power, he set about trying to reform the Soviet Union, a polity that had been in decline for many years and which was now clearly losing the Cold War. However, while he was a reformer, he certainly did not wish to bring about the end of the Soviet system. Instead, he wanted to introduce some minor elements of the free market system to buttress the Soviet system, while also liberalizing society. His tragedy was that in attempting to reform the system, he destroyed it. Once a more open environment presented itself, pent-up demand for change led to the collapse of the communist governments in East Germany and the other Warsaw Pact countries. This in turn led to political chaos in Russia, during which he was politically outflanked by Boris Yeltsin, and the whole communist system came crashing down. Gorbachev's career as a major political leader was over at that point, yet he remained a respected elder statesman on the world stage, though less so at home in Russia. Meanwhile, in lieu of the gradual reform which Gorbachev wished to implement, Russia descended into a decade of crisis, from which Vladimir Putin emerged as a successor to Yeltsin. Had Gorbachev's intended reform program been successful, the world might be a more stable place today. What do you think of Mikhail Gorbachev? Was he naive to think that he could reform the Soviet Union without having its power collapse? Or could a reformed version of the Soviet system have prospered if it had not collapsed between 1989 and 1991? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. It is the 20th of August 1940 in Coyoacan, Mexico. A man in exile reading in his study is attacked from behind by a Stalinist agent, hitting the man hard in the head with an ice axe, penetrating his skull and brain. Despite this terrible blow, the man gets to his feet and struggles with his assailant. Too late, the man's bodyguards come to his aid, beating the assassin off, but a day later, the man succumbs to his injuries. His name, Leon Trotsky, the arch-enemy of Joseph Stalin. The man known to history as Leon Trotsky was born Lev Davidovich Bronstein on the 7th of November, 1879, according to the Gregorian calendar, the 26th of October by the Julian calendar, which was in use at the time. He was born in the small village of Yanovka, in what is today central Ukraine, and was at that time part of the Russian Empire. He was not born with the name by which he is popularly known, but was actually called Lev Davidovich Bronstein during his youth. His father was David Leontievich Bronstein, a relatively prosperous Jewish Ukrainian farmer. The family lived in a somewhat isolated part of Ukraine, which was over 20 kilometers from even the nearest post office. His mother was Anna Lvovna. Although the family was Jewish, they were not particularly religious, and Russian and Ukrainian was spoken at home rather than Yiddish, the language typically spoken by Ashkenazi Jews. The world in which Trotsky would grow up was one in upheaval. For centuries, Russia had been underdeveloped politically, culturally, and socially by comparison with its neighbors in Central and Western Europe, like Britain and France. This began to change in the 19th century. The population of the Russian Empire doubled between 1850 and 1900. Coal production increased 12-fold during this period, while iron and steel production doubled. Great technological advances, such as the introduction of the railways, telephones, and telegrams, also brought Russia and Russians into much closer engagement with mainstream European ideas and made the vast country stretching from the Baltic Sea to the Pacific Ocean more interconnected. Accordingly, a vast movement began from the mid-19th century onwards to reform Russian society and end the autocracy and inequality which characterized Russian rule under the autocratic emperors or tsars. In 1861, Russia became the last major European power to abolish serfdom, under which approximately 40% of the Russian population had been effectively under the control of the landholders on whose estates they lived. Further reforms were in store. For instance, censorship of the press was relaxed, allowing for a greater dissemination of political ideas. New political groupings began to emerge in this more permissive political environment. For example, Mikhail Bakunin founded modern collectivist anarchism in Russia in the mid-19th century, which theorized the complete dismantling of centralized state authority in response to the autocratic Tsarist regime. Other groups, such as the Emancipation of Labour Party and the Narodniks, argued for socialism in Russia in the 1870s and 1880s, following the political ideas of the German political theorist Karl Marx. Their ideas began to find increasing support in Russia from 1891 onwards, following a catastrophic famine that year, which claimed the lives of approximately 500,000 Russians. Such was the unrest created by the famine that Orlando Figes, the leading English historian of revolutionary Russia, has argued that the roots of the Russian Revolution of 1917 can ultimately be traced back to 1891 and the death of 500,000 people at that time owing to food shortages. Compounding all of this were the Tsars themselves. While Alexander II, Tsar of Russia between 1855 and 1881, had started out as a liberal reformer, he retreated from this start. Was a highly reactionary autocrat. This was the political and social background against which the man who would one day become known as Leon Trotsky grew up. When he was 8 years old, his father sent him to school in Odessa, the major city of the Crimea on the Black Sea in southern Ukraine. Here, he was placed in an environment in which a historically multicultural city was becoming increasingly Russified, in line with imperial policy. From early on, his rebellious streak was evident, and while at Odessa, he organized a strike against an unpopular teacher. The events of this time also appear to have been formative in the life of the young Trotsky. Writing towards the end of the 1920s, in an autobiography he wrote entitled My Life, an attempt at an autobiography, Trotsky stated of 1891 that it marked, quote, the official date of the political breaking point in this country. Trotsky was not alone in his thinking, and the struggles engendered by the famine led to the rising popularity of the Russian socialist movement in the 1890s. The disparate socialist groups eventually coalesced in 1898 to form the Russian Socialistic Labour Party, a revolutionary socialist party formed to unite Russian socialists in the cause of advancing the lot of Russian industrial workers. The teenage Trotsky was soon involved in these revolutionary political movements, and by 1896 he had relocated to the Black Sea town of Nikolaev, where he joined the Narodniks. A year later, he helped organize the South Russian Workers' Union in the town. Early in 1898, he was imprisoned for the first time, owing to political activities. But Lev Bronstein, the future Trotsky, was undeterred. Later in 1898, he joined the newly formed Russian Social Democratic Labour Party. Following his arrest at Nikolaev in 1898, Trotsky had been sent to Moscow to face trial for his actions in organizing revolutionary groups in southern Ukraine. After months of inaction in 1900, he was sentenced to 4 years hard labor in Siberia, the thinly populated vast region of eastern Russia, which served as a penal colony for dissenters against the Tsarist regime. His life in exile in the East was tempered somewhat by his marriage to Alexandra Sokolovskaya in the summer of 1899. She had been a member of the political group which Trotsky associated with in Nikolaev, and was a major influence on his decision to shift from being a Narodnik to Marxism or communism. She accompanied him to Siberia. Two daughters, Zinaida and Nina, were born in the 2 years that followed. Lev Bronstein never served his full 4-year sentence in Siberia. In the summer of 1902, at the urging of his wife, he escaped from the penal colony by hiding in the back of a hay wagon. As he made his way back to Europe, Bronstein reputedly utilized a passport he had obtained bearing the name of one of his jailers from Odessa several years earlier. The surname on the passport was Trotsky, and Bronstein now adopted it as his alias, along with an alternate version of his first name, Leon, as his revolutionary name. Bronstein became Leon Trotsky, the name the world has known him by ever since. The newly free Trotsky didn't remain in the Russian Empire and instead kept heading west, all the way to London, after escaping from Siberia. Here, he made contact with several leading members of the Russian Socialist Democratic Labour Party, who had gone into exile in England after the Tsarist regime of Nicholas II. Another poor Tsar, who had come to power in 1894, had cracked down on its membership. These exiles included Georgy Kalnov, the Russian newspaper Iskra, or The Spark, and also viewed as the founder of the social democratic movement in Russia in the 1870s. Trotsky, who is generally regarded as having been a highly accomplished writer and brilliant polemicist, was soon putting his own literary abilities to work with the newspaper. It was also during this period, after his escape from Siberia, that Trotsky met Maria Sedova. Alexandra had remained behind in Siberia to raise their children, and Trotsky soon married Natalia in 1903. His second marriage resulted in 2 sons, Lev and Sergei, in 1906 and 1908. Trotsky and Natalia would remain married for the rest of his life. In London, Trotsky came into contact with Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, or Lenin as he has become known, a figure of some controversy within the party. In 1902, Lenin had published a pamphlet entitled What is to Be? This had opened up a wide-ranging and divisive debate within the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party over the future of the party. On the one side were purists such as Lenin, who believed that the movement should build its support exclusively around the industrial working class against the Tsarist regime, the landholders and the bourgeois middle class back in Russia, while a separate faction argued that the party should seek the support of the middle class against the Tsarist government and the upper class of Russia, which broadly consisted of the church and the aristocracy. As such, the division came down to one between ideological purists, led by Lenin, and an opposing faction of more pragmatic and flexible socialists. These divisions within the party came to a head at the Second Congress of the party, held jointly in Brussels and London in August 1903. The conference was held symbolically between 2 cities that Karl Marx had lived and worked in around the time he wrote and published the Communist Manifesto with Friedrich Engels. At this meeting, the party split into 2 opposing factions, known as the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks. Bolsheviks means majority, while Mensheviks means minority, which reflected the results of a vote held on the issue at the party congress. However, this somewhat confusingly did not reflect the actual support the 2 factions enjoyed. In reality, the Bolsheviks, headed by Lenin, had the support of only a minority of the party membership, while in the years ahead, the Mensheviks, led by Julius Martov, were the more popular and powerful of the two factions, which resulted from the split of the Russian Socialist Democratic Labour Party in 1903. Trotsky's initial response to this split in the party was to affiliate himself with the Mensheviks. However, by the autumn of 1904, he had become increasingly disillusioned with the Mensheviks' excessive courting of Russian liberals and the Russian middle class. As a result, he removed himself from affiliation with both the Mensheviks and the Bolsheviks, and would spend the next 10-plus years as a non-aligned but nevertheless prominent actor within the Russian socialist movement. Unbeknownst to Trotsky at the time, his departure from the Mensheviks occurred just as the cause of political reform in Russia was to undergo the greatest spurs to action that had been seen since the famine of 1891. On the 22nd of January 1905, Father Georgy Gapon led a large demonstration of unarmed protesters through St. Petersburg towards the Winter Palace of Nicholas II to protest against the firing of several workers from the Putilov ironworks in the city over their membership of a workers' assembly. The protest was peaceful, but the large crowds of thousands of people still led to the deployment of thousands of Russian troops. Then, in the late morning, gunfire broke out in numerous locations. Several hours later, when the dust settled, as many as 1,000 unarmed protesters and bystanders had been killed. Bloody Sunday, as the day has become known, inflamed opinion towards the Tsar, Nicholas II, although he had not ordered the attacks. Strikes broke out in most cities and industrial centers throughout the country. This revolution of 1905 was further driven by Russia's loss in the Russo-Japanese War, the first major military defeat for a European nation against an Eastern state in modern times. In response to the escalating unrest caused by these events, Nicholas II re-established the Russian Duma, or parliament, in an attempt to conciliate public opinion, but the country had entered into a phase of increasingly radicalized politics, particularly in the industrialized cities, such as St. Petersburg, Moscow, and Riga. In the tumult following Bloody Sunday, Trotsky elected to return to Russia from his exile in Western Europe. He traveled home through Kiev in his Ukrainian homeland and then turned northwards to St. Petersburg, the capital of the Russian Empire in those days, in the spring of 1905. Once there, he again put his literary abilities to work and began writing for various underground newspapers associated with the Mensheviks. His activities quickly led to him being placed under observation and danger of arrest by the Tsarist regime, and within weeks of returning to St. Petersburg, he had to flee across the nearby border to rural Finland. At the time, this was part of the dominions of the Russian, but it was ruled separately as the Grand Duchy of Finland, and the police presence was less developed here. Trotsky spent the second half of 1905 moving back and forwards between Finland and St. Petersburg. During this time, he took over the running of the Russian Gazette and increased its readership to some 500,000 Russian readers. It was also during this period that Trotsky became highly influential in the formation of councils or soviets of non-elected workers in St. Petersburg. These were being established in many Russian industrial cities to represent the workers of the capital's factories. By the autumn of 1905, a St. Petersburg Soviet was in operation and had signaled its opposition to the Tsarist regime. Moreover, Trotsky temporarily served as its chairman. It was this role, as a writer and lead agitator, which led to Trotsky's second period of imprisonment. Late in 1905, government troops arrested many senior members of the St. Petersburg Soviet, including Trotsky. He spent much of 1906 in prison before finally being convicted of an insurrection in St. Petersburg. Thus, in October 1906, Trotsky found himself yet again sentenced to hard labor in Siberia. However, yet again Trotsky would not serve his sentence. Indeed, on this occasion, he did not even make it to Siberia. While en route to the east in the winter of 1906 or 1907, he yet again escaped from official custody and made his way back west, eventually returning to London in the course of 1907. In London, Trotsky was soon a contributor to the 5th Congress of the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party. 35 sessions were held in Hackney at the Brotherhood Church there between May and June 1907. These were stormy, with debates ranging from serious policy discussions about how to foment dissent back in Russia to petty squabbles over whether the Congress should be named the 5th Congress or the 4th Congress, as the Mensheviks did not recognize an earlier Congress held by the Bolsheviks as being official. Trotsky retained his relatively neutral position within the party and was consequently employed as an intermediary between the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks. The Congress is notable for having been attended by Josip Jogashvili, better known as Joseph Stalin. Within a few months, Trotsky had relocated to Vienna, and it was while living in the capital of the Austro-Hungarian Empire that he would conduct his work for much of the next decade. Here, he became involved from 1908 onwards with the Russian Marxist and Adolf Joffa in the publication of an underground Russian-language paper, Pravda, or Truth, which was smuggled into Russia. 1912 saw efforts to reunite the varying factions with the Russian socialist movement. In January, Lenin held a conference in Prague where the Bolsheviks were joined by a number of Mensheviks. Then in August, Trotsky held a further unification meeting in Vienna, but with little success. This was a relatively extraordinary period of time to live in Vienna. At one point in the first half of 1913, Trotsky lived in the center of the city. Others who either lived in or visited this part of the capital Austro-Hungarian Empire at the time included Stalin, Adolf Hitler, Josip Broz Tito, the future leader of Yugoslavia, and Sigmund Freud, the famed psychoanalyst. There are few similar examples of so many individuals who would shape the 20th century living in proximity to one another. Beyond his involvement in the Russian socialist movement, during his exile in Vienna, Trotsky was working on his theoretical views on Marxism. In 1908, he published Results and Prospects, a lengthy essay which built on some theoretical ideas he had conceived and written about in 1905, while in St. Petersburg, during the aftermath of Bloody Sunday. These writings outline Trotsky's views on permanent revolution, his singular contribution to Marxist theory. Trotsky here developed the idea, promulgated by Marx, that sections of the middle-class bourgeoisie would be required to carry out a revolution to implement proper political democracy and a redistribution of land and wealth as a step towards achieving a communist society. Trotsky argued that in Russia, the bourgeoisie could not be relied on to contribute in this way to the revolution, and so the proletariat, or working lower classes, would have to assume the role of carrying out these tasks, a class struggle which would have to be permanent until communism was attained. This theory has gone on to have a substantial impact on Marxist thought beyond Russia, the 20th century. In combination, these ideas of Trotsky's informed the development of the subfield of Marxism known as Trotskyism, which, at this early stage, was distinctive from Marxism in stressing the need for permanent revolution and support for social revolution in the more advanced capitalist countries through proletarian or working class agitation. Trotsky's view, which was somewhat in opposition to Marx, was that permanent and gradualist social reform would be needed, whereas Marx had conceived society moving through different stages of development, first capitalism, then socialism, and finally attaining communism. Yet Trotskyism was still a fluid concept, and it would evolve in the years ahead in response to the action in Russia. While living in 12, covering the conflicts which racked the Balkans during this period, his perennial interest in struggles of all kinds, based on class and ethnic divisions, was exhibited during this time in his reportage on the Serbian army's policies of ethnic cleansing against the Albanian people. The Balkans shaped Trotsky's career in exile in more ways than one. It was here in the summer of 1914 that the assassination of the heir to the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Archduke Franz Ferdinand, while visiting Sarajevo on the 28th of June, created the spark which eventually ignited the World War. By the end of August 1914, Europe was arrayed into two opposing alliances, Britain, France and Russia on one side, and Germany, Austria-Hungary and the Ottoman Empire on the other. As a Russian émigré in Vienna, Trotsky was now forced to flee Austria-Hungary and briefly resettled in neutral Switzerland, where Lenin also moved after a period of year. In Switzerland, Trotsky began working with the Swiss Socialist Party and wrote a book, War and the International, in which he opposed the war, in contrast to many prominent socialists throughout Europe who had favored the conflict for varying reasons based on domestic circumstances and also as a conflict which might upend the political situation across the continent and pave the way for the advent of socialist governments, which saw the perennially nomadic Trotsky relocating again in 1916. While in France early in the year, he was arrested on account of his anti-war stance and deported to neutral Spain, from where he was yet again deported to the United States. He was there by early 1917 and lived briefly in the Bronx in New York City. Millions of people from the Russian Empire, many of them Jewish people like Trotsky, had migrated to the Americas in the 19th and early 20th century, and in New York, Trotsky quickly slotted into an established Russophone community. Though he only lived there for a small period of time, he wrote two publications, the Russian socialist newspaper Novy Mir, meaning New World, and the Yiddish daily Der Vorwärts, Forward. It was while Trotsky was in New York that the defining moment for the Russian socialist movement occurred. As with the Russian defeat in the Russo-Japanese War in 1905, Russia's performance in the First World War, which had swept Europe since 1914, had seriously destabilized the political situation at home in Russia. The Tsar, Nicholas II, had taken personal command of the Russian army in 1915 and was viewed as personally responsible for a series of major military reverses on the Eastern Front. More critically, heavy borrowing and printing of money to pay for the war effort had seen rapid inflation in Russia, and by 1917, the cost of basic foodstuffs had increased fourfold on what they had been in 1914, pushing the poor to the point of destitution. This, combined with increasing food shortages, saw more radical political movements within the country gaining support. From his exile in Western Europe, Lenin called for the war effort to be turned into a civil war of the proletariat against the Tsarist regime. Within the government, this disaffection was not aided by the Tsar's family. Nicholas II's wife, Alexandra, the Tsarina, was originally German, and her nationality became a focus for criticism and suspicion, as Russia found itself losing the war to Germany. Moreover, the royal family had begun to place an increasing amount of faith in the abilities of Grigory Rasputin, a mystic who had befriended the Tsar's family, and who popular opinion increasingly saw as being the power behind the throne in St. Petersburg. Although Rasputin was assassinated on the 30th of December 1916, his rise had severely tarnished the reputation of the imperial family in the mid-1910s. These social, political, and economic factors coalesced early in 1917 into severe unrest in St. Petersburg, or Petrograd as it was called after 1914. Once it was renamed to make the city sound less German with its Berg suffix. The population of the city had grown from approximately 1 million people in 1890 to over 2 million in 1917, many of whom were poor, overworked, and severely disaffected industrial workers. In early February 1917, workers in Petrograd began strikes and demonstrations occurred throughout the city. In particular, strikes began at the Putilov mill, by far the largest employer in the city, with upwards of 20,000 workers. The strike here was sparked by the company reneging on a pay increase, which had been promised to allay the workers' difficulties over the food price increase in the capital, when a lockout from the factory began after the strike. Further demonstrations occurred throughout Petrograd, and by early March, well over 100,000 workers were protesting throughout the capital. The Russian Revolution had begun. Things moved quickly. The Tsar was absent from the capital at the Eastern Front, but commanded the army to intervene to suppress the rioting and demonstrations in the capital. This move backfired, however, as many of the rank-and-file soldiers either refused to comply or simply deserted. The Russian parliament, known as the Duma, now moved to establish a committee to establish law and order, while measures were underway to also establish a Soviet or city council of the industrial workers of Petrograd. Meanwhile, Nicholas II, on his way back to the capital from the Eastern Front, was facing increasing pressure to abdicate as the situation in Petrograd spiraled out of control. Confronted by senior members of the Russian military and urged to do so, he agreed to abdicate on the 15th of March 1917 in favor of his brother, Mikhail. However, realizing that he lacked the support to restore order, Mikhail refused the title of Tsar the following day. Accordingly, on the 16th of March, the Russian Empire of the Tsars effectively came to an end. A provisional government now came to power, headed by the liberal aristocrat Prince Georgy Lvov. While power within Petrograd itself largely lay with the Petrograd Soviet, over the next 8 months, a power struggle would play out between these two contenders for power, the aristocratic Consilia government and the populist Socialist Soviet. When news of the events in Russia reached Trotsky in New York, he immediately began preparing to return to his homeland. He departed the United States on the 27th of March 1917. While crossing the Atlantic Ocean, he was detained for a month at Nova Scotia, in northeastern Canada. Trotsky's commitment to the workers' struggle was evident here. While detained at a British internment camp, he helped organize mass meetings and workers' agitation. Eventually, the British government released him at the end of April, and he reached Russia in mid-May. Finally, back in Petrograd, he became a major player in the struggle which was materializing. Lenin had also returned to the capital from Western Europe in mid-April, facilitated by the Germans, who believed he would serve to destabilize Russia further and thus indirectly aid their own war effort in the process. In Petrograd, he had quickly established the Bolsheviks as one of the foremost groups in the divided politics of Russia in the weeks after the February Revolution. Despite his non-alignment with either the Bolsheviks or Mensheviks in the years gone by, Trotsky drifted towards Lenin's position once he arrived back to Russia itself. Both figures and many of their socialist allies increasingly sought to overthrow the provisional aristocratic regime, establish a radical socialist government. Government crackdowns on some of the more militant groupings in Petrograd had seen Lenin flee over the border to Finland. However, a failed attempt by the military to seize power in Russia and place General Lavar Kornilov in charge of the government in September 1917 saw Lenin return to the capital in October. Upon his return, the Bolshevik Central Committee voted to launch a revolt and seize power, in response not only to the failed military coup d'etat, but also major military reverses on the Eastern Front, which had seen the German army advancing into Russia itself after seizing Russia's possessions throughout most of eastern Poland and Lithuania. Trotsky's role in inciting the revolution, which followed Lenin's return to the capital, cannot be overstated. It was he who authored the resolution, which was passed by the Petrograd Soviet on the night of the 22nd of October, one which specifically called for the creation of a, quote, military revolutionary center to facilitate the revolutionary defense of Petrograd and the safety of the people from being openly prepared by military and civil Kornilovites. The resulting revolt occurred on the night of the 7th of November 1917, according to the Gregorian calendar, which is all over the world today. It has become known as the October Revolution, having occurred on the 25th of October, according to the Gregorian calendar, which was in use in Russia. The Revolutionary Military Committee, Trotsky, and he was instrumental in the seizure of power in Petrograd through the October Revolution, by bringing the garrison in the capital over to the Bolsheviks' cause. As a consequence, within 24 hours of the inception of the revolt, many government buildings in the capital had been occupied. Then, on the 9th of November, the Winter Palace, the seat of government itself since the 18th century, fell under the control of Lenin, his party, and the Petrograd Soviet. Thus began the long and checkered history of the Soviet state. Within days, the new socialist government began to tighten its control over Russia, with Moscow declaring in favor of the new regime on the 15th of November. Major policy changes were quickly made to begin creating a communist state. All private property was nationalized, as were the Russian banks. Foreign debt was defaulted on. The vast properties of the Russian Orthodox Church were taken into state possession, while factories were placed under the control of workers' Soviets, the members of which were given pay increases and had their working day reduced to 8 hours. In many industrial societies at the time, workers had been expected to work upwards of 12 hours a day, often 6 or 7 days a week, something which had facilitated the emergence of socialist movements in the 19th century. Trotsky's star was in the ascendant in the first weeks of the new Soviet state as a result of his role in the October Revolution, and the regard he was held in by members of the Petrograd Soviet. In these days of the revolution, nobody other than Lenin was more powerful within the new regime. His role in the months that followed reflected his status as the second most powerful figure in the government of Soviet Russia. Trotsky was appointed as People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs in November 1917, the Soviet equivalent of the Minister for Foreign Affairs. His first task was the war effort, which Russia was losing badly in 1917. Trotsky's first act was to publish the terms of the Triple Entente, the alliance between Britain, France, and Tsarist Russia, which stated the alliance's agreements to redraw Europe's boundaries and redistribute a significant proportion of the lands of the Central Powers amongst themselves in the aftermath of the conflict and as new colonies in Africa and the Middle East. This betrayal of British and French intentions effectively ended the Triple Entente and put Russia in a war on its own against Germany. It also made life difficult for the British and French, as the President of the United States, Woodrow Wilson, had just brought his country into the war against Germany, but was flagrantly opposed to any expansion of the European colonial and imperial system once the war was over. Beyond these initial moves on the international stage, Trotsky was also soon brought in as a founding member of the Politburo, the political bureau of the Bolsheviks that would govern the new Soviet Union centrally. There were 7 figures on the original Politburo: Lenin, Trotsky, Stalin, Grigory Zinoviev, Lev Kamenev, Grigory Sokolnikov, and Andrei Bubnov. Most of them would play roles which engulfed the Soviet Union in the 1920s. As part of his position as People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs, Trotsky began a peace negotiation with the government in Berlin to bring Russia's involvement in the First World War to an end. These talks began in December 1917. From the very beginning, the Germans laid out highly punitive terms, which involved their annexation of huge tranches of the Russian Empire around modern-day Poland, Ukraine, and the Baltic Sea region. The government in Petrograd was highly opposed to such terms. But from early 1918, it was facing increasing opposition from within central Russia to the establishment of the Soviet state. With a major civil war brewing at home, and the Russian army in no state to undertake a resumption of the war on the Eastern Front, the regime reluctantly agreed to most of Germany's terms in the spring of 1918. Trotsky, who was loath to agree to territorial concessions to a capitalist regime, refrained from casting a vote in the decision to accept the German terms which he had overseen the negotiation of. He had hoped that while the negotiations were underway, the German proletariat would overthrow the Kaiser's government in Berlin, but his optimism in the revolutionary cause proved unfounded on this occasion, or at least premature. Socialist revolts would commence in Germany late in 1918. Under the terms of the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, signed on the 3rd of March 1918, and named for the Belarusian town where it was agreed, the infant Soviet state ceded all of Russia's territories in Poland and the Baltic states of Lithuania, Estonia, and Latvia to Germany, as well as some territories in the Caucasus and the Caspian Sea region to the Ottoman Empire, Germany's Turkish ally. Russia also recognized the independence of Finland, Ukraine, and Georgia, thus creating new buffer states on its borders. The total losses amounted to over 1 million square miles of Russian territory and 55 million people, as well as a huge proportion of Russia's coal, iron, and steel factories. Lenin was clear that this was an utter humiliation, but the treaty provided the Russian state with time to secure itself at home against its domestic enemies. It was a necessary evil for the revolution to survive. These enemies were multiplying in the spring of 1918 as the Russian Civil War spread throughout the country as far as the Pacific Ocean. By the time peace was established with the Germans and their allies, the Bolsheviks' enemies, a broad coalition of aristocrats, former supporters of the Tsarist regime, Cossacks, army officers, the Orthodox Church, centrists, and even leftists, such as the Mensheviks, who were opposed to the Bolsheviks, had begun organizing themselves into an opposing White Army in opposition to the Soviet Red Army. The Whites acquired foreign backing in the shape of aid from Britain, France, the United States, and Japan. Less significantly, other groupings such as the Black Army and Green Army arose in regions such as Ukraine to fight for local rights in these areas against the Soviet regime in Petrograd. There was even a Czechoslovak Foreign Legion involved in the Russian Civil War. These were soldiers from Bohemia and Moravia in the Austro-Hungarian Empire who had joined the Russians years earlier to fight for Czechoslovak independence from Austro-Hungarian rule. They were in Russia when the revolution occurred and ended up fighting against the Soviets in a campaign far to the east in Siberia in what was one of the stranger episodes in the war. What was clear from all of this to Trotsky and the other Soviet leaders in 1918 was that the great powers and many other vested interests were determined to overthrow and destroy the revolution. Having led the peace negotiations with Germany, Trotsky now took center stage in the Civil War effort and the movement to preserve the Soviet Revolution. In mid-March, just days after the finalization of the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, he resigned as People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs and was then appointed as People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs. Thus, at the height of the Civil War, Trotsky was effectively placed in charge of the Soviet war effort. The initial problems facing him were the small size of the Red Army and the lack of profession. Consequently, his first act was an enormous recruitment drive. Within 6 months of his taking charge of the Red Army, its numbers had swelled from 300,000 men to 1 million troops. Eventually, this would increase to 3 million men as new fronts opened, particularly in Poland from early 1919 onwards, as Polish separatists undertook the Polish-Soviet War, backed in particular by Britain and France, to establish what eventually became the Second Polish Republic. Trotsky's methods as Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs were brutal. In order to instill greater discipline in the rank and file, he devised the notorious blocking units, special units which were placed behind the front line of the Red Army troops, charged specifically with gunning down any of their own soldiers suspected of trying to desert or retreat. Many years later, in his autobiography, he laid out his thoughts on this. An army cannot be built without reprisals. Masses of men cannot be led to death unless the army command has the death penalty in its arsenal. So long as those malicious, tailless apes that are so proud of their technical achievements, the animals that we call men, will build armies and wage wars, the command will always be obliged to place the soldiers between the possible death in the front and the inevitable one in the rear. These blocking units remained a common feature of the Red Army for many years, and were used extensively again during the Second World War. Beyond this brutal tactic for enforcing discipline on the rank and file in the Red Army, as Commissar for Naval Affairs, Trotsky was also a firm proponent of the Red Terror, the ruthless suppression of it within the military establishment, and the use of labor camps to provide arms and other supplies for the war effort. As a zealous revolutionary and communist, he believed that such measures were justifiable insofar as they would lead to the destruction of the propertied classes and the initiation of a new global socialist world order. In this respect, the example that he set during the Russian Revolution spoke of an individual who could display a savage streak, which was often out of step with his concern for the rights of the downtrodden proletariat. Many of Trotsky's methods would shape the autocracy and violence of the Soviet state in the years and decades ahead. Trotsky's command of the Red Army had also brought him into conflict for the first time with Stalin, whom, as we have seen, he had met as early as 1905 in London, and who was a rising star of the Soviet regime from Georgia. Stalin had established himself as Rothschild's confidant in 1917, and had been given command over elements of the army in 1918, particularly on the southern front in the Caucasus, near his native Georgia. In the autumn of 1918, Trotsky sought to appoint General Pavel Sitin as commander of the Red Army in the south, but Stalin successfully blocked his appointment, the first in a series of increasingly antagonistic clashes between the two figures, which would have serious implications for the Soviet state in the years ahead. Late 1919 saw the tide turn in the Civil War. At that time, various White Army factions, Polish forces, and the independent states, such as Finland and Estonia, all backed with foreign support from Britain, the United States, and France, who had sent expeditionary forces to the White Sea around Arkhangelsk, threatened Petrograd and Moscow. However, after the breaking of a brief siege of Petrograd in the late autumn, the Red Army finally went on the offensive in the winter of 1919 into early 1920. The end of the Polish-Soviet War in 1920 and the retreat of a British expeditionary force from Central Asia was a turning point, following which rapid advances were made in 1920 and 1921. Eventually, the Civil War was brought to an end in October 1922, when Vladivostok, the last White Army-held city on the Pacific coast of Russia, fell to the Red Army. When the fighting stopped, the Soviet state had lost some of the territory formerly held by the Tsarist Russian Empire, notably in Finland, Poland, and the Baltic region, where the new states of Finland, Poland, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania had fully established their independence. However, Russia had retained most of its territories, including Belarus, Ukraine, and the Caucasus. The country was devastated, though. On top of the violence and bloodshed, famine had racked the country in 1921 and 1922, difficulties that were compounded by disease pandemics from the Spanish flu, cholera, and typhus, killing upwards of 10 million people when all factors are taken into account. Trotsky's own father died of typhus in 1922. The Russian Revolution had prevailed, though, and the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics had come into being as the major communist state in world history. With the establishment of peace after revolution, civil war, and unrest, the focus of the Soviet state turned to rebuilding and restructuring the economy in line with socialist principles. In 1921, Lenin's government began introducing the new economic policy, a market-orientated economic policy which allowed individuals to own small amounts of private property and included various other elements of a capitalist system. The NEP, as it has become known, was conceived as a temporary retreat from more radical socialist policies, while the Civil War emergency persisted. It was fiercely opposed by Trotsky, who had placed himself by the early 1920s At the far left of the Soviet hierarchy, a government which was headed by Lenin, but which was not a dictatorship like that which emerged in the 1930s under Stalin. Trotsky effectively believed, in line with Marxist and socialist principles, that the state should have complete control over the allocation of all output, and that Russia should develop an exemplary command economy. He viewed the NEP as being a betrayal of this concept. Nevertheless, the NEP was adopted despite the objections of Trotsky and other members of the left wing of the Soviet leadership. Indeed, despite claims at the time that it was an emergency brought in to deal with the famine and other crises, it lasted well beyond the cessation of the war and was the basis of the Soviet state. As well as his immense intellectual and rhetorical capabilities, saw him emerge as the leader of the left wing of the Soviet regime. Many have gone so far as to suggest that it was the genius of the revolution, with his organization abilities and ideological heft, winning the Civil War and ushering in the creation of the Soviet Union. Meanwhile, as the Civil War was being brought to an end, Lenin's health had begun to deteriorate, opening up serious questions about who would succeed him as head of the Soviet state. He suffered 3 strokes in relatively quick succession between May 1922 and March 1923, finally culminating in partial paralysis and loss of his motor functions, including the ability to speak. When he eventually died on the 21st of January 1924, the Soviet hierarchy, the Politburo, had been preparing for his passing for over 2 years. As Lenin's health had deteriorated from 1921 onwards, it had become apparent that there were 2 major figures who might succeed him as the ostensible head of the Soviet state, Trotsky or Stalin. From the October Revolution of 1917 onwards, Trotsky had effectively been number 2 in the administration, second only to Lenin. His leadership of the Red Army had cemented the wider public perception of Trotsky as the subordinate to Lenin. With things had begun to shift. Trotsky was aloof and introverted individual, one who was not the most naturally ruthless of politicians. His opponent was the very opposite. As Lenin's health deteriorated, Stalin had obtained the position of Central Committee General Secretary, through which he exercised enormous powers of patronage within the government. Between his appointment as General Secretary in 1922 and Lenin's death in January 1924, Stalin focused on building a coalition within the Politburo to support him and undermine Trotsky's position. He was also responsible for overseeing the formal creation of the USSR in December 1922. Stalin's ascent was particularly assisted by the formation of a triumvirate of himself and 2 of the other most senior members of the Politburo, Lev Kamenev and Grigory Zinoviev. This troika would allegedly share much of the power in the post-Lenin world by opposing Trotsky's succession to Lenin. Lenin had his suspicions about Stalin. They were significant enough that in 1923, shortly before his 3rd stroke effectively incapacitated him, he changed his last will and testament to warn the party about Stalin and anoint Trotsky as his successor. Nevertheless, by mid-1923, Stalin's monopolization of power was too far advanced, and he had placed his followers in many important offices, alliances within the higher brass of the Politburo, which held firm in their support for him against Trotsky. At first, Lenin's death in January 1924 seemed to usher in little explicit change in the workings of the Soviet government. The revolutionary government's first leader had been incapacitated for months anyway, and the Politburo seemed to go on governing by collective assent. However, the reality after his death was quite different to those familiar with the internal workings of the Politburo. The troika of Stalin, Kamenev, and Zinoviev now effectively predetermined the decisions that were made by the Politburo. Moreover, Trotsky's diminished position was signified and made public a year after Lenin's death when, on the 6th of January 1925, he was removed from his position as Commissar of Military and Naval Affairs, and even his chairmanship military council, the position he had occupied in 1917 as arguably the single most decisive character in the inception of the October Revolution. He was allowed to retain his position as a member of the Politburo, but Trotsky increasingly found himself ostracized from any real power within the Soviet regime. 1925 saw him becoming an increasingly isolated and remote figure, estranged from effective power and outside the decision-making circles he had once been so prominent. Of Stalin, Kamenev, and Zinoviev broke up later in the year, and Stalin turned against his erstwhile allies. Trotsky is notable only for playing no role in the machinations that followed their downfall. Stalin's split with Kamenev and Zinoviev ushered in the final episodes in the scramble for power. Ultimately, the last acts of Trotsky's career as a revolutionary in his homeland, at the 14th Congress of the Bolshevik Party in Moscow in December 1925, saw him ally with Kamenev and Zinoviev against Stalin and his faction to form what has been termed the new opposition. The speeches they made laid bare that this was now a fight for control of the party, but it was ultimately one in which Stalin was victorious in the months ahead. The death knell of opposition to Stalin's monopolization of power within the Bolshevik Party and the Soviet state did not finally come until 1927. In October that year, Trotsky and Zinoviev were expelled from the Central Committee. When they then attempted to organize counter-events to celebrate the 10-year anniversary of the Bolshevik seizure of power in October 1917, the police intervened to break these up. In early November, the pair were expelled from the Communist Party. Eventually, Kamenev and Zinoviev capitulated to Stalin at the 15th Party Congress in December 1927. However, Trotsky refused. As a consequence, in January 1928, he was removed to Kazakhstan, east of the Caspian Sea, before being deported to Turkey a year later. Consequently, the lifelong revolutionary yet again found himself exiled from Russia. He would never return. Perhaps Trotsky's fate was better than that. Russia, in the years Trotsky's last exile in the 1930s, descended into paranoia, terror, and bloodshed, as Stalin tightened his grip on power. Other dissenters in the years ahead, who favored Trotsky's approach to communism, often faced hard penal labor in Siberia. Many more were disappeared or killed by Stalin's regime. The culmination of this reign of terror was the Moscow show trials, when Sergei Kirov, a senior Bolshevik politician, was assassinated on the 1st of December 1934. His murder was used as a pretext for the removal of Stalin's former allies, Lev Kamenev and Grigory Zinoviev, who had formed the Troika with Stalin in the mid-1920s, and who had helped him to reduce Trotsky's influence within the party. They were arrested, found guilty of involvement in Kirov's murder, and both executed by firing squad on the 25th of August 1936. The Great Purge, or Great Terror of 1937 and 1938 followed, during which Stalin and his secret police wiped out all opposition to the regime in Russia by branding individuals as opponents of the state and Trotskyists. When all was said and done, as many as 1.2 million people died in these years, either through judicial executions or, more commonly, in the horrendous conditions of Stalin's forced labor camps, known to history as the Gulag. As a result of Stalin's reign of terror in the 1930s, Trotsky outlived nearly all those who had remained behind in Russia and opposed Stalin in any fashion, or indeed many people who had simply tried to live in political obscurity in the USSR in the 1930s. To his departure from Russia, he spent 4 years in Turkey before then living in France 2 years, between 1933 and 1935. These were often years of limited liberty. In Turkey, for instance, the government of Kemal Atatürk placed Trotsky and his family under close observation and restricted his interactions, wary of having such a noted revolutionary living in their country. That said, it was not an entirely uncomfortable existence. They were given the use of the Yanaros mansion of the island of Buyukada here in the Sea of Marmara, not far from Istanbul, from where Trotsky wrote while looking out over the sea. One of his major concerns at the time was the rise of fascism across Europe in the wake of the Great Depression, an ideology which in Germany in particular was rabidly antagonistic towards Russian communism. After 2 years in France, Trotsky was moved on by the French authorities and he departed for Norway, but following official pressure there from Russia, he was deported to Mexico, where he arrived early in 1937. It was his last place of exile, and he would eventually die there in 1940. His last years in exile were not spent idly. He remained a prolific writer, writing several books including his History of the Russian Revolution and his autobiography. He also worked with the Socialist States while in Mexico and gained supporters among the Chinese Communist Party, which was undertaking its long and bitter struggle to gain control of China. Moreover, in 1938, he and his supporters founded the Fourth International, a communist, revolutionary, and internationalist alternative to the Stalinist Comintern. It was almost certainly this continued activity and Trotsky's never-ending revolutionary zeal which led to his death, fueled by the paranoia under which all of Russia was suffering in the 1930s. Despite the fact that he had been in exile for many years and that his own position in Russia was unassailable, Stalin had determined in the latter part of the decade to dispense with Trotsky permanently, even in faraway Mexico City. Indeed, Trotsky had lived for many years under the threat of violence. In Turkey, for instance, he had lived near to exile communities of former white counter-revolutionaries from the Russian Civil War, who were themselves in exile in Turkey since the early 1920s. Many were potentially plotting against him, and he had a permanent bodyguard in Turkey. The threat seemed to have diminished when he relocated to the other side of the world, but now, on the 24th of May 1940, the fear of violence returned when Trotsky barely survived a raid on his home by Stalinist assassins. It was only a temporary reprieve. 3 months later, another assassin was successful. On the 20th of August 1940, Ramon Mercader, a Stalinist agent, broke into Trotsky's home in Mexico City and drove an ice axe into Trotsky's skull. The blow was poorly delivered, and it was not until the following day that Trotsky finally died in a Mexico City hospital after he had been operated on extensively. He was 60 years of age at the time. Despite being very far from his homeland, some 300,000 people made their way to his funeral service in the days that followed, in a country which had experienced decades of left-wing politics and revolution itself in the first half of the 20th century. He was laid to rest in the grounds of his home in Mexico City, which is the Leon Trotsky House Museum in the city today. Trotsky's death did not bring the spectre of Trotskyism to an end in the manner which Stalin might have hoped for. As the revelations concerning Stalin's megalomania and tyranny back home in the Soviet Union mounted, particularly so in the 1950s after he died, and once his successor, Nikita Khrushchev, denounced his excesses, Trotsky became a revered figure. For many, he emerged as the counterpoint to what Stalin had been. Where the Georgian was viewed as a dictator who simply used communism as a smokescreen to attain absolute power in Russia, his great rival of the 1920s was perceived as an ideological purist, a true communist who was the driving force behind the Russian Revolution and a figure who would have led the USSR along a much better path had he emerged victorious in the power struggle that followed Lenin's death. As a result, a very large number of communist and radical socialist movements in the second half of the 20th century identified themselves specifically as Trotskyite in their ideological approach. This included numerous communist movements in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, as well as European intellectuals like Jean-Paul Sartre, while Trotskyism also has had a significant bearing on the Labour Party and various prominent socialist political parties in Britain and France since the 1960s. Consequently, for many, Trotskyism became the acceptable face of communism, a way of viewing what the Soviet Union could have been if the revolution had not been corrupted by Stalin. Though this view is perhaps overly simplistic in overlooking Trotsky's ruthless disregard for human life in the manner in which he led the Red Army during the Russian Civil War. Lev Bronstein, who is known to the world as Leon Trotsky, was one of the most fascinating figures of Russian history, a deeply committed socialist and believer in the cause of communism. He spent his entire adult life fighting for that ideal, twice fleeing exile to the penal colonies of Siberia and spending 15 years as a revolutionary nomad between Russia, London, Vienna, Switzerland, and the United States, before finally returning triumphantly to Russia in 1917 and playing a leading role in the October Revolution. Following the creation of the Soviet state, he was instrumental in the Civil War, essentially becoming the key figure in the early professionalization and development of the Red Army, Revolutionary Army. But Trotsky's ability and intellectual significance extend beyond his practical impact on the government of early Soviet Russia in shaping the very nature of communism itself in the 20th century, particularly with the theory of permanent revolution, which influenced communist thinkers in Africa, the Caribbean, and Latin America for decades to come. Yet there is also a paradoxical quality to Trotsky. While at times he was a seemingly humane man, committed to workers' rights and the good of the proletariat, he could also be brutal in defense of the cause of revolution, as his development of the concept of blocking units within the Red Army testifies. Overall, though, his ruthlessness was no match for that of Joseph Stalin in the power struggle which followed Lenin's death in the mid-1920s. Trotsky ultimately ended up the loser in this clash of wills, and his later years were something of an anticlimax, spent yet again in exile from Russia as his rival for power plunged the new Soviet state into years of autocracy, repression, and bloodshed. What do you think of Leon Trotsky? Was he a humane revolutionary under whose influence the history of Soviet Russia could have been spared the worst excesses of Stalin's regime? Or was he a ruthless ideologue who would have made any sacrifice to make communism a reality? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
It is 1968, the height of the Vietnam War. From a secret bunker, an aging revolutionary plots an audacious offensive. The objective? To strike at the heart of the enemy in the south and drive them out of the country. He knows the immense risks and the scale of the undertaking, as his health is failing, but his resolve is unshaken. The battle for the future of Vietnam is about his name. Ho Chi Minh, the communist who defeated the West. The man known to history as Ho Chi Minh was born Nguyen Sinh Kung on the 19th of May 1890 in the village of Kim Yin, in the province of Nha An, in what was then the French protectorate of Annam, in present-day central Vietnam. His father, Nguyen Sinh Sac, was orphaned at a young age and was adopted by a scholar named Huan Duan, who educated him in the Confucian classics. In 1883, Sac married his adoptive father's daughter, Huang Ti Luan. The couple moved into a small hut next to the Huang family house. They would go on to have 3 children over the next 7 years, including the future Ho Chi Minh in 1890. During this period, Nguyen Sinh Sac was studying in preparation for the civil service examinations, while his wife worked the rice fields and looked after the children. It was a tumultuous period in the history of Vietnam. The region's society and culture had been heavily influenced by Imperial China to the north since the early first millennium BC. Vietnam enjoyed long periods of independence from Chinese rule, but on other occasions, when a strong government prevailed in China, Vietnam was effectively a vassal of its more powerful northern neighbor. From the 15th century onwards, owing to the periodical instability of the Ming and Qing dynasties in China, Vietnam, which was known primarily as Da Viet in pre-modern times, was broadly independent. At the beginning of the 19th century, the southern warlord Nguyen An defeated his rivals to become Emperor Gia Lung of Dai Viet, or Great Viet, in 1802. 2 years later, the country was officially renamed Vietnam. Nguyen An had come to the throne with the assistance of a small force of Frenchmen. The French presence in Vietnam dated to the 17th century, at which time French, English, Portuguese, Spanish and Dutch explorers, traders and missionaries had all been trying to gain a foothold in the Far East. Increasing numbers of French missionaries arrived in the 19th century. By the 1850s, the Vietnamese court viewed the Catholic missionaries as a political threat. Hostilities between the French and Vietnamese began in 1858, and by 1867, the southern third of Vietnam had become the French colony of Cochin, China. From 1863, the neighboring kingdom of Cambodia became a French protectorate, and in 1883, the French continued their campaign into central and northern Vietnam. Despite attempted Chinese intervention on behalf of the Vietnamese, by 1885, the French had gained control of central and northern Vietnam, which became the protectorates of Annam and Tonkin, respectively. While the Nguyen dynasty remained in place at the capital of Hue, the French authorities exercised effective power over Vietnam, which together with Cambodia and Laos formed the colony of Indochina. During the latter part of the 19th century, the colonial authorities faced several revolts from the Vietnamese. In 1885, the scholar official Phan Dinh Pung launched a revolt from the province of Nha An. While Pung and his revolutionaries resisted the French for more than a decade, he failed to restore absolute power to the Nguyen emperors and died of illness in January 1896. Although Nguyen Sinh Sac failed to pass the regional examinations in 1891, his performance was impressive enough that he continued to study and opened a school to educate local children to support the family. After a second attempt in 1894, he received the grade of Cu Nhiat, equivalent to a master's degree. This was a rare honor for the village, and Sac was granted a plot of land for his achievement. The following spring, he went to Hue to take the imperial examinations but was unsuccessful. He remained in the capital and enrolled in the Imperial Academy, briefly returning to his home province to bring his wife and 2 sons. Soon after their arrival in the capital, the family moved into an apartment near the Imperial Palace. The young boys received instruction in Confucian classics from their father and observed the palace guards performing drills and marching in parade. In 1898, after Sac failed the imperial examination for a second time, he decided to take a job as a teacher in the nearby hamlet of Duong No, where the 2 boys were first introduced to the Chinese language. Then, in August 1900, Sac was appointed as an examinations clerk in Tan Moi, in northern Vietnam, and left the capital to carry out his duties. While his elder brother joined his father, 10-year-old Gong remained in Hue with his mother, who was pregnant with her 4th child. Shortly after giving birth to a son, she became ill and died on the 10th of February 1901. Kung's father, Sak, had made a detour to Kim Lien on his way back to Ue when he heard of his wife's death and hurried the children back to the village. At less than 11 years of age, young Kung had lost his mother, and his father's employment situation in French-ruled Vietnam was precarious. Unrest. Kung's education had been progressing well during these years, and after returning to his father entrusted his studies to the local scholar Vung Tuk Do. Vung's elder brother had fought alongside Pan Din Pung in the struggle against French rule, and he was fond of telling stories to his students about the exploits of patriotic heroes from Vietnam's history. A few months later, Sak returned to Hue, and Kung was placed in the care of his maternal grandmother. The boy enjoyed fishing, flying kites, and climbing nearby hills, one of which was crowned by a temple to Nguyen Duc Du, a 13th century general who defended the country from Mongol invasion. Meanwhile, his father passed his exams at Hue at the third time of asking, did a Po Bang, or second-class doctorate. Despite this great honor, Sak had no interest in serving a bureaucracy controlled by the French. While Vietnamese elites had been accustomed to writing the language using the Chinese script, the French colonial authorities promoted the use of Latin scripts, known as Quoc Nu, which would become mandatory in 1910. When Sak returned to the village to teach, his son Nguyen Sinh Kung was 11 years old. In accordance with Confucian tradition, Sak gave his son a new name, Nguyen Tat Tang, meaning he who will succeed. Tang initially studied at his father's school before being sent to another school in a neighboring village. He eventually returned to study with his father, who believed that education was about improving character rather than memorizing texts to pass exams. Young Tang enjoyed reading the Chinese classics, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and Journey to the West, but was irritated that most of his school texts were about Chinese rather than history. On one occasion in 1901, he walked over 10 kilometers to the provincial capital of Vinh in an attempt to buy books about Vietnamese history, but found he did not have enough money, so he had to make do with memorizing key passages which he repeated to his friends after returning home. Despite growing up in an anti-French environment, Tang was keen to understand more about the French and wanted to learn the language. In September 1905, he enrolled in a Franco-Vietnamese school at Vinh. In 1906, his father finally decided to take up a better-paying government job, and Tang and his brother joined their father in Hue, where they enrolled at the Tung Ba school. There, they received instruction in Vietnamese, French, and Chinese. The following year, both brothers entered the National Academy in Hue, founded by the French in 1896 to offer Western-style education for aspiring officials. Under the influence of his teacher, who had studied art in Paris, Tang began to appreciate French culture. At the same time, he became increasingly involved in politics, and when peasant unrest reached Hue in May 1908, he served as an interpreter in negotiations between the demonstrators and the authorities. The talks failed, and the demonstration was eventually suppressed by French troops. Tang was dismissed from school the following day. The Vietnamese patriotic movement was, at the time, split between Easternizers led by Phan Boi Chau, who was inspired by the Meiji Restoration in Japan as a model for resistance against Western colonialism, and Westernizers led by Phan Chu Trinh, who believed that it was possible to work with the French colonial authorities to achieve gradual independence for Vietnam. Tang remained undecided in his stance towards the French at this time. In 1910, he took a job as a teacher at the patriotic Duc Tang School in Phan Thiet, near the border between the French colonial provinces of Annam and Cochin, China. After several months, Tang suddenly left his teaching post and went to Saigon, the capital of colonial Vietnam and the center of French commercial activity in Indochina. There, he re-established contact with his father, who had been dismissed from his government position in 1910 for attacking a local landlord. With his father's encouragement, Tang decided to leave Vietnam and head to France. He found work as a cook for the Chargeur Réuni steamship company under the pseudonym Van Bar. Then, the 21-year-old Nguyen Tat Tang left Saigon on the 5th of June 1911. He would not return home for 30 years. He arrived in Marseille a month later, in July 1911. His first impressions of France were generally positive. After stopping at various French ports, the steamer returned to Marseille in September ahead of its return to Asia. Before his departure, Tang wrote a letter addressed to the President of France, Armand fighting admission to the colonial school in Paris with the ultimate intention of returning to Vietnam to improve the livelihoods of his compatriots as a government official. When he returned to France several months later, Tang found that his application was rejected. After briefly working as a gardener at Le Havre, Tang returned to sea and traveled throughout Africa and Asia, where he witnessed the colonial rule of other European powers. A visit to the United States in late 1912 and 1913 was something of a surprise. He had read about the United States as a bastion of freedom in his textbooks, but instead found a country where segregation was in force in some states and where ethnic tensions were widespread, as huge numbers of Irish, Italians, Germans, and other groups had moved to the country in the second half of the 19th century. By 1914, he was working as a cook in England, where he studied English and began to correspond with Phan Chu Trinh, whom he had met in Paris. After the outbreak of the First World War in August, he argued that the Vietnamese should stand aside from the conflict and await a possible imminent collapse of French colonialism as the European powers battled each other. The time spent in London by the man who would one day become known as Ho Chi Minh, but who, while in the British capital, still went by Nguyen Tat Tang, is poorly documented. In late 1970, he returned to France and settled in Paris. The same year, the autocratic Tsar of Russia had been overthrown, and by the end of the year, Vladimir Lenin's Bolsheviks had seized power in a communist revolution. The events in Russia encouraged Tang to be optimistic about the prospect that Vietnam might also liberate itself one day from oppressive domination. In Paris, he set up the Association of Annamite Patriots, a Vietnamese nationalist group in the French capital. Although the members refrained from criticizing the French government during the First World War, after the German surrender in November 1918, they produced a petition to the Allied leaders at the Paris Peace Conference demanding autonomy and political freedom for Vietnam, according to the principle of self-determination. Among the signatories was Nguyen Ai Quoc, or Nguyen the Patriot, the new name adopted by the 29-year-old Nguyen Tat Tang. Thus, the future Ho Chi Minh became known as Quoc from 1919 onwards. He joined the French Socialist Party as well that year, but soon became disillusioned by his comrades, who were more interested in class struggle than in anti-colonialism. Quoc hoped to persuade the socialists to join the Third International, or Comintern, founded by Lenin in Russia, who stressed the importance of the colonial question and envisaged the liberation of nations through global revolution. In December 1920, Nguyen Ai Quoc attended the Congress of the French Socialist Party, where he drew attention to exploitation of the French colonies and supported a proposal to join the Third International, passed by the majority and led to the formation of the French Communist Party in 1921. Quoc founded the Intercolonial Union, where he worked alongside individuals from the French colonies. He became a leading contributor to the organization's weekly journal, Le Paria, and in 1922, he wrote a play entitled The Bamboo Dragon, which satirized the French puppet emperor Cai Din in Vietnam. By 1923, Quoc felt that the French communists were as ambivalent about the colonial issue as the socialists, and decided it was time to return to Asia. On the first leg of the journey, he went to Soviet Russia and arrived in Moscow in July. He hoped to meet Lenin, but the latter had been incapacitated by a stroke in 1922 and would die in January 1924. Quoc is believed to have studied at the University of the Toilers of the East. The school trained aspiring communist leaders from Asia, though it is unclear whether Quoc formally enrolled or attended lectures informally. He attended several communist meetings, including the Fifth Congress, the Third International, where he argued that the first stage of revolution was to deprive imperialist countries of their colonies. This was in opposition to Marxist theory, which held that industrialized countries with an organized working class were most vulnerable to revolution. Quoc argued that Asian peasants brought up with traditional Confucian values, such as egalitarianism, had as much revolutionary potential as the working classes. In October 1924, he left Moscow after securing an appointment as the Comintern's delegate to China, which had been in a state of disorder since the collapse of the Qing dynasty empire in 1911. An uneasy coalition between the general Yuan Shikai and the nationalist leader Sun Yat-sen broke down in 1912. After Yuan's death in 1916, Paris, his supporters had vied for power in the north, while Sun consolidated his power in the south from his base at Canton. Sun requested Soviet assistance to build an army to fight the warlords and formed an alliance with the newly formed Chinese Communist Party, while Soviet advisors trained cadets at the Whampoa Military Academy, led by Chiang Kai-shek. When Nguyen Ai Quoc arrived in Canton in November 1924, tensions were already emerging between Chiang Kai-shek and the Communists. He worked for a time as secretary to Mikhail Borodin, a Comintern agent in China. Quoc also helped found the Revolutionary Youth League of Vietnam in China at this time. At Whampoa, he re-established contact with Chiang's political commissar, Zhou Enlai, a future Chinese premier under communist rule, and a person whom Quoc had met previously during his time in Paris. With financial support from the Chinese communists, Quoc set up a school to train young revolutionaries. He produced a pamphlet entitled The Revolutionary Path, where he created an ideological framework suited for Indo-Chinese conditions by combining Marxist-Leninist ideology and traditional Confucian principles. In October 1926, he also married a 21-year-old Chinese midwife by the name of Zhang Shui-ming, but the couple's happiness was short-lived owing to political developments in China. After Sun Yat-sen's death in March 1925, Chiang Kai-shek became leader of the Nationalist Party. He purged the communists in April 1927, and in May, Quoc left his new wife behind and fled back to Russia. With the Chinese Communist movement struggling for survival, Quoc recognized there had to be an autonomous Communist Party in Indochina and received approval from the Comintern to return to Asia to commence efforts to set one up in late June 1928. Quoc didn't head home to Vietnam. Instead, he headed for Thailand, where he arrived in July 1928. The Kingdom of Siam in Thailand was one of the few small nations in Asia or Africa that had managed to remain independent of the colonial powers, and Indo-Chinese nationalists were operating from here in the era of French colonial domination to the east in Indochina. In Thailand, Kwok based himself at the town of Nakhon Phanom in northeastern Thailand on the border with Laos, where there was a large number of Vietnamese emigres. Here he traveled throughout the surrounding countryside and observed the people in their daily lives, while keeping up with developments in Vietnam, where 3 separate communist organizations had emerged. He was exasperated by the division, and acting on the instructions of the Comintern, he invited representatives of the 3 bodies to a conference in Hong Kong in December 1929. After arriving at the British colony, Kwok chaired 4 days of meetings between the rival factions in February 1930, resulting in the creation of the Vietnamese Communist Party. The party's platform reflected a compromise between those who prioritized national unity and liberation and those who called for social revolution. Under pressure from the Comintern, the party renamed itself the Indo-Chinese Communist Party to encompass Laotian and Cambodian communists. Despite his role in founding the party, Kwok felt that he was being sidelined by the party leaders and expressed doubts about a mass peasant uprising organized by the party in May 1930, one which was quickly suppressed by French troops. The French authorities were alarmed by the radicalization of the formerly docile peasants and launched a crackdown of communist revolutionaries. Despite being disguised as a Chinese businessman, Kwok was arrested in Hong Kong by British police in June 1931. He was fortunate to be in British captivity, since he was able to secure the services of British solicitor Frank Loseby as his defense lawyer. Kwok was soon transferred to hospital to receive treatment for tuberculosis, while Loseby defended his case. He was acquitted in September 1932, but was still at risk of being extradited to France. While Kwok secretly left Hong Kong in January 1933 and escaped to Russia via Shanghai, Loseby announced that his Vietnamese client had died of tuberculosis in prison. In spring 1934, the 44-year-old Nguyen Ai Kwok arrived in the Soviet Union with Joseph Stalin, who had outmaneuvered his rivals after Lenin's death, wielded supreme while he praised the country's economic development in previous visits in the 1920s. In Moscow, Kwok seemed to be sidelined by his comrades in the Comintern. He was desperate to return to Indochina, but was refused permission on several occasions. In the interim in Moscow, he wrote his thesis, The Land Revolution in Southeast Asia, and translated Karl Marx's The Communist Manifesto into Vietnam. During this period, he enjoyed frequent visits to museums and theaters in Moscow, sometimes accompanied by the 24-year-old Nguyen T. Minh Khai, who had served as his assistant in Hong Kong several years earlier. Although Kwok was still legally married to his Chinese wife, whom he had not seen for many years, there is evidence indicating that he sought permission to marry Khai, and the pair effectively lived as man and wife in Russia. Despite this, in the summer of 1935, Khai married Le Hong Pung, the leader of the Indo-Chinese Communist Party, perhaps having despaired of Kwok ever freeing himself legally to marry her. Beyond this, Kwok's time in Moscow coincided with Stalin's Great Purge, which saw many loyal Communist Party members and leaders arrested, exiled, or executed on spurious charges of supporting Stalin's old rivals, such as Leon Trotsky. In 1938, Kwok was himself brought before a Comintern disciplinary board, though he probably was not guilty of any crime. He escaped any punishment, but still decided that it was time to return to Asia and left Moscow in October 1938. Kwok crossed into northwestern China by land and spent 2 weeks at Yan'an, the main base of the Chinese Communist Party, established by Mao Zedong in October 19th, after Chiang's nationalist forces attacked the remaining communist strongholds in southeastern China. There was now an uneasy truce between the nationalists and communists, as both sides agreed to temporarily set aside their differences following the Japanese invasion of China and occupation of the main cities in the east of the country in the second half of 1937. The establishment of the Second United Front between the nationalists and communists gave Kwok the opportunity to re-establish contact with Vietnamese revolutionaries in southern China. In addition to helping to train guerrilla units to fight the Japanese, Kwok kept the Comintern informed on the latest developments in China and Indochina. In early 1940, Kwok made contact with a branch of the Indo-Chinese Communist Party in Kunming in Yunnan province, which borders Vietnam in China. There he heard of developments in Europe. Nazi Germany had invaded France in May 1940 and forced its surrender in July after a blistering campaign of conquest. In Kwok's mind, these developments presented an excellent opportunity for the Vietnamese to overthrow the colonial authorities once and for all in his homeland, at a time when little aid would be forthcoming from France itself, where the Nazis were settling into ruling Paris and the north, while the Vichy collaborationist government was being established in the south. Accordingly, he began making plans to return to his homeland of Vietnam after a 30-year odyssey through France, America, Britain, the Soviet Union, China, Thailand, and Hong Kong. A major problem was that the Japanese were also beginning to enter Indochina and occupied the region in the autumn of 1940, though leaving elements of the French Vichy collaborationist regime in place too, to placate their German allies. On the 8th of February 1941, Kwok crossed the border into Tonkin with a group of fellow Vietnamese communist revolutionaries, returning to Vietnam for the first time in 3 decades. He set up his base in a cave at Pac Bo, close to the Chinese border. They recognized that the alliance between the nationalists and communists in China was a necessity to fight Japan, but feared that Chiang Kai-shek would eventually turn against the communists again. Kwok had argued for many years that the movement welcomed so-called enemies in order to achieve national liberation, but make sure that the communists remained in control. At a meeting with his comrades in May 1941, Kwok established the League for the Independence of Vietnam, better known as the Viet Minh. Over the following weeks and months, he issued proclamations urging a national struggle against the French colonial authorities. During this period, he also wrote 2 booklets on guerrilla warfare and military organization. This was a particularly important topic after the Indo-Chinese Communist Party launched a failed uprising in Vietnam against the French and Japanese in 1940, which resulted in the execution of several prominent leaders. Kwok considered the uprising premature and argued that guerrilla tactics would prove much more effective than direct confrontation. Meanwhile, on the 7th of December 1941, Japan attacked the American naval base at Pearl Harbor, bringing the United States into the conflicts that had been raging in the Far East since 1937. With this, Kwok reiterated his call for the peoples of Indochina to mobilize against the Japanese occupation and the French colonial governance that would try to re-emerge as soon as the Japanese were defeated. In the early summer of 1942, he gave instructions for Viet Minh forces to begin marching south. After organizing the beginning of a communist revolt against the Japanese in Indochina, headed for Chongqing, the wartime capital of the joint nationalist and communist government in central China. The city was home to his old acquaintance amongst the Chinese communists, Zhou Enlai, and hosted the Soviet mission in China. Following America's entry into the Second World War, it served as the command post for U.S. operations in the China-Burma-India theater, under the command of General Joseph Stilwell. On the night of the 13th of August 1942, when Kwok left for Chongqing, he assumed a new alias, the name which the world knows him by today, Ho Chi Minh, meaning enlightened will. Unfortunately, his first 2 months as Ho Chi Minh were inauspicious. His travel pass for Chinese territory had expired, and he was arrested just after entering China. He spent the next year being moved between prisons in southern China, taking note of the conditions in a prison diary consisting of over 100 short poems. Upon hearing of his captivity, Ho's comrades in Vietnam reached out to their Chinese contacts, but despite improved conditions, he was not freed until the 17th of August 1943. Ho impressed the nationalist general Jiang Fa-Kuei, who, as head of the 4th Military Command in Luizhou Province in Guangxi, was organizing rival Vietnamese nationalist groups. Despite Ho's communist beliefs, Jiang recognized that he was a person capable of leading the Vietnamese nationalist movement. After helping Jiang organize a Vietnamese National Congress in March 1944, Ho developed a plan for national revolution that brought together the Indo-Chinese Communist Party and allies of the Chinese nationalists. Before leaving for Vietnam in August 1944, he promised General Jiang, quote, "I am a communist, but what is important to me now is the independence and freedom of my country, not communism. I personally guarantee you that communism will not become a reality in Vietnam for another 50 years. 54-year-old Ho Chi Minh arrived at Pac Bo in mid-September. During his absence in China, the Viet Minh had prospered and were effectively in control of the 3 northern districts of Cao Bang, Bac Son, and Vu Nai, as Japan's war effort soured from late 1942 onwards. On the international stage, American forces pushed west and liberated Japanese-occupied islands in the Pacific, while in Europe the Western Allies had invaded Normandy in June 1944 to liberate France from the Nazis by September. Ho was eager to secure American military assistance, and in December he set out to Kunming, accompanied by Lieutenant Rudolph Shaw, an American pilot who crash-landed and was captured by the Viet Minh. While Washington did not pay much attention to the desires of the Indo-Chinese peoples, the situation developed to Ho's advantage in March 1945, when Japan removed the last vestiges of the French Vichy collaborationist government and installed nominally independent monarchies in Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos. The Americans were now inclined to accept Ho's offer of cooperation against the Japanese and agreed to supply arms to the Viet Minh. By April 1945, Ho was directing fresh military attacks against the Japanese. He received American support. He was struck down during this period by malaria and owed his survival to local herbal remedies. But things were looking up elsewhere as the war came to an end in Europe in May 1945, and the Allies turned their full attention to defeating the Japanese, now that Nazi Germany and its other allies in Europe were defeated. It was while he was still convalescing from his bout of malaria that Ho received news of the American atomic bombing of the cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki on the 6th and 9th of August. As the Japanese prepared to surrender, Ho called a national congress at the Viet Minh's base at the village of Tan Trao. Ho initially kept a low profile, but as he rose to speak, it became apparent to those gathered the frail, bearded figure Ho Chi Minh was the same Kwok who many people believed had died while in prison in Hong Kong back in 1932. Such was the shadowy manner in which he had organized the Viet Minh's war against the Japanese since 1940 that few knew that he was the same person. With the Japanese out of the way, Ho stated the Vietnamese would have to negotiate with the French again. Of August, the day after Emperor Hirohito of Japan announced the surrender of the Japanese, Ho was chosen to lead a 5-man Provisional National Liberation Committee to serve as a provisional government. Ho left Tan Trao for Hanoi several days later. There, in early September, he declared the unilateral independence of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, which encompassed Tonkin, Annam, and Cochin, China. At 55 years of age, Ho Chi Minh achieved his lifelong ambition of leading Vietnam to independence. However, Ho's new government lacked full legitimacy, and it remained unclear if would now try to reassert its colonial control over all of Indochina. At the Potsdam Conference in late July, the American, British, and Soviet leaders left the task of disarming the Japanese in Indochina to the Chinese nationalists north of the 16th parallel, and the British Army south of that line, while surviving French troops who had been in Japanese captivity moved into Saigon. Faced with these threats, Ho's makeshift government managed to rally considerable support from the Vietnamese population, including social and economic elite. In his quest to coalition, Ho invited Emperor Bao Dai, the head of the Nguyen dynasty that had ruled Vietnam prior to the establishment of French colonial rule, and who had recently served as a Japanese puppet, to serve as supreme advisor to an arrangement that only lasted a year, until Ho sent him into effective exile in China. In line with the Potsdam Agreements, over 150,000 Chinese soldiers moved into North Vietnam in the autumn of 1945 to occupy government buildings and communications networks. Ho was obliged to come to an agreement with the pro-Chinese nationalist parties in Vietnam. They were guaranteed 70 seats in advance of elections to a new National Assembly in January 1946. The Viet Minh won the rest of the seats, demonstrating the overwhelming support they enjoyed amongst the common Vietnamese people. Despite this initial agreement, violent clashes soon broke out between the Viet Minh and Chinese forces in North Vietnam. In China itself, the end of the Second World War saw the resumption of hostilities between the nationalists and communists, and Chiang Kai-shek needed extra manpower to fight in the Civil War. The Chinese nationalists entered into negotiations with the French, who were seeking to restore their authority in Indochina. Even before proclaiming independence, Ho Chi Minh anticipated the return of the French and recognized that he had to negotiate with them. At the core of his proposal was to temporarily recognize French authority in Indochina in exchange for eventual autonomy and a transition to a fully independent Vietnam in 5 or 6 years. Both sides were keen to avoid bloodshed, and in March 1946, Ho made an agreement with the French, which designated Vietnam as a free state, and the agreement provoked opposition from within the ranks of the Viet Minh, and Ho had to justify the agreement as a tactical retreat, which would help their government gain legitimacy on the international stage. In the meantime, French troops arrived in North Vietnam to replace the Chinese, who completed their evacuation in June 1946. On the 31st of May 1946, Ho Chi Minh left for Paris to attend a conference on the future of Vietnam. In the French capital, He carried out his duties as head of state of Vietnam and won concessions from the left-wing French government, which would be decided by a popular referendum. In a private travel journal, Ho expressed his admiration and respect for French culture and remarked on the generosity he had received. Nevertheless, the political issues could not be fully solved in Paris, where the French were anxious to delay Vietnamese independence, and Ho returned to Vietnam. Back home, despite some positive initial signs, a skirmish broke out at the northern port of Hai Phong on the 20th of November 1946 over a customs dispute. Both sides blamed the other for the violence, and over the next 4 weeks, tensions built up until mid-December, when French parachutists dropped into Hanoi. A last-minute approach to the French colonial administration went unanswered, and on the evening of the 19th of December, Ho and the other Viet Minh leaders resolved to launch a preemptive offensive against the French colonial forces, marking the beginning of the First Indochina War. The communist forces gradually withdrew from Hanoi, though the city was not fully occupied by the French until March 1947. In May, Ho set up its capital in Dinh Hoa district in Thai Nguyen province, some 80 miles to the north of Hanoi. The Viet Minh would once again begin conducting a guerrilla war from a network of caves and villages in what came to be known as the Dinh Hoa Safety Zone. Despite this designation, the area was attacked in force by the French in October 1947, and Ho narrowly avoided falling into enemy captivity. As President of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, Ho Chi Minh served as the country's political and military leader. He left strategic and tactical decision-making to Vo Nguyen Giap, a talented guerrilla military leader of the Viet Minh. Ho's army, which adopted the name People's Army of Vietnam in 1950, applied Mao Zedong's advice that the soldiers and the people ought to be one family, like fish in water. Ho's role was to lead by example, encouraging his comrades to show respect to local farmers. On one night, Colonel Vu Dinh Huyen was startled by a noise and fired a shot from his gun in the darkness. At daybreak, he discovered that he had shot a villager's water bucket, and Ho ordered him to apologize and compensate him for the loss. Despite the wartime disorder, Ho wanted to demonstrate that his government had the people's interests at heart, and he instructed his ministers to ensure that the refugees who evacuated from and shelter. He made occasional visits to the front line, disguised as a peasant, which gave him the opportunity to observe the living conditions of the porters who helped keep the army supplied. Ho continued to insist on the good treatment of French prisoners of war, and insisted that they did not go hungry. Ho's magnanimity was not universally shared by his subordinates, and he struggled to restrain zealous security operatives who carried out arbitrary arrests and executions. By the end of the decade, the Indochina War was assuming greater international significance as part of the Cold War between liberal democracies in the West and communism in the East. In October 1949, the Communists claimed a major victory when Mao Zedong proclaimed the founding of the People's Republic of China and forced Chiang Kai-shek's nationalist forces to flee to the island of Taiwan. In 1950, Ho traveled to Beijing and then on to Moscow, where he met Stalin and Mao and received Soviet recognition of his government. The two major communist powers agreed that China would provide the People's Army of Vietnam with supplies. Although the Viet Minh controlled most of northern Vietnam, the important RC-4 highway near the Chinese border remained under French control, and in late 1950, Ho's forces launched an operation to seize control of the road. Vietnamese soldiers were trained by Chinese instructors in southern China, while experienced Chinese officers served as military advisors both at Ho's headquarters and at the front line. In the meantime, France established the state of Vietnam in southern Vietnam in 1949, with Emperor Bao Dai re-established as chief of state. From 1950 onwards, as the Viet Minh drew closer to Moscow and Beijing, the Viet Minh's activities became increasingly influenced by communist ideology, and in 1951, the Indo-Chinese Communist Party was refounded as the Workers' Party of Vietnam. Thus did the government of the fledgling Democratic Republic of Vietnam begin to resemble a conventional communist dictatorship, with Ho as the head of the new regime, as the Viet Minh aligned closer with the Soviet Union and the People's Republic of China in order to acquire military aid in the growing Cold War. Ho himself may have expressed doubts about these developments in private, but followed Chinese advice with few exceptions. According to an account by the party's head of propaganda, Huang Tong, Ho was once presented with a list of officers whom the Chinese wanted to dismiss due to their non-working class backgrounds. Ho saw that Vo Nguyen Giap, his leading military commander, was at the top of the list and ordered it to be burned. By 1954, the war with the French had been going on for over 7 years, and public support in France for its continuation was waning. In the spring, the French began an operation to cut off the Viet Minh's supply lines into Laos by strengthening their position at the fortress of Dien Bien Phu in northwest Vietnam, near the Laotian border. The French hoped to draw the Vietnamese forces into a battle of annihilation at Dien Bien Phu. On the 13th of March 1954, General Giap's army began its address. With the support of Chinese artillery, including anti-aircraft guns, the People's Army of Vietnam bombarded the French defenses and laid siege to the French garrison. Over a 2-month period, Vietnamese forces gradually eliminated French outposts until the main garrison surrendered on the 7th of May. In the meantime, American, British, Chinese, and Soviet diplomats were at the Geneva Conference in Switzerland to discuss the situation in Korea, where an armistice had been signed the previous year, following a 3-year struggle for control of the peninsula between communist North Korea and anti-communist South Korea. The fall of Dien Bien Phu led to the collapse of the French government in June 1954, and the new Prime Minister, the aptly named Pierre Mendès-France, was appointed with a mandate to withdraw from Indochina. A ceasefire was soon agreed, and a temporary demarcation line between the communist-controlled Democratic Republic of Vietnam in the north and the state of Vietnam in the south was agreed along the 17th parallel. Earlier that month, Zhou Enlai left Geneva to consult with Ho and General Giap on the proposals. While there is no record of the meeting, Zhou appears to have played a decisive role in convincing Ho to accept the deal. The Chinese government wanted to focus on economic development within China, and its recent military interventions in both Korea and Vietnam were costly endeavors. The Vietnamese army had also suffered heavy losses over 8 years of fighting, and Ho was keen to have some breathing space. Ho was ultimately a pragmatist who recognized that international recognition for half of Vietnam was a major victory. In October 1954, Ho and the government of the Republic of Vietnam, or what would increasingly become known as North Vietnam, returned to Hanoi. There he turned his attentions to land reform. The availability of land had been an acute issue for decades. Northern and central Vietnam were densely populated, and there was relatively limited arable land cultivated by small farmers. Land reform had been on the party agenda since the 1930s, but Ho's efforts to promote national unity meant that relatively little changed during the early years of communist rule. Soviet and Chinese pressure compelled the Vietnamese communists to take action in the early 1950s. And in November 1953, the Workers' Party of Vietnam announced, quote, "We must abolish the system of colonial land ownership in Vietnam, abolish the system of feudal property, and establish the system of peasant land ownership." In December, Ho signed the Land Reform Program. Guided by the experience of the Chinese communists, Ho did not insist on enforcing the new law, but laid the foundations with an education campaign to raise class consciousness. The process often entailed widespread accusations and denouncements, breaking the village solidarity that Ho tirelessly cultivated in wartime. After the end of the war, landlords who supported the Viet Minh were forced to forfeit their assets without compensation, while other victims included veteran party members, many of whom were rich peasants. Estimates of the death toll from the land reform campaign range between 15,000 and 50,000, most of whom were innocent of the charges brought against them. While Ho expressed his personal horror at the scale of death and destruction, it was only in the spring of 1956 that the Vietnamese communists began to publicly acknowledge errors in the implementation of the land reform program. The change in policy may have been influenced by developments in the Soviet Union, where Stalin's successor Nikita Khrushchev shocked audiences by denouncing the crimes of his predecessor, who died in 1953. In Vietnam, Ho also admitted that the party leadership had made mistakes with land reform, and following a party meeting in September, the leading members of the Land Reform Commission were dismissed. The officials in question included Truong Chin, Secretary General of the Workers' Party of Vietnam, who was replaced on a provisional basis by the land reform program was not abandoned, but many of the surviving victims who had been unfairly dispossessed were given back their land, albeit often in a much poorer condition than they had left it, while over 20,000 political prisoners were released. The party's retreat from the zealous pursuit of its ideological objectives was part of Khrushchev's thaw in the post-Stalin Soviet Union. The relative liberalization proved short-lived, though, and the Vietnamese government quickly cracked down on criticism of the party. Land reform continued, and by 1957, 2 million acres of confiscated land had been redistributed to more than 8 million peasants. In 1958, the peasants were invited to form agricultural collectives, creating larger plots of land which could be farmed more efficiently. Collectivization became compulsory in 1960, and the government announced that no families had joined a collective farm. Collectivization was not only restricted to agriculture, and between 1958 and 1960, all private businesses were also collectivized. These internal developments took place at a time when Vietnam was once again at war. Under the terms of the Geneva Accords of 1954, there was to be an election in 1956 that would determine the future of the entire country, both the communist North and the Western-supported South. In the days following the French surrender at Dien Bien Phu, Ngo Dinh Diem assumed office as Prime Minister of the state of Vietnam in the South. In October 1955, Ngo ousted Bao Dai, the former emperor, as chief of state and proclaimed the establishment of the Republic of Vietnam, or what would soon become known more popularly as South Vietnam, with himself as president. With the assistance of his brothers and a cleric who led the Catholic Church in South Vietnam, Diem consolidated his power and governed the country as a dictator, eliminating both communist and non-communist opposition. The antagonism between the two ideologically opposed regimes in North and South Vietnam meant that there was no prospect of any elections that would move the country closer to reunification in 1956. While Ho was keen to avoid the resumption of hostilities, The influential party official Le Duan, who often deputized for Ho on party matters, was a strong advocate for starting a new war with the South, bring the entire country under war French. Duan had been responsible for political and military operations in the South, and he maintained a network of agents there. In 1958, he made a secret visit to South Vietnam and produced the report The Path to Revolution in the South, which recommended additional aid to the communists there. In July 1959, North Vietnamese forces invaded Laos in order to establish a supply route to the south that came to be known as the Ho Chi Minh Trail. In September 1960, Le Duan was formally named as first secretary of the Workers' Party of Vietnam, as Ho began to step back from some of his responsibilities as he entered his 70s. The responsibilities of governing the country on a day-to-day basis were shared by Duan and Le Duc Tho, the chairman of the party's organization department. The two men were supported by General Nguyen Chi Thanh, who was head of the political department of the People's Army of Vietnam and took command of communist forces in the south. As chairman of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, Ho remained head of state, but as his health declined, he was less powerful than he had been in the 1950s. On the 20th of December 1960, the new party leaders officially established the National Front for the Liberation of South Vietnam, better known as the Viet Cong. Hence began a major intensification of the Second Indochina War, one fought between North Vietnam, with Soviet and Chinese aid, and South Vietnam, with American support. Between 1961 and 1963, 40,000 communist troops infiltrated the South via the Ho Chi Minh Trail. In the meantime, US President John F. Kennedy sent military advisors to support the Army of South Vietnam. In 1963, as part of a French diplomatic initiative to create a federation of North and South Vietnam, which would be neutral in the Cold War, Ho corresponded with Diem and was keen to come to an agreement, praising his rival as a patriot who opposed French rule. The Kennedy administration was sufficiently alarmed and authorized a coup that overthrew Diem in November 1963. His fall created a power vacuum, and several South Vietnamese military officers struggled for power until General Nguyen Van Thieu seized power in 1965. The de facto collapse of the Army of South Vietnam in 1963 and 1964 prompted the direct intervention of American forces in August 1964. Up until this point, the role of the US had been as supposed military advisors, though the scale of the American presence in South Vietnam had been growing since 1960. The mysterious Gulf of Tonkin incident in August 1964, in which the North Vietnamese fired on American ships carrying out covert operations on the coast of North Vietnam, provided the necessary diplomatic excuse for a drastic escalation of the US presence in Indochina, and President Lyndon B. Johnson, who succeeded Kennedy after the latter's assassination on the 22nd of November 1963, began sending hundreds of thousands of American troops into Vietnam. The Second Indochina War was now developing a confrontation between the Viet Cong and, with South Vietnam simply acting as the base operations for the US. At home in America, a draft to conscript troops was introduced, and at its peak in 1968 and 1969, there would be over 500,000 American troops in Vietnam. Before that, in March 1965, American South Vietnamese aircraft launched Operation Rolling Thunder, a sustained campaign to bomb the North Vietnamese into submission. The war would eventually spill over into Laos and Cambodia, with Johnson and his successor, Richard Nixon, engaging in bombing missions in the two neighboring countries, when the Viet Cong began using those countries for marching south and resupplying their positions in South Vietnam. It would all be to zero effect. The Viet Cong had perfected the guerrilla warfare needed to defeat the Goliath that was the US military, and anti-American sentiment amongst the South Vietnamese had escalated to the point where the Americans were fighting to allegedly defend a people who didn't want them there in the first place. While all this was occurring, a severe split had opened up in the communist world between China and the Soviet Union, after Mao criticized Khrushchev for repudiating Stalin's legacy. With his country at war and battling poor health, no longer playing a huge role in Vietnam, and a new role in the Sino-Soviet disputes. As a moderate, Ho's personal sympathies lay with Khrushchev. However, his country shared a border with China and relied primarily on Mao's government for military and logistical support against the US, hence playing a delicate balancing game in the 1960s. He was also personally reliant on the Chinese. During the 1960s, he made regular trips to China for medical treatment for a variety of ailments which could not be well treated in North Vietnam, a poor agricultural society still in those days that was prevented from development by the necessities of the war effort. He met Mao for the last time in 1965. While China was reluctant to provide direct military aid, and the North Vietnamese were reluctant to accept it, in 2017, the Chinese government officially acknowledged that 320,000 Chinese soldiers were sent to North Vietnam, and they were involved in combat duties alongside the North Vietnamese army and the Viet Cong. Even after Khrushchev was toppled in a coup in 1964, Soviet aid to Vietnam continued in the form of aircraft and ground-to-air missiles. Ho part well in ensuring that the Soviets and Chinese both supported North Vietnam throughout the era of the Sino-Soviet split. With the Soviet and Chinese aid continuing apace, and with a massive anti-war movement at home in America severely hampering the US war effort, on the 30th of January 1968, the North Vietnamese Regular Army and the Viet Cong launched the Tet Offensive, named after the Lunar New Year festival of Tet in Vietnam. This massive attack against over targets across South Vietnam took the Americans and their South Vietnamese allies completely by surprise. They knew the Viet Cong and the North Vietnamese were proving a strong adversary, but they had not expected a massive coordinated offensive of this kind. It went on in an aggressive pace through the spring and summer of 1968 over the autumn. Strategically, it was a failure for the communists. They had hoped that a major counteroffensive would trigger revolts among the South Vietnamese, who would then expel the Americans from the country with Viet Cong aid. However, the popular revolt never materialized, and tens of thousands of Viet Cong and North Vietnamese soldiers were killed or injured in the campaign. However, from a propaganda perspective, the Tet Offensive was a great victory for Ho's government, as it turned an already disillusioned American public completely against the war in Vietnam, as it became wholly clear the talk of imminent US victory dating from the White House was pure fantasy. Instead, the American commander in Vietnam, General William Westmoreland, estimated that a further 200,000 men were required to win the war. American public support for the war collapsed, and in March 1968, at the height of President Johnson sought to begin peace negotiations to end the war. Peace negotiations to end the Vietnam War and finally bring about full Vietnamese independence in the war Ho had started fighting against Japan and the French back in the early 1940s, commenced in Paris in November 1968, drag on for years, in large part because Richard Nixon, as President of the United States early in 1969, refused to make major concessions, despite having won the US election on vague promises of ending the war in Vietnam, would never take part in the peace in any concerted. By the time commenced, he was an elderly man in his late 70s and in increasingly poor. After he celebrated his 79th birthday in May 1969, his health deteriorated and he died of heart failure on the 2nd of September 1969, the 24th anniversary of the foundation of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam in 1945. Against his wishes, and placed in a morgue in Hanoi, which was completed in August 1975, shortly after the end of the he is believed to have died childless. To Song Shui Ming had legally never ended, though they had not reunited in any way after separating when he left for the Soviet Union back in the late 1920s. Despite a few relationships thereafter, he had never remarried or fathered legitimate children, though there are unconfirmed stories of illegitimate children, one centering on Nong Duk Man, a figure born in 1940 who is rumoured to have been born to Ho and his housekeeper from that time, Nong Thi Trong. He would go on to serve as General Secretary of the Communist Party of Vietnam between 2000 and 2011. The period following Ho Chi Minh's death would see his dream of an independent and united Vietnam realized. Even by the time of his death in 1969, it was clear that the United States, all its military might and the troop surges it had engaged in, could not win what is known simply as the Vietnam. But the draft system, which had been introduced in the US, had created a huge anti-war movement, and public support for the conflict was very low. Indeed, Richard Nixon had entered the White House in 1969 on promises that he would end the war and bring America's soldiers home. In the end, this was easier said than done. It took several years to begin a tactical withdrawal, and even then, a full cessation to hostilities was hard to square with efforts to keep South Vietnam out of the Soviet camp in the Cold War. Peace negotiations continued through the early 1970s, though with little breakthrough. That is, until January 1973, when the Paris Peace Accords enshrined an initial plan for peace between the North Vietnamese, the Americans, and their wholly corrupt allies in South Vietnam. With this done, American forces gradually began withdrawing. As US boots on the ground declined, the North Vietnamese began preparing a new campaign. The 1975 Spring Offensive actually started in December 1974. By the late spring, as the last American troops were withdrawn from the south, the Viet Cong forces descended on Saigon. In the end, after the long war they had fought and the enormous resources expended, the last US officials ended up fleeing from the city in helicopters and planes as the Viet Cong entered the capital of South Vietnam on the 30th of April 1975. Just over a year later, in July 1976, Le Duan proclaimed the establishment of the Unified Socialist Republic of Vietnam. Saigon was renamed Ho Chi Minh City in honor of the late Vietnamese leader. The Communist Party of Vietnam remains in power in Vietnam today, though, like the People's Republic of China, the political system here is more of a form of state-controlled, socialist-orientated market economy, rather than it being a communist country. The country which Ho led to independence is rapidly advancing, and is expected to become one of the 20 wealthiest economies in the world in the second half of the 21st century. Ho Chi Minh is best known as the leader of Communist North Vietnam, who led the fight against French and US forces during the Vietnam War, also known as the First and Second Indochina Wars. Over the course of his long life, Ho adopted many different names, perhaps dozens of aliases in all, and some for little more than a few weeks. But his focus on the goal of achieving independence for his native country was singular. He first achieved international recognition as Nguyen Ai Quoc in 1919, when he presented the Vietnamese people's demands for autonomy at the Paris Peace Conference. While he embraced communism as his preferred means to overthrow French colonial rule, he was willing to make ideological concessions in the name of unifying the Vietnamese people. Although he spent much of his life outside Vietnam, primarily in the Soviet Union and China, Ho laid the foundations for Vietnamese opposition to the French and Japanese during the Second World War, enabling him to proclaim the foundation of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam in 1945. During the remainder of his life, Ho led his country through two wars. Firstly, against the French attempt to restore authority, and secondly, against South Vietnam and its American ally. Although he had a victory against the United States in 1975, and the unification of the country under communist rule shortly thereafter, the modern-day Socialist Republic of Vietnam would not have existed without him. What do you think of Ho Chi Minh? Was he first and foremost a Vietnamese nationalist who was guided by a lifelong desire to cast off foreign rule in his native country? Or was he a communist dictator whose ideology influenced his approach towards his internal and external enemies? Please let us know in the comment section, and in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. A man known to history as Vyacheslav was born, according to the Julian calendar, on the 25th of February 1890 in the village of Kukarka in the Vyatka Governorate region of Russia, on the west side of the Ural Mountains, still theoretically in Europe, though hundreds of kilometers east of St. Petersburg and Moscow. His baptismal name was Vyacheslav Mikhailovich. Was a pen name because of the changing calendar systems used in Russia in the first decades of his life. Vyacheslav's date of birth is also often given as the 9th of March 1890. According to the Gregorian calendar, which was in use throughout most of Europe, though not yet in Russia, a development which also creates the unusual situation where the October Revolution of 1917 happened in what was November in most other European countries. Vyacheslav's father was Mikhail Skryabin, a local shop worker in Kukarka. His mother was Anna. She came from a relatively affluent family of grocers, and Mikhail worked his way up through her family's business. Vyacheslav was the 9th of 10 children they would have, 3 of whom died in infancy. The Skryabin family were of above-average means while Vyacheslav was growing up, though even a relatively affluent family in rural Vyatka in the late 19th century did not live particularly well by modern standards. Young Vyacheslav was first in the town of Nolinsk. Here, he was a gifted pupil of clearly above-average intellect, though shy and tiring. In his spare time, he helped out in the family business and became a precocious reader of books and pamphlets on social and political matters in Europe and Russia. As he grew up, the perception of him was an uptight individual, but one who would become a very efficient administrator and organizer, skills which propelled him to the forefront of Russian politics over time. Behind the visage of a seemingly inoffensive individual who dressed sharply but attracted little fanfare was a young man with strong ambitions peering out from his ever-present spectacles. Skryabin was growing up at a strained time in Russian politics and history. The country was a latecomer to the Industrial Revolution, which had started in Britain back in the 1770s, after over a century of proto-industrial development. Many countries on the continent had begun to industrialize in the 1820s, 1830s, and 1840s, after the Napoleonic Wars came to an end, with Belgium, Germany, and regions of countries like France and Austria doing well thereafter. Russia, far to the east, had not really commenced doing so until the second half of the 19th century, but it was a very limited affair in some respects. Cities like St. Petersburg and Moscow had factories emerging, but the country was held back by its backwards economy and politics. Serfdom, for instance, which tied Russian peasants to the estates they lived on in rural areas, was not abolished until 1861, and had restricted labor movements across the country. There was also very little political representation of any kind. This had led in the 1870s, 1880s, and 80s to the development policy, with extremist groups like the Nihilists engaging in acts of political violence. The radical socialist or communist ideas of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels also found purchase, although Marx would have found it peculiar that a largely rural and agrarian society like Russia would become the home of his political ideas, which he viewed as better suiting England or Germany. All of these political forces underpinned Skryabin's early life. Molotov's political awakening within this extremely tense Russian political atmosphere came early. In 1906, when he was still just a teenager, he developed an association with the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party, a radical Russian socialist party which was gaining in strength in the aftermath of the 1905 revolution in Russia, an abortive revolution which had resulted from political repression and the disastrous Russo-Japanese War, leading Tsar Nicholas II to promise political reforms and the creation of a Russian Duma or parliament, only to try everything possible afterwards to block reform of the autocratic system. The Social Democratic Labour Party was the forerunner of the Russian Communist Party and would later split into two factions, the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks, the Bolsheviks being the more radical and aggressive faction, and one which would increasingly come to be led by Vladimir Lenin while he was in exile in Western Europe in the 1900s and into the 1910s. Vyacheslav gravitated over time towards the more radical Bolsheviks. He began writing for the party in the late 1900s. It was in this capacity that he adopted the pen name Molotov, that he would forevermore become known by. Molotov derives from the Russian molot, meaning hammer, giving his adopted name an industrial sound, though a sense of a person who aimed to break down political conventions in a revolutionary manner. It was not unusual for revolutionary writers during this time to adopt pen names in this way. Lenin himself adopted his own name, most likely from the river Lena. Molotov's revolutionary activities initially played out in the Kazan region, where he operated under the pseudonym Dyadya, meaning uncle, in order to avoid detection by the police. Before long, he was responsible for organizing the activities of the Kazan Revolutionary Youth Wing of the Bolsheviks there. Through these, he was involved in disseminating revolutionary ideas from the writings of Marx, Engels, and Russian Marxists in groups of young revolutionaries that met clandestinely. He did not long avoid detection, and in the spring of 1909, he was arrested by the state security services and was exiled to Vologda province, where he spent the next 2 years, primarily in the town of Torma, a small town away from any railway lines where the internal exiles could be closely monitored. He continued his studies while here and passed his exams, such that when his 2 years of exile ended, he was able to attend the Polytechnical Institute in St. Petersburg. There he quickly returned to his work with frequent contributions for the Zvezda journal Star. He later contributed to the founding and early publications of the more well-known Bolshevik revolutionary journal Pravda, meaning truth. It was during the years that followed, working as part of the editorial and writing team for Pravda, that he first met Joseph Stalin, a young Georgian revolutionary, who entered into correspondent Leon Trotsky, a Jewish Russian intellectual who was living in exile like Lenin. Molotov himself continued to suffer persecution and frequent arrests in the Russian capital, culminating in his exile again in 1915, this time to Irkutsk in the desolate Russian east. Though sentenced to 3 years of internal exile here on this occasion, in 1916 he escaped and headed back westwards to Kazan and the Volga region. Molotov's life course would be profoundly shaped by the events of the mid-1910s, as it would be for so many Russians and Eastern Europeans during the 20th century. The Russian Empire was critical in the outbreak of the First World War. It was Russian support for the autonomy of the Kingdom of Serbia in the face of Austrian demands to be allowed to enter Serbian territory following the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand of Austria-Hungary by a Serb nationalist, which circuitously led to the outbreak of a pan-European war in the final days of July and first days of August 1914. When the conflict came, Russia was very badly prepared for it and incurred a major defeat to Germany at the Battle of Tannenberg within weeks of the outbreak of the conflict. Things did not improve much thereafter. In particular, in the course of 1916 and into early 1917, the Russian front in Eastern Europe, where Tsar Nicholas II had taken the decision to command the army himself, collapsed around this time. This led to a revolution in St. Petersburg and Moscow in February 1917, one which began the overthrow of the old imperial system, though the February Revolution was not led by radicals like the Bolsheviks. What it did do is create an environment in which the communists and various other groups began contemplating how they might seize power themselves in the highly fluid political situation in Russia in 1917. By the time the February Revolution occurred, Molotov was already back in St. Petersburg, which had been retrograde to avoid using the overly Petersburg during the war with Germany. Here he returned to his work with Pravda during a period of immense change in the Bolshevik party operations. Figures like Lenin, Trotsky, and the other party leaders who had been in exile for many years were making their way back to Russia from Western and Central Europe, often actively supported by the German government, which was anxious to sow further instability in the Russian Empire. Over the next half a year, figures like Molotov were involved in forming Soviets or workers' governing councils in cities like Petrograd and Moscow, while also trying to plan the overthrow of the conservative revolutionaries that had come to power through the February Revolution. There was a constant fear of arrest and internment, and sometimes individuals had to disappear to Helsinki to avoid arrest. Overall, Molotov, in association with Stalin and several other members of the Bolshevik Petrograd Committee, was central in preparing Red Guard paramilitaries in the Petrograd factories in preparation for the impending attempt by the Bolsheviks to seize power from the conservative government. The October Revolution was launched by the Bolsheviks in Petrograd on the 25th of October 1917, according to the Julian calendar, which was in use in Russia at that time, whereas most of Europe by then was operating under the new style Gregorian calendar, according to which the start date of the revolution was the 7th of November. Just over 2 weeks earlier, the Petrograd Soviet had, under the influence of Leon Trotsky, voted for military action in protest against the course of the broader Russian Revolution since the spring. The interim regime in the capital was well aware that unrest was imminent and had moved to shut down the offices, newspapers, and the main transport routes in and out of the city on the 24th of October. Not to be dissuaded, the Bolshevik Red Guards began occupying government buildings across the city on the 25th, and the Winter Palace, the seat of government, was taken over the following day. By the end of the 27th of October, Petrograd, Minsk, Novgorod, Kazan, Yekaterinburg, and Samara were all under the control of the local workers' Soviets, though it was not until the 2nd of November that Moscow came under the control of the Bolsheviks after more than a week of intense fighting. The conflict in Moscow foreshadowed the Russian Civil War to come and indicated that the Bolshevik seizure of power would not be as straightforward across the vast country and empire as it had been in Petrograd and several other industrial cities in the West. Molotov was in Petrograd when the revolution began on the 25th of October and played a key role in directing the Red Guards there and organizing propaganda efforts. He was in the capital to witness the unfolding of the Russian Civil War, one of the bloodiest conflicts of the 20th century. The initial seizure of power by the Bolsheviks in October 1917 was not a decisive one. While the communists had claimed control of a number of major cities and formed workers' soviets that would form the backbone of a new regime, they were not in control of vast parts of Russia, the largest country on earth, large proportions of which were only thinly controlled by the central government at the best of times. There were a great many groups which were opposed to the drift towards a more radical regime, not least the aristocratic and business classes, which were also supported strongly by the foreign governments of Britain, France, and the United States, none of which wanted the spectre of a radical socialist regime in power in Petrograd and Moscow. Many other groups opposed the Bolsheviks for other reasons. Some were Mensheviks. Some were regional interest groups such as the Cossacks of the Pontic-Caspian steppe, and a great many were nationalists in parts of the Russian Empire like Finland, Estonia, and Poland. In the Russian Civil War which now began, and which would claim around a quarter of the number of people that died in the whole of the First World War, the Bolsheviks became known as the Reds, while the broad coalition of opponents to them were the Whites. There were a great many fronts, stretching from the Pacific port of Vladivostok in the east to clashes with Finnish, Polish, and Ukrainian partisans in the west. Molotov was no soldier and did not play a frontline role in the Russian Civil War as a commander or general. He did play an important organizational and propaganda role, though. Early in 1918, just weeks after the October Revolution had seen the Bolsheviks claim power in both Petrograd and Moscow, he was appointed as chairman of the Council of National Economy in the Petrograd region. In this capacity, he played an important part in the nationalization of factories in one of the few parts of the burgeoning Soviet Union that had been extensively industrialized for many years. Much of this involved training workers how to run the factories, which were now coming under collective ownership. The following year, he took part in a voyage from the River Volga, in which party members such as Molotov aimed to inform people from Moscow south to the Caspian Sea of the new benefits of communist rule. In the course of 1920, as the Soviets began to turn the tide in the Civil War, he served as chairman of the provincial executive in the Nizhny Novgorod region, and later oversaw the industrialization of Donetsk and surrounding regions. A sign of his growing importance in the regime was his election late in 1920 as secretary of the Communist Party in the Ukrainian Soviet. In 1921, with the Bolsheviks finally moving towards victory in the Civil War, though with the loss of extensive territory in the West, specifically Finland, Estonia, and Poland, Molotov was elected as a secretary of the Central Committee of the Russian Communist Party, thus bringing him more clearly into the central leadership of the Soviet Union, as well as becoming a junior member of the Politburo, though without voting rights in the latter body at this juncture. These followed in 1924. Molotov's entry into the central leadership necessarily brought him into the factional struggle that was developing at the top of the emerging Soviet state. There was no doubt that Lenin would be the Soviet Union's first leader when the October Revolution commenced in 1917. But before long, his health problems were becoming all too apparent, and a battle to succeed him was developing. It soon became evident that there were just two realistic candidates, Leon Trotsky and Joseph Stalin. Molotov moved towards Stalin in this succession contest. His relationship with Trotsky seems to have been especially strained, though one particular anecdote of an interaction between them in the early 1920s is revelatory of Molotov's outlook and was prescient of the future. During an argument between the pair, Molotov, responding to a sarcastic comment him by Trotsky, rounded on Lenin's successor and rebuked him by saying, quote, "Very well, Comrade Trotsky, we can all be geniuses, but we shall see who lasts the longest." For Molotov, politics was sometimes a game of survival, not always of overt intellect. He would survive far longer in it than Trotsky. By 1922, as Lenin's health deteriorated quickly, Stalin was leveraging his position as General Secretary of the Bolsheviks to put himself in a better position to succeed him as leader of the Soviet Union, which was completing the final stages of its victorious campaign in the Civil War. Molotov was effectively deputizing for Stalin as second secretary, and he firmly tied his mast to the Georgians, who he had met so many years earlier in pre-revolutionary Georgia. Lenin died in January 1924 after having previously fallen into a coma. A more open between Stalin and Trotsky followed, one in which, unsurprisingly, continued to support Stalin, though he was critical of some of Stalin's views and conduct early on. This all occurred gradually, but by 1926, Stalin had completely outflanked Trotsky, gaining the support of the majority of the members of the Politburo, a process which accounts in part for the promotion of Molotov as a member thereof with full voting rights, who would support Stalin. Trotsky was removed from the Politburo that year, and in 1929 was exiled entirely from the Soviet Union, having been already sent into internal exile the previous year. Years later, after settling in Mexico and continuing to promote a purer form of Marxism abroad, Trotsky was assassinated in 1940. Despite the turbulence of the years of the Russian Civil War, Molotov married and started a family during the 1920s. During the revolution, he had met Pell Solomonovna Karapovskaya, a Jewish Russian woman who was a committed communist revolutionary herself, and would rise to a fairly senior position within the Food Commissariat in the 1930s. She later adopted the name Polina, a more Russophile version of Pell. She and Vyacheslav married in 1920, and she elected not to leave the Soviet Union for the British mandate in Palestine, as several members of her family did during the 1920s. Her relationship with Molotov was remarked upon by many contemporaries who viewed Vyacheslav as being dominated by his wife, though it could conversely be argued that theirs was simply a relatively equal relationship of considerable mutual admiration, one in which Polina was simply more outwardly expressive than her reserved husband. Later, the contemporary criticism of the union would have very real consequences for both Molotov and his wife. They adopted a daughter named Sonia in 1929, and might have been surprised when Polina long afterwards, resulting in a biological daughter named Svetlana in 1930. Molotov was rewarded by Stalin for his support in the clash with Trotsky and his supporters, with a succession of promotions to positions of increasing importance. In 1926, he was sent to Petrograd, which had long since been renamed Leningrad in honor of Stalin's predecessor, to oversee the dismantling of the support base of Grigory Zinoviev, a former ally of Stalin's that the new head of the Soviet Union now turned on as soon as Trotsky was out of the way. This done, in 1928, Molotov was placed in charge of the Communist Party in Moscow and reformed it over the next year. There he delivered several speeches on the need to rapidly industrialize Russia's cities and towns, and was part of his involvement in the first 5-year plan for agricultural collectivization and industrial development. which was launched by Stalin in 1928, and which Molotov played a part in both devising and implementing. Finally, in December 1930, Molotov was appointed to the position of chairman of the Council of People's Commissars of the Soviet Union, the position which Lenin had held prior to his death. Because of the peculiar structure of power holding in the Soviet Union, it could be argued that this theoretically made him the head of state for the next 11, though in reality, power within the government from the mid-1920s onwards rested in Stalin's hands as General Secretary of the Communist Party. Nevertheless, the appointment of Molotov as chairman is indicative of within the Soviet Union by the beginning of the 1930s. The decade that followed would leave immense stains on Molotov's legacy. Two issues above all: his roles in the Soviet famine of the early 1930s and the Great Purge stand out as particular black marks on his reputation. The Soviet famine of the early 1930s was one of several famines in the Soviet Union between the 1920s and 1940s, one often termed the Holodomor, within a specifically Ukrainian context. Between 1930 and 1933, over 5 million people died in Ukraine, southwestern Russia, and other parts of the Soviet Union, owing to food shortages brought about by the government's policies. The collectivization of agricultural production and also the prioritization of food supplies for industrial workers in the cities and towns led to the disaster. Molotov was deeply implicated in this, traveling in person to Ukraine and the Caucasus to enforce the government's orders to move grain supplies from the countryside into the towns. The faster Russia industrialized, the faster it would attain a perfect form of socialism and then complete communism, or so zealots like Molotov believed. It was this notion which led him to enforce policies in 1931 which deepened the crisis and led to further preventable deaths. As with most man-made famines of the 20th century, such as the Great Leap Forward in China in the late 1950s and early 1960s, the Soviet government had not set out to create famine conditions in the early 1930s, but they became aware of what was happening owing to their ill-conceived policies before long, and figures like Molotov then exacerbated the famine by refusing to change course. Molotov's role in the Great Purge was also immensely between 1936 and 1938. Stalin engaged in a mass purging of the Communist Party within the Soviet Union, often removing a majority of individuals within leadership roles and governing committees in the Soviets of each region or city. In some instances, as many as 80% of the membership of certain councils was purged. Of those that were, the lucky ones were simply removed from their positions and banished from the Communist Party. Others were sent into internal exile, often to the Gulag labor camps in the cold, inhospitable East. Others still were placed on trial for alleged crimes and plotting against the state, and then executed. As the Great Purge escalated in 1937 and 1938, mass executions became more and more common. When combined with deaths in the labor camps, an estimated 1 million people are believed to have fallen victim to the Great Purge. Molotov, who may have feared suspicion after a rift developed between himself and Stalin in 1934, became complicit in the Great Purge, supporting Stalin's actions. Many decades later, he was still trying to justify his involvement, long after most Soviet officials had accepted that Stalin's purge had represented a tyrannical effort to crush any and all opposition to his dictatorship. In early May 1939, Molotov was appointed to the important position of Commissar for Foreign Affairs of the Soviet Union, in succession to the out-of-favor Maxim Litvinov. It was a critical juncture to be promoted to the post of Minister of Foreign Affairs. Less than 2 months earlier, Nazi Germany had invaded and annexed Czechoslovakia in violation of the Munich Agreement, concluded with the British, French and Italians in the Bavarian capital the previous September. With this, the Germans were in control of Central Europe, having already annexed Austria into a Greater Germany in March 1938. To anyone with a clear idea of Germany's ambitions, it was obvious that Poland was the next target of Hitler and the higher-ups within the Nazi setup. And once Poland was invaded, or otherwise conquered, Germany would have a lengthy border with the USSR. Nazism and Bolshevism were ideological enemies, and Nazi rhetoric was filled with statements about destroying the communist spectre that they suggested was haunting Europe. The question for Molotov, as he assumed the position of Commissar of Foreign Affairs, was how he would negotiate the situation as war loomed over Europe, with the British and French having made it clear that any violation of Polish independence would mean war. Molotov was soon negotiating intensely with his German counterpart, the Nazi Foreign Minister Joachim von Ribbentrop. The agreement stemmed from earlier efforts by the Germans to negotiate an economic treaty. Both sides might have considered the other to be an ideological enemy, but they had things like petroleum, iron and automobiles that they wanted to buy from one another. In the summer of 1939, after Molotov's appointment, talks accelerated between the two foreign ministers and their staff, and there was soon progress towards not just a trade agreement, but a much more significant military and diplomatic pact. Eventually, on the 22nd of 1939, von Ribbentrop flew in Moscow and worked out the final elements of what was revealed the next day to the world as the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, or Treaty of Non-Aggression between Germany and the USSR. Governments were shocked to learn that the agreement involved a treaty of non-aggression between the Germans and Soviets just days before Germany would invade Poland, triggering the beginning of the Second World War in the process. Political leaders in London, Paris and Washington would have been even more alarmed had they known of the secret clauses negotiated by Molotov and von Ribbentrop. These essentially outlined how Germany and the Soviet Union would carve up Eastern Europe between them. Once Germany had invaded Poland, the Soviets would claim the eastern parts of the country, along with Finland and most of the Baltic States region. Thus, the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact essentially was designed to allow the Soviets to reclaim the territories lost at the time of the Russian Civil War. Molotov's work was soon being realized militarily by Stalin. On the 17th of September 1939, 2.5 weeks after the Nazis had invaded Poland from the west, and with the Poles incurring heavy defeats to the Germans, the Soviets invaded the country from the east. Over the next 3 weeks, the sectors allotted to the Soviets under the agreement were occupied. Over time, the terms of the pact would be put into force in other ways. For instance, the Russians would invade the Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania, and incorporate them into the Soviet Union. But Stalin waited until the summer of 1940, when most of the other major European states were wholly preoccupied with the German invasion of France and the Low Countries. Stalin also acquired some minor border territories around what is now Moldova, in a move which stretched the terms of the treaty Molotov had negotiated. In any event, the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact would not last that long. Eventually, with Western Europe conquered in May and June 1940, and with Hitler convinced that Britain would eventually join Germany against the common Bolshevik enemy, The Nazis began preparing for the invasion of the Soviet Union early in 1941 and would launch Operation Barbarossa on the 22nd of June 1941. Thus, Molotov's diplomatic deal lasted less than 2 years. But it was a major development in the first stages of the Second World War in Europe. One particular sphere of military activity for the Soviets that resulted from the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact is especially notable in terms of how Molotov's name became synonymous with homemade insects. An element of the secret clauses was that the Soviets could invade and conquer Finland without the Germans objecting in any manner. After they had completed the military operation in eastern Poland in the late autumn, the Soviet Red Army was put into preparation for an invasion of Finland. The belief was that what became known as the Winter War would begin, one in which thinly populated Finland with its small army stood very little chance against the behemoth of the USSR. Stalin and his generals could not have been more wrong. The Finns offered determined resistance after the Red Army invaded their country at the very end of November 1939. Eventually, in mid-March, the Russians negotiated a face-saving peace agreement whereby some borderlands in Karelia were acquired by the Soviets. But in reality, the Finns had won the war by avoiding complete defeat and subjugation into the USSR. Eventually, the Finns would join in the German invasion of the Soviet Union in 1941 and would be a key ally of the Nazis in the siege of Leningrad over nearly a 2.5-year period. It was in the midst of the Winter War that the term Molotov cocktail came into use to describe a makeshift petrol incendiary device that the Finns used extensively against the Russians. In the course of the 3.5-month war, the Soviets were at a distinct advantage in having large divisions of tanks, where the Finns barely had any mechanized cavalry. To counter this threat, the Finns began using incendiary devices where a mixture of petroleum and other flammable substances were placed in a glass flask of some kind, usually with a cloth or large wick that could be lit and then thrown, spreading flames outwards when the glass shattered on impact. The environment, with Finland's many lakes and forests, was ideal for ambushing Russian tanks and launching these incendiary weapons at them, and it was this which allowed the Finns to destroy hundreds of Russian armored vehicles. Reveling in the success of the weapon, the Finns developed a saying that they were sending Foreign Minister Molotov a cocktail to have with his meal. Such was the awareness that Molotov had negotiated the agreement with Germany that had led 3 months later to the Soviet invasion of Finland. Hence did this makeshift petrol bomb become known as the Molotov cocktail. Admittedly, Molotov's role in the Second World War became a bit more constructive once the Winter War had passed. In the course of 1940, the Germans turned their attentions westwards and invaded and conquered Denmark and Norway in April, followed by the Low Countries and France in May and June. This left only the British standing against the Nazi menace, though Greece too was attempting a brave resistance against impossible odds in the Balkans, where the Nazi ally, Fascist Italy, was intent on creating a new Mediterranean empire. Then a very poor strategic error was made by the Nazis. In late 1940, Hitler turned his attention back eastwards and decided that the non-aggression pact that Molotov had negotiated with von Ribbentrop had served its purpose. After months of preparation in the first half of 1941, Operation Barbarossa, the largest military invasion ever in human history, was launched on the 22nd of June 1941. 3 million German military personnel streamed into eastern Poland, the Baltic states, and Ukraine, with the ultimate goal of taking Leningrad, Moscow and Stalingrad, before advancing to the AA line, a strategic endpoint for the Germans in a line running from the port of Arkhangelsk on the shores of the White Sea in the north and the Caspian port of Astrakhan in the south. A frequently overlooked detail of the invasion of the Soviet Union is that it was Molotov, as foreign minister, who made the radio declaration in the Soviet Union on the 22nd of June, announcing that the Germans had invaded the USSR. He was also appointed by Stalin as deputy chairman of the hastily assembled State Defense Committee, meaning that Molotov was officially the second in command of the Soviet war effort, at least so far as the civil government went. Molotov's role now switched from maintaining a very fragile peace with Germany to overseeing a new alliance with Britain and the few countries that were at war with the Germans and their Axis allies. This initially involved a volte-face in Russian foreign policy, as tensions had been running high between Britain and the Soviets in late 1939, 1940 and early 1941, and the British had considered sending an expeditionary force to Scandinavia to aid the Finns during the Winter War. Thus, Molotov had to patch things up in the autumn of 1941 with his British counterpart, Anthony Eden. This was easier said than done, as Molotov had become convinced that Eden was trying to orchestrate a joint Anglo-Turkish invasion of the Crimean Peninsula and southwestern Russia after Eden had visited Istanbul early in 1941. Nevertheless, months later, Molotov undertook flight over German airspace in the North Sea to land in Scotland as part of negotiations for what would become the first stages of the Allied alliance with the British. These negotiations quickly resulted in the Anglo-Soviet Agreement on the 12th of July 1941, whereby the United Kingdom and the Soviet Union agreed to act in accord with one another against Germany, followed nearly a year later by the more detailed Anglo-Soviet Treaty, a full military alliance between the two nations. By then, the United States had also entered the war against the Germans and their far eastern ally, the Empire of Japan, after the well-known Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. Molotov would be central to the subsequent negotiation of a wide range of diplomatic initiatives between the three leading Allied nations, notably the agreement between the US and the Soviets that Russia would declare war on the Japanese within 3 months of victory over Germany, in return for which the US agreed to strategically prioritize the defeat of Germany before Japan. The US, British and Soviets were allies during the Second World War, but they knew very well that a new clash was looming between the USSR and the Western powers once Germany, Japan and their allies were defeated. Hence, the US and the Soviets were carrying out their research into developing nuclear weapons during the war under a veil of secrecy. The US program, the Manhattan Project, and its ultimate results are well known. Less familiar is the Soviet program. This commenced in 1942, after the Russian physicist Georgy Fedorov wrote to Stalin, urging him to initiate a well-funded research program to that end. Molotov was initially appointed to oversee the program, run from laboratories near Moscow. Unlike in the US example, the Russian program was nearly entirely overseen by civilian administrators, such as Molotov, and the lack of military personnel probably hampered its development. In any event, one of the primary impediments for the Russians was the same faced by the US and even the Nazis: the need for an adequate amount of fissionable material, something made more difficult for the Soviets by American attempts to restrict Russian access to uranium sources in the Congo and other regions. Where Molotov did make some progress was in attempting to establish spies in the US who could infiltrate the Manhattan Project, but Stalin nevertheless removed him from the project at the end of 1944, owing to its slow progress. Molotov's more important role between 1942 and 1945 was in negotiating the post-war world order at various diplomatic summits. Stalin, Churchill, and President Roosevelt often garner the majority of the attention in discussions of things like the Tehran and Yalta conferences, but Molotov, Eden, and figures like the US Secretary of State Cordell Hull made major contributions in their own right. Throughout, Molotov garnered a reputation as a tough negotiator at Tehran, Yalta, the post-war Potsdam Conference, and the San Francisco Gathering, where the United Nations was brought into being. Key points of contention tended to arise more between the British and the Russians, with the Americans often acting as arbitrators over thorny issues such as the post-war status of Poland and Greece, two countries that Stalin was anxious to bring into the communist fold after the conflict. The Soviets succeeded when it came to Poland and accepted defeat in Greece. Through these negotiations and diplomatic meetings, Molotov struck an often paranoid figure. When visiting Britain in 1942, Molotov used to search his accommodation for bombs and slept with the revolver next to his bed, or so claimed Winston Churchill after the war. When in Washington, D.C. to negotiate Soviet inclusion in the Lend-Lease program, whereby US aid was extended to the countries directly impacted by the war in Europe, Molotov did over. He also brought his own food. The war came to an end in Europe in May 1945. It is well known that in the years that followed, the Western Allies rebuilt the economies of the countries which fell into the Western sphere of influence through the Marshall Plan. What is usually completely overlooked is that the initiative, which was spearheaded by the US Secretary of State, George Marshall, in 1948, the Marshall Plan, was accompanied by the Molotov Plan, whereby financial and material aid was given to Eastern Europe to rebates after the devastation of the war, as well as constituent parts of the Soviet Union in Ukraine and elsewhere benefiting from it. Poland, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Bulgaria, Romania, and East Germany all acquired aid through the Molotov Plan. The plan helped in the recovery at the beginning of a period in which many of the communist economies in Europe were about to enjoy growth levels which exceeded those found in many Western capitalist countries through the late 1940s and 1950s. However, the Molotov Plan was always contradictory, as one of the tenets of the program Molotov devised in 1947 was that East Germany, Romania, Bulgaria, and Hungary, all members of the Nazi-led Axis alliance during the war, should continue to pay war reparations to the Soviet Union. Despite being arguably the most prominent Soviet official of the 1940s other than Stalin, at least in the civil sphere, Molotov's career took a downward turn at the end of the decade. The background to this was the 1948 visit of Golda Meir, a prominent Israeli politician who would become the Prime Minister of Israel in 1969, to Moscow during the First Arab War to briefly act as Israeli ambassador to the Soviet Union. Molotov's wife, Paulina, was Jewish and spoke Yiddish, an incident in which she translated between Meir and Molotov, as Meir spoke Yiddish, subsequently became the basis for a paranoid claim that Paulina had potentially engaged in treasonous behavior. Stalin had also long disliked Molotov's wife, as Paulina had been arguably the last person with whom the dictator's second wife, Nadezhda Alilulyeva, had conversed, before she killed herself back in November 1932, leading Stalin to forever be suspicious of Mrs. Molotov. Now, 16 years later, she was sent into internal exile to a labor camp in the East for 5 years, and Molotov was dismissed from his post as foreign minister not long afterwards in March 1949. Under Stalin's tyranny, there could be no possibility of strenuously opposing the decision. Vyacheslav simply had to accept what had happened and labored on as a more middling official for the next several years. It is an indication of how frail a figure Molotov could be that he would continue to defend Stalin's legacy and methods long after the dictator was dead, even though in the final years of his life, Stalin had been in all essential ways tearing apart Molotov's career and preparing to remove him permanently from the Soviet leadership, as well as sending his wife to a labor camp. In 1952 and into early 1953, Stalin had made it clear that Molotov was finished within the leadership and was preparing to dismiss him from most of his offices, possibly violently. What saved the former foreign minister was the death of Stalin himself on the 5th of March 1953, after suffering a cerebral hemorrhage 4 days earlier. After a complex power struggle, one in which Molotov was never seriously in contention, Nikita Khrushchev emerged as Stalin's successor. Khrushchev had been challenged by Georgy Malenkov, who became premier for 2 years down to 1955, but who was quickly undermined by Khrushchev in 1953, and only allowed to remain as premier in a largely ceremonial capacity thereafter. Nevertheless, during the power struggle, Malenkov had briefly held sufficient enough power to realign the senior ministries, and on the 5th of March 1953, the very day Stalin died, Molotov had been reappointed as Minister of Foreign Affairs. He continued to hold the position after Khrushchev's ascent, though it was evident before long that Molotov's unrepentant Stalinist views were out of sync with the new atmosphere in the Kremlin, where Khrushchev was denouncing the former tyrant and attempting to move away from the worst excesses of the Stalinist era. Molotov was removed from the post of Minister of Foreign Affairs final time in June 1956, a move that came as little surprise after Khrushchev had denounced Stalin's foreign policy at the start of the Second World War, and, by implication, the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact that Molotov had negotiated. Thereafter, he joined secretly with Malenkov and the Deputy Premier of the USSR, Lazar Kaganovich, to begin plotting to remove Khrushchev from power. The trio and their allies would become known as the Anti-Party Group, a collection of unreformed Stalinists who were unhappy with the drift of Soviet politics and foreign policy under Khrushchev. On the 18th of June 1957, they attempted to overthrow Stalin's successor through diplomatic means, forcing a vote on his leadership at the 11-man party presidium, which they won by 7 votes to 4. However, Khrushchev managed to argue successfully that a vote needed to be held within the larger central. There, he managed to convince a sufficient number of individuals that the anti-party group, which he referred to them as, was an unreformed group of Stalinists with blood on their hands. In the end, the attempted coup collapsed when Khrushchev won over the support of the war hero and Minister of Defense, Georgy Zhukov, who stated that the Red Army would oppose the attempted coup of Malenkov, Molotov, and Kaganovich. The anti-party group had failed. With the foiling of the attempted coup by the anti-party group in the summer of 1957, Molotov was not entirely purged from the Bolshevik leadership. It was a sign of how much things had changed in Russia. Had the men involved taken this course of action 5 years earlier, under Stalin, every one of them would have been quickly killed. Instead, in 1957, Khrushchev decided to remove those who had attempted to overthrow him in less dramatic ways. For instance, Malenkov was sent to manage a power plant in what is now Kazakhstan. Molotov was dispatched even further east, though on the surface of it, his appointment as Soviet ambassador to the Mongolian People's Republic was a face-saving one. Nobody was fooled, though. Even the New York Times, in reporting on Molotov's dispatch to Ulaanbaatar on the 7th of September 1957, referred to him as, quote, the fallen Soviet leader. It must be said it was a slightly more exalted fate than that Malenkov had been consigned to, or indeed Kaganovich, the latter of whom was sent to manage a potash factory in the Ural Mountains region. Conversely, this was a period of important diplomacy in Ulaanbaatar, owing to the Sino-Soviet split between the Soviets and the Chinese. Molotov was also appointed to the position of Soviet representative at the International Atomic Energy Agency in the late 1950s. If Molotov's appointment as ambassador to Mongolia and as Soviet representative at the IAEA were face-saving measures in the late 1950s, complete disgrace was soon to follow. Khrushchev had felt as though his position was not strong enough after the attempted coup in 1957 to completely purge the anti-party group leaders from the Soviet establishment and had exiled them instead to Mongolia, Kazakhstan, and the Urals. By the autumn of 1961, when the 22nd Party Congress was convened, his position was much stronger. Following the success of the Cuban Revolution, of the construction of the Berlin Wall just weeks earlier, Russian successes in the burgeoning space race with the US, and also the imminent testing of the Tsar Bomba, the largest nuclear weapon ever detonated, one which was 1,500 times stronger than the nuclear weapon dropped on Hiroshima in 1945. With his position more powerful now, furthered his de-Stalinization program at the 22nd Congress. This included making preparations for the complete expulsion of several of the leaders of the anti-party group from the Communist Party, Molotov included, and their removal from any offices which they held. The expulsions were carried out quietly and with little fanfare in 1962. In the months that followed, efforts were being systematically undertaken to expunge the record of Molotov's role in the Soviet regime over the last 4.5 decades, with his papers and departmental files being destroyed under Khrushchev's orders. Molotov spent many years in complete exile from the Soviet movement and leadership, though he was allowed to return to Moscow and lived out much of his later life in the Russian capital. Even the overthrow of Khrushchev in October 1964, after a number of incidents, not least his backing down at the time of the Cuban Missile Crisis, failed to result in Molotov being rehabilitated and brought back into the Soviet leadership. Under Khrushchev's successor, Leonid Brezhnev, he was allowed to live in quiet retirement. He appears to have spent much of the 1960s writing his memoirs, but they would never see the light of day. Nevertheless, from 1969 onwards, down to his death in 1986, Molotov met on many occasions with the Soviet biographer Felix Chuov, compiled a dossier of hundreds of interview records based on these conversations, published in 1991 as the sing as 140 besied s Molotovim, meaning 140 conversations with Molotov. The book was published 2 years later in English translation as Molotov Remembers: Inside Kremlin Politics. It is considered an invaluable source on the inner workings of the Soviet regime between 1917 and 1957. Its author would never return to the political fold, although when the 1983 Soviet Encyclopedic Dictionary was published, Molotov was given a 17-line entry in which his accomplishments were noted. This compared favorably with the 14 lines given for Khrushchev's entry. In the summer of 1984, Konstantin Chernenko, who served for just over a year as head of the Soviet Union in 1984 and early 1985, very quietly reinstated the 94-year-old Molotov as a member of the Communist Party. By the time he was reinstated in 1984, Molotov was a very old and ill man, and the restoration of him to the communist fold was clearly a token gesture by the regime at the end of his life. He had suffered many heart attacks, the first seemingly as early as January 1954, when he had been too unwell to attend a high-level summit with the foreign ministers of the US, Britain, and France. It is believed that he had 7 heart attacks, but the number is disputed as Soviet propaganda tried to these up at certain times. Given this, it was something of a miracle that he survived as long as he did, and lived to the ripe old age of 96. When he died on the 8th of November 1986, he was the second last senior surviving participant of the Russian Revolution that had taken place nearly 7 decades earlier, outlasted only by Kaganovich, who died in 1991 at 97 years of age. Molotov's funeral and interment at the Novodevichy Cemetery in Moscow 5 days later was a small and largely private affair, attended by about 2 mourners. There was no government ceremony made to ensure it was very thinly covered in both the domestic and international media. Molotov could not have known it at the time, but his lifetime would largely bookend the Soviet system. He had been born back in 1890, at a time when the Russian communist movement was just beginning to take off. He died as it was being dismantled. Mikhail Gorbachev had taken over as head of the Soviet Union not long before Molotov's passing, and quickly began initiating a series of policy programs designed to reform the USSR and the communist system, specifically by opening the economy up more and liberalizing the political system. This program had unintended consequences in the course of 1989, as communist regimes in Eastern Europe began to collapse under mass protests and civil disobedience. By 1990, the difficulties had spread to Russia itself. In the 2 years that followed, the Warsaw Pact collapsed, then the USSR, and finally, the communist system itself within Russia. A decade of chaos ensued. In the course of it, much reflection was undertaken on the 3/4 of a century-long Soviet experiment. It was generally concluded that the Stalinist era had constituted a complete moral stain on Soviet history. Molotov, as one of Stalin's lackeys and orchestrator of much of his foreign policy, did not escape with his reputation intact. Vyacheslav Molotov was one of the most important members of the leadership of the Soviet Union between the Russian Revolution of 1917 and the end of his own career as a senior figure within the Bolshevik movement 40 years later. However, longevity is not necessarily a mark of success when discussing this time and place. Almost no other figure within the Soviet setup, other than Stalin himself, managed to survive through these decades. Nearly everyone else was sidelined or demoted as Stalin rose to power in the 1920s, engaged in the Great Purge in the 1930s, or demoted anyone that might challenge his preeminent position as Russia's wartime leader in the 1940s. The fact that Molotov managed to survive and hold senior positions throughout these decades points towards his fawning nature and complicity in Stalin's crimes. Few other Soviet officials survived at the top of the Politburo in this way, or managed to make their mark on history. Yet, even when it comes to Molotov's alleged accomplishments, these are harmful. His foremost success was in negotiating the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact in August 1939, which freed up Nazi Germany to initiate the Second World War just over a week later, and began the Soviet takeover of Eastern Europe that would last for half a century. He remained an unrepentant Stalinist down to his last days, despite the fact that Stalin clearly wasn't very fond of him. His foremost legacy is that a homemade fire grenade was ironically named after him by Russia's enemies in Finland in the winter 1939 and 1940. What do you think of Vyacheslav Molotov? Did he, in many ways, contribute to the outbreak of the Second World War by negotiating the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact? Or would the Nazis have gone to war anyway in 1939, even without having secured a temporary non-aggression pact with the Soviets? Please, let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
The man known to history as Nicolae Ceausescu, or Nicolae Ceausescu in Romanian, was born on the 26th of January 1918 in the small town of Scornicești in the south of the Kingdom of Romania. He was effectively born on the front lines of the First World War, as Scornicești lay near the border with Bulgaria, one of the central powers in the conflict and an enemy of Romania. though the Romanian government was already in the middle of negotiations to accept peace terms from Austria-Hungary and Bulgaria in early 1918. Russia's imminent withdrawal from the war, having left Romania surrounded by its enemies. Nicolae's father was Andruta Ceausescu. He came from a very modest family background of sheep farmers in southern Romania. He was a politically active individual who, during Nicolae's youth, supported the Peasants' Party, an agrarian socialist movement. Nicolae would absorb many of his father's political views, though it was a relationship fraught with difficulty in other ways. Common report from those who knew the Ceausescu family in Scornicești during Nicolae's youth was that his father was an alcoholic and physically violent towards his wife and children. Nicolae's mother was Alexandrina Ceausescu, née Militaru. She came from a modest family as well, one with a history of having served in the Romanian revolutionary forces back in the days when Romanian nationalists were attempting to free themselves from Ottoman Turkish rule during the 19th century. Nicolae was her and Andruta's third child, two daughters, Nicolina and Marine, having been born in 1914 and 1916. There would be 6 further children, 4 boys and 2 girls. The youngest, Ion, was born in 1932. Somewhat infamously, one of Nicolae's younger brothers was also named Nicolae, legend having it that their father had drunkenly given him the wrong name when he was being officially registered. Later, the younger Nicolae adopted the name Andruta as his middle name to distinguish himself from his older brother. Nicolae would grow up during a period of mixed fortunes in the history of Romania. The regions of Moldavia and Wallachia, which make up much of Romania and Moldova today, had gradually obtained more independence from the declining Ottoman Empire in the mid-19th century. Then in the late 1870s, at the end of one of the most consequential of the many Russo-Turkish wars of the 18th and 19th centuries, Romania and Serbia both acquired full independence from the Turks. 3 years later, in 1881, Romania became the third European country of the 19th century, after Belgium and Greece a half a century earlier, to invite a German prince to become king of their country. King Carol I was a scion of the House of Hohenzollern. He would rule for nearly 3.5 decades, and was succeeded by his nephew, Ferdinand I, who was on the throne when Nicolae was born. Although the treaty that the Central Powers had imposed in 1918 was punitive, it was soon renounced by Romania, which entered the war again in the dying days of it. Thus, through the newly negotiated Treaty of Trianon of 1920, Romania regained the territory it had ceded 2 years earlier and gained a large portion of Hungary. This meant that unlike in many other European countries, the monarchy of Romania survived the First World War and remained popular. When King Ferdinand died in 1927, it ushered in a period of growing crisis, as his son and heir, Carol, had previously entered a problematic marriage which saw him bypassed in the succession in favor of his infant son. King Michael I was just 5 years old when he became ruler of Romania. He would be deposed by his own father 3 years later, who became King Carol II. Compounding all of this was the onset of the Great Depression late in 1929, after the Wall Street crash in the US. Matters were not helped by the personality of the new king, who, in line with growing extremism in European politics, sought to establish a kind of royal dictatorship. One key element of his repressive regime, which would impact on the Ceausescus, was the crackdown on socialist movements by Carol II and his government in the 1930s. More broadly, ethnic tensions remained in the Balkans, as Hungary and Romania still viewed each other as having lands which rightfully belonged to either a Greater Romania or Greater Hungary. While Bucharest also viewed Moldavia and parts of the broader region of what had become the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic within the USSR as rightfully being parts of Greater Romania. All of these things would influence the course of Romanian politics in some important ways, which would shape Nicolae's life. Nicolae had a tumultuous youth in the Kingdom of Romania. He attended Scornicești Primary School in the second half of the 1920s, but in 1929, at the age of 11, he fled from home to escape his abusive and alcoholic father. Young Nicolae headed for Bucharest, where he went to live with his eldest sister, Nicolina. She was just 15, but had already relocated to the capital to find work and escape the chaos of the Ceausescu family home. In the capital, young Nicolae soon obtained a position as an apprentice to a shoemaker. His employer, Alexandru Sandulescu, was a member of the Romanian Communist Party, a movement which had emerged in 1921 from the Social Democratic Party as a radical faction, inspired by the Russian Revolution of 1917 and the successes it was achieving in the Russian Civil War by the beginning of the 1920s. The Communists were effectively an illegal movement within Romania, as the government had determined that they would act as a fifth column of the neighboring Soviet Union. Romania was also not an industrialized country, and the communist movement remained small in the 1920s and 1930s. Nicolae soon joined the movement under the guidance of Sandulescu around 1932. Over the next several years, he worked as a shoemaker and had frequent brushes with the law, both as a communist agitator and more broadly for various acts of petty crime in Bucharest. In the summer of 1936, after making numerous appearances before the courts over the years, and now being deemed old enough to be fully tried as an adult, he was sentenced to 2.5 years prison for his activities as a communist agitator. He spent these, for the most part, in a prison fortress referred to as the Romanian Bastille, that had been built in the late 19th century. Ceausescu's fortunes and the course of his life would be profoundly impacted on by the events of the late 1930s and early 1940s across Europe. In September 1939, the Second World War commenced when Nazi Germany invaded Poland, and Britain and France declared war on Germany in response. At this juncture, Romania was not allied to Germany and had maintained its close relations with Britain and France, fostered during the First World War when it had fought alongside those nations. However, Germany's subsequent conquest of France in the summer of 1940 created new political pressures in Romania, and in September 1940, a military coup in Bucharest brought Ion Antonescu to power as the dictator of Romania. The monarchy was retained, although King Carol II was deposed, and his son Michael, who by now was a young adult, was restored to the throne as a puppet ruler. Thereafter, Romania became one of the staunchest allies of Nazi Germany, particularly so during the invasion of the Soviet Union from the summer of 1941 onwards, an action which Romania hoped to benefit from by acquiring lands in Bessarabia, further north into what is now Ukraine. Of all its allies, even Italy, Romania would troops to the Eastern Front and the Germans themselves, particularly along the Southern Front in Ukraine and the Black Sea region eastwards towards Stalingrad. Antonescu's military regime was also extreme in its oppressive and genocidal policies. The substantial Romanian Jewish population along Nazi lines, but also largely driving the concomitant genocide of the Romani and Sinti minorities. When the Second World War broke out, Ceausescu was not long out of jail in Romania. He would not be free for long. In the months that followed, he was still being observed by the state as a communist agitator. This took on additional significance in the context of Soviet expansion into the Moldavia region, and the fear that Moscow intended to encroach further into Romania during the general crisis that was gripping Europe.